You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 3/8/2025. It is 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Sorry, I'm trying to get this edit done, and it's taking way too long. I was live on TikTok a little while ago, and I was having like a debate with somebody. What's up, Huey? And the guy, like, we had this one part about immigration. We were talking about the CBP apps. And he was straight up, like, everything that I said about it, he just kept saying no and laughing. Like, every time I would correct him on something, no. And so I'd go get a source, and I'd show the source, and then he'd be like, no. I know what the first source that I pulled up, it literally it took me like a minute. So I pulled up the first source like within 30 seconds. I pull up the first source and I start reading it, but I realized that source doesn't have what I'm looking for, or I just couldn't find it. So I after like 30 seconds of reading it, I went and moved on to the next source. And then once I read the next source and it had exactly what I was looking for, he's like, yeah, it took you 30 minutes. It wasn't even 2 minutes. Like, it literally was not even 2 minutes from the point that I, like, started looking, read the first source, moved on to the next one, read the next one. It wasn't even 2 minutes. And all he just kept doing, no, dude, no. So I'm working on this edit right now, but I'll show you guys, like, what it looks like so far. If I can, am I able to? Yeah, it's not gonna look great, but you'll at least be able to get an idea for what I'm talking about. There's no busing of Biden sending people from over. There's no busing of Biden sending people from over the border into the United States. That never happened.
No, that did happen. Yes, they did. From Venezuela.
That's not not illegal immigrants. That you're talking about people who literally got signed up on an app to get asylum and then came over under the that's like, sure, they had they didn't pay for those. They had to pay for their own plane tickets and everything. The Biden administration
No, they didn't. Oh.
Yes, they did.
I don't know where you came up with the fact that they had to pay for their own plane tickets. No, that's not the case. You can look it up. Yeah, I know you're doing it, but no, they didn't.
Upon receiving authorization from Washington, they buy air passage to the U.S. international airports where CBP personnel process them for release. In short, all are said to be responsible for paying for their own airfare.
No.
Because, well, literally everything says no. They all paid for their own airfare.
No. No.
What do you mean? Yes.
I'm saying no because it took you 30 hours to
30 hours.
find that one single thing.
No. This is not one single thing. This is from factcheck.org. It vetted and authorized to fly to the U.S. through a humanitarian parole program. The travelers pay for their flights.
They do? Really? What does it say?
That's what I just read.
What does it say?
What the
read
part says.
It's like, oh, yeah, it's so obvious that we immediately know that something that we're talking about is so true. And it's, well, no. Maybe it isn't.
So it's Biden isn't flying migrants to Florida. People pay for their own flights legally to enter the U.S. This is from AOL. That's literally the title.
Okay. All right. Man, I wish. Yeah. It'd be great.
This is PolitiFact. 300,000 illegal immigrants were able to use a simple app to get a free flight to our country. This is fact-checking a post on Instagram. People granted parole did not receive free flights to the U.S. They buy their own plane tickets. Okay, now he left. He didn't just leave. He did what that other guy did, where he sat there for like 15 minutes where he was like, at first, like literally, I'm telling you, it took me like 2 minutes to get to the first one. And then like a couple minutes, you know, not even like a couple seconds to get to the next one. And then afterwards, he's like, okay, I mean, you took like 1,000 hours to pull that one up. So let's see how long it takes for me to find something that says otherwise. And then he just went quiet, and I could hear him like breathing into the phone the whole time. And I'm like, wait, what are you looking for? I just pulled up 4 sources that said the same thing. Like, are you looking for something that says otherwise, or like what are you doing? And he just no. Like, and that's it. That's all we got for like ever. And I kept like, bro, are you there? It says he's still there. Like, what's going? Is this? Hello? Is this on? Can you hear me? And like, he just wouldn't respond, and then just left. So I just went back to like playing my game. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna go back to playing my game then, and I'll wait for him to come back with something. And then yeah, he never came back. He ended up just leaving the call. So a 30-hour debate. That's rough. Yeah. It's crazy when you have these 30-hour debates. It's a new one for me. I do have to run to the restroom real quick. I ended up realizing that I was just taking way too long to get started. But if you didn't see, I did put out this video earlier, and this is not something that happened on stream. So I'm going to play this for you guys real quick. And I'm probably going to turn this into a video essay. So it'll probably end up on YouTube in a more like full-fledged version. But yeah, you'll probably see this up tomorrow or the next day. But yeah, give me a second. Let me hit play on this, and I'll be right back. Obviously, Republicans are the whiniest soy crybaby hypocrites of all time, but we're here to prove it once more, as we have many times in the past before, and this time it's over one of Trump's congressional speeches, where they all whined and cried about the fact that Democrats didn't stand up and clap for a young man, that they think everybody should be in favor of this, yet they didn't seem to care when Republicans didn't stand and clap in the past.
Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, who's here with us tonight? Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college.
When Joe Biden introduced him, again, Republicans did not stand and clap. While Joe Biden was talking about cutting taxes to make it to where less children were going to go hungry, no Republicans clapped, not even for tax cuts.
The child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. And all the heroes have marched with him. Then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act.
The whole world sat there and watched them refuse to clap for raising the minimum wage, None of them clapped for passing protections for voting, which supposedly they all think is a big issue. They all refused to clap to stop book bannings. They all refused to clap for equality. These are not people who hold any sort of moral high ground. This is a norm where both sides do not clap for the other side's wins. This is just a thing that happens. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish that we could all stand and clap together. Even Donald Trump, at the very beginning of his speech, said, I wish that we could all come together tonight and just be Americans and celebrate together tonight.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America.
Nice whataboutism, Tom, but wrong when the right does it? That's not a whataboutism. That's not a whataboutism. You don't know what a whataboutism is. Pointing out inconsistencies is not always a whataboutism. Yes, it is. No, it's not. No, it is not. It is not always a whataboutism. You don't know what a whataboutism is.
America great again.
And then after pretending like he wanted to put partisanship behind him and everybody come together as one, he proved immediately that he was lying as he continued. This is bad, yeah, but look at no, that's not a whataboutism. A whataboutism is where what you just described is a whataboutism. What I'm saying here is they're complaining about something that they do more than anybody else. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying they don't have the right to complain about this. That's not a whataboutism. But I address that anyways. So like it doesn't, I literally, as you were saying that, had just addressed it one way or the other. So it's still not a whataboutism. Raising the minimum wage. None of them clapped for passing protections for voting, which supposedly they all think is a big issue. They all refused to clap to stop book bannings. They all refused to clap for equality. These are not people who hold any sort of moral high ground. This is a norm where both sides do not clap for the other side's wins. This is just a thing that happens. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish that we could all stand and clap together. Even Donald Trump, at the very beginning of his speech, said, I wish that we could all come together tonight and just be Americans and celebrate together tonight.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
And then after pretending like he wanted to put partisanship behind him and everybody come together as one, he proved immediately. I feel like Democrats should just end the cycle instead of perpetually in the same problem. Well, that's why I put this part in there. This is literally why I put this part in here, is to address that, to say like, yeah, we literally can't. When this is what he does, we literally cannot be the ones to fix this. He has to do it.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
And then after pretending like he wanted to put partisanship behind him and everybody come together as one, he proved immediately that he was lying as he continued reading from his pre-planned written speech where he dogs on Democrats and Joe Biden dozens of times, mentioning a former president more in one speech than any other speech before it.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. Who were allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of the...
See, when he says we should all come together for one night and just celebrate together, but then he goes on to give the most partisan speech of all time that's just ripping into Democrats from beginning to end. That's just saying how horrible Democrats are, how bad Biden is, how bad the last administration is, how much better he is than them. Like, yes, there's no way way, you're not even giving them an opportunity to turn around and be like, oh, okay, yeah, let's all just, okay, like, these are good things, so let's all just, like, cheer together. You're not even giving them that opportunity because you're blaming everything bad on them and lying about half of it as well. So, like, there's no, well, he's not wrong. These things literally don't even exist. There's not a Green New Deal that he has to fight against. There's like half the shit that he's talking about there was never an open border. There was none of this shit ever existed. He's just lying and making stuff up. So he shouldn't point out what went wrong. That's Katmir. Seriously, tell me that that's what you think I just said. Seriously, like, steel man for a second. Think, use your brain for just a moment, just a second, okay? Just like, do you really think that that's even close to what I said? Do you really think that's anywhere in the same realm? Kind of, yeah. Oh my goodness, dude. I literally said it's him blaming everything on Democrats. If he wants to say, I fixed this problem, I did this, I passed this bill, I got this executive order out, I cleaned this up, I cut taxes, that's fine, that's one thing. But if instead the whole time you say, the Democrats ruined our country and now I have to come in and clean it up because they just ruin everything and there's a failed administration. That's what it is. That's what it is. It is a failed administration. They failed at everything. Like, you are not talking about just like fixing things. You're not just talking about what's bad. One, you're lying and making stuff up. And then two, you're blaming all of it on Democrats. You're even lying and making stuff up just to have something to complain about Democrats on. Like, there's no way you hear that and think that we're talking about him just like claiming problems. Like, there was no Green New Deal, there was no open borders. Him pulling us out of like the Paris Climate Accords we're the only first world country who's pulled out of it because we're the only ones who are dumb enough to think that that's a bad thing. We're the only ones who pulled out of the UN humanitarian administration. We're the only ones who are trying to who pulled out of the World Health Organization. Like, all this shit is fucking insane. This is insane shit. No open borders. Obviously, you know that there were not open borders. You know that when we have number one in deportations, Barack Obama, number two in deportations, Joe Biden, that like, these are not people, the Democrats are not the open border people. They're the ones who actually are cleaning this stuff up more than anybody else. We literally, the last video that we just went over, the last video that I just showed you was like debunking the shit where people are talking about the fact that the 94% of the border, we went over that yesterday. That's a lie. Those numbers aren't even out yet. Like, they literally could not possibly have them. And we went over the fact that what he went over isn't even the same numbers. He went over completely different numbers. It's not down 94%. It's not even close.
These people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border, insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. Arrested and released in a
like, this is all just him coming up with new ways to whine and cry about Democrats the entire time. Whine and cry. He mentioned Joe Biden like 20-something times during this fucking speech. This is insane. This is pure insanity. This is somebody who is obsessed with Democrats. He cannot get past it. He cannot live his own fucking life. In the meantime, he is asking Democrats to do that. He's asking Democrats, stop being so partisan, you know? Let's all just move on. Let's all just move on and let's just celebrate together as one country. Let's be one tonight. Also, you guys suck. You guys are the worst. You guys ruined everything, and I'm just going to make up a bunch of stuff to complain about so that I can find new ways to blame you guys, while I really want you guys to just come and be one with us. Come on, let's all just be together tonight. Like, this is the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my life. It is embarrassing. Everybody should be horrifically embarrassed of this guy right now.
Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster. In comparison, under Joe Biden,
maybe he exaggerated a little. Again, I'm not even talking about the fact that, like, I'm not even talking about the lies right now. I'm not even talking about those things. I'm talking about the fact that he is saying that Democrats should put everything to the side. Democrats should stop being partisan. Democrats should just come celebrate with us. And then does all of this. And I only clipped like 4 or 5 clips. I could have done 100. I could have gotten 100 clips out of that one speech. Like, truly. I could have gone on and on. I clipped only like 5 times of him mentioning Biden. I could have gotten 20, 30 different ones. I could have clipped all of the times he said Democrats or just, yes, all of the insults and all the crap. I could have clipped so many. Every time he opened his mouth, it was another thing, just whining and crying about Democrats. Right after telling Democrats. It wasn't even right after. Here's the funny thing, is he actually started off his speech complaining about Democrats and complaining about Biden. Then he did like 2 or 3 shots at Biden and Democrats. Then said, why can't we all just come together tonight? Let's all just celebrate together. Let's just be one country tonight. And let's not be so partisan. Let's just all get along tonight for one night. Just one night. That's it. And then went right back to doing it again. And this is a pre-planned speech, right? This is a pre-written speech. So it's not like he asked everybody to come together and then they were all big meanies to him. And then he decided to go in on Democrats. No, this is a pre-written speech that he had written for days ahead of time. So he is just, he knows that he's lying when he's saying that he wants everybody to come to, he's just lying.
Worst president in American history.
Why can't we all just celebrate and be one big happy family for one night? And then immediately went right back to attacking Democrats and Joe Biden dozens of times. And Trump's done that many times. And while he's mentioning Joe Biden over and over, he's lying about him, saying that he had open borders, where Joe Biden is second in the record for most deportations. There's no way you can think that that's open borders. And then he also lied, saying that he terminated the Green New Deal, which was not a thing that was ever passed. The Green New Deal is not a bill that ever got passed, ever, yet he keeps talking about it as though it's something that he's been fighting against this whole time. It never got passed. It's not a thing. These people are not the ones who hold this bipartisan standard. They are the ones who set the partisan standard. They are the most partisan hacks you have ever seen in your entire life. Do not allow them to gaslight you. Democrats could just move on and not let their pride get in the way. Democrats could just move on. Democrats could move on. While Republicans have the House, the Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court, and then literally every time they get up and do anything or say anything, they're complaining about Democrats. Democrats are the ones who should move on. Like, the Republicans literally have every part of our federal government. Like, the entire time Democrats were in power, all you heard from Republicans was them whining and crying about Democrats the whole time. Now they have all the power, and they're still just whining and crying about Democrats all the time. They can't get us out of their heads. Democrats live rent-free in these fucking people's heads. These people, like, Joe Biden didn't even run for president this time. He wasn't even a political opponent. And still, you have Donald Trump sewing out for 2 hours straight over Joe Biden. Yeah, because they let their pride get in the way of all the issues, and because of this guy, they lost ground on every front, leaving it open for Republicans. That's just not true. Like, all of the polling says otherwise. All of the polling says otherwise. Donald Trump barely won the election. He barely just snuck through with a win. This is the first popular vote they've won in decades, and this is while the Biden administration was dealing with like the biggest economic front in my lifetime. Like this is one of the, after COVID and everything and cleaning up all that, barely won, huh? GT. I feel like somehow your brain resets every day you come back here. Like you've watched us go over the numbers 1,000 times. The cope is amazing. Then hop on, Katmir. Hop on. Let's hear what you think is cope. Let's hear what you think is cope. Yes, they barely won. 100%. He barely won by 230,000 votes, GT. Out of 70 million, plus 70 million, 140 million. There wasn't even a difference of a million in the electoral college. 230,000. You guys are you're the one coping. Hop on, Katmir. If you think you're not coping, hop on. Just hop on. You are coping. It's math. It's literal math, guys. It's literal fucking math. You're getting in your feelings about this shit. Your feelings do not change math. Math is objective. We're talking about less than 1%. Do you guys think that less than 1%? You think 0.3% is not a... You think that's not, he barely won? You don't think 0.3%? The math ain't mathing? What do you think 0.3% out of 140 million? Do you not think that that's barely? Do you not think 230,000 votes is not barely winning? You don't think that? You don't think that 2 million even just in the popular vote? He won by 2 million just in the popular vote out of, again, 140 million. You won popular vote, but I don't know why. Why do you guys always have to like pivot to something totally different? Like, this is we're saying yes, he barely won. Nobody denied that he won. I already said that they won those things. He barely won. Yes, yeah, he's the first one to do it in a very long time. So to act like, oh, like the Democrats are done, like they're just mad that they're done. Like, no, you guys won your first fucking popular vote in 20 years. Like, give me a break. You're getting a little ahead of yourselves. Tom, you brought these up that I've pivoted using them. Katmir, I want you to try your best. Try your best. What is the point that we are arguing right now? Because nothing you said addressed it whatsoever. What is the point that we're arguing right now? What is it? Do you know? Are you even aware? You think it's not a big win for Trump? I said he barely won. Like, winning the presidency in and of itself is a big win, sure. Like, I said we're talking about math. Everything that you said has nothing to do with whether or not he barely won. So, like, yes, that is called a pivot when you bring up a bunch of things that do not address what we're talking about. I'm saying numbers, sure, not as big as a change to political landscape. It's massive. Okay. Donald Trump had the House and the Senate his last time in the presidency, and that didn't go very well for him. That did not go well for him. So I don't think it's going to make I don't think, history repeats itself. I don't think there's going to be much of a difference here. Dismissing the popular vote as some type of fluke doesn't address the concern that Democrats are losing ground because of policies that turn moderates towards Republicans. Yeah, but that's not the case. Well, again, we already have all of the polling on why people voted for Donald Trump over Kamala. We already know. We don't have to guess. It's not that Democrats are losing ground with things that Americans care about. We already know that is not the case. We already know why Democrats lost. It's not a thing that we have to wonder about. Why? Because of inflation. That was by far the number one issue. We're talking about like by far the majority of people were upset about inflation, whereas that this was the same during Trump's administration is because COVID happened. He couldn't help COVID. He couldn't help that COVID happened and ruined a bunch of shit, and so he lost the election. The just inflation? I didn't say just inflation. I said that was by far the majority of the reason. Why inflation? Because of COVID. So COVID happened. The inflation went up throughout the whole world. The whole world had inflation. The whole world had record-breaking inflation. The United States was the first country to recover, and we recovered the best out of all the countries, right? So when you look at the way that all of the leaders dealt with inflation, ours dealt with it the best, yet still people are upset about inflation because they don't actually look at what the people are doing to make things happen or not happen. They just know things are kind of sucky right now. I don't like it. And it's the same with COVID. With Trump, when he lost in 2020, he lost just because people were unhappy with COVID. They didn't like being locked up in their houses. They didn't like having the social distance. They didn't like that they couldn't work. And so people didn't vote for him that time because, yeah, they just weren't happy with the scenario. That's what most people go on, is just like how they're feeling in the moment. And so with Biden, there was a lot of inflation from COVID, and so they lost this election just the same way that Trump lost the election in 2020 for similar reasons, but was able to come back in 2024 and win. They lost the House, they lost the Senate, they lost the presidency. They had all of those, then they lost all of those. Then Democrats gained them all back. Then now they gained them all back. Like, this is a constant shift within politics that happens over and over and over and over. But like, Republicans have convinced themselves that they're on this like red wave that's just never going to end, and there's no reason to believe that. Absolutely none. I'm happy, and I keep saying this, I'm happy to just actually like sit back and just let them fuck everything up the way that they've been doing, and we can just continue to sit back and watch and make fun of them as it happens, and then we'll be right back where we were before. I think the social issues are a big factor, but I could be wrong. So one of the things that like a lot of people brought up is like, trans issues, right? In the polling, didn't even make top 20. When it came to like things that people were like Americans were actually concerned about, didn't even make top 20. Didn't make top 20 of voters' issues. Like there weren't a whole. I can't think of a single social issue that actually ended up in the top part of the polling. And I think inflation was in 76% of people's like top 2 issues. So we're talking about like 76%. We're talking about just by far the majority. Inflation was the biggest issue. Abortion would be top polling one for them out of social issues. But so abortion was third. So it went inflation. I think it was inflation, democracy, no. I'm mixing up 2 different polls. Inflation, immigration. No. You're right. Inflation, abortion, and then immigration. But yeah, those like you had like 30% to make up like all like other 20 issues, and then like inflation was just like the rest of it. So I'm not sure if it counts as just social issues. I think it probably does. Abortion probably counts as a social issue, but I think that when they're saying like people voted against Democrats because of social issues, obviously the majority of people agreed with Democrats on that social issue. So it doesn't like it counts as a social issue. It just doesn't play into what it is that we're trying to think about right now.
With a possible government shutdown less than a week away, federal agencies have now started the mandatory process of planning to bring non-essential functions to a halt.
A national exit poll by Concerned Women for America Legislative Action Committee found that 70% of moderate voters saw the issue of transgender boys and men playing girls and women's sports as a major issue. No shot, dude. Who is this? Concerned Women for America. So the people, yes, the people whose entire platform is about trans people, that yes, they're saying that that's something people felt concerned about. If I go and ask people, hey, are you concerned about how orange Donald Trump's skin is getting? I bet you I could get tons of people to say that yes, they are very concerned about how orange Donald Trump's skin is getting. That doesn't mean that they're voting on whether or not his skin is getting orange, right? Like, to say that people are concerned about this in some way doesn't mean that this is like something that they're actually gonna put their vote on.
Halt. That high stakes budget showdown comes.
We watched this on TikTok, but I wanted to watch it again because it was fairly insightful. So I wanted to pull this up one more time.
As tensions are running high on Capitol Hill, just a few days after President Trump's joint address to lawmakers. Among the residual tensions, Democratic Congressman Al Green removed from the chamber after he spoke out during the president's speech.
The chair now directs the sergeant at arms to restore order.
Yeah, I was saying this earlier on TikTok. When I went back through to make this video, when I was listening back to the whole thing, you could actually hear so much more like yelling and booing and crap from Democrats that I couldn't hear when we first went over it. When we first, from the, I guess, whoever it was that we were watching, I guess they didn't have microphones in the right places. And so it wasn't, we weren't able to hear as much of like the yelling and groaning and booing and crap like that. But yeah, when I went back over it this time, you can actually hear so much more from this angle. It was, so yeah, it gave like a very different perspective.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
And 2 days later, lawmakers voted to censure Congressman Green for his outburst. 10 Democrats, in fact, joined with Republicans in a formal condemnation of the Texas Democrats' actions. Today, one of those Democrats defended her censure vote right here on CNN.
If Kamala Harris was the president and someone was heckling her, I certainly would vote to censure that person as well. So I think if we're going to have a level of civility in the House of Representatives, it must be applied equally and to both parties.
Now, a Republican congressman is calling on Democrats to be removed from their committee assignments for singing "We Shall Overcome" on the House floor during the vote to censure Green, a proposal that's being slammed by Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
And my team informs me that
I think the media didn't bother to show them while they were doing it either. It's weird. I said that like I didn't find out that any of them were like wearing pink shirts or holding up signs or anything until the next day. I don't think it's all that weird because it wasn't like they were showing Republicans either. Like they didn't really have a whole lot of cameras on people. There was like one camera that was like right in the middle aisle, but all the way in the back to where you could see Democrats on the left, Republicans on the right. And then they had maybe a couple of cameras that were aimed just at the special guests that were coming in. So like the Secret Service kid and stuff like that. But they didn't have, they didn't have like cameras pointed at anybody for the actual live broadcast. Obviously, for them like getting clips and stuff to play the next day, they did have cameras watching everybody and like looking at them so that they could put it on the very next day. But yeah, so this is talking about the fact that, yeah, this woman voted to censure Green, and her and 9 other Democrats voted to censure Al Green. So it was, which is kind of wild because, yeah, like as we talked about, this isn't something that's like never happened and it's not all that ridiculous. And I said yesterday, I think that them just kicking him out of the Congress Hall was enough. Like, that seems like enough. But for Democrats to do this, it wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have made a difference. Like, if none of the Democrats actually voted to censure him, it would have been fine. He still would have gotten censured anyways. Like, there was more than enough Republican votes to censure him. So you didn't need the Democrats to vote one way or the other. But yeah, they did vote to censure, and it was kind of strange that you had people like breaking ranks like this.
Actions.
So this is Ami Bera, Ed Case, or is it Casey? Ed Casey, Jim Costa, Laura Gillen, Jim Himes, Chrissy Hulen, Marcy Kaptur, Jared Moskowitz, Glusenkamp Perez, and Rep. Tom Suzy. This is fucking retarded, dude. This is stupid, bro. What the hell is wrong with these people? Where's
Today, one of those Democrats defended her censure vote right here on CNN.
If Kamala Harris was the president and someone was heckling her, I certainly would vote to censure that person as well. So I think if we're going to have a level of civility in the House of Representatives, it must be applied equally and to both parties.
Now, a Republican congressman is calling on Democrats.
Yeah, so we saw them yesterday. Like, they did stand there and sing, like, "We shall overcome," and all did this in protest of what it was that was done. I don't know. When you're talking about like heckling and crap like that, is Donald Trump technically, when you're in the House chambers, you're not supposed to insult each other. You're not supposed to use like extreme or demeaning language towards each other. What about Donald Trump going in there and using all of that language? Why? Like, what about him going in there and using all of that language that he's not supposed to use? Or that people aren't supposed to use when they're in these positions. Like, this is kind of insane.
Democrats to be removed from their committee assignments for singing "We Shall Overcome" on the House floor during the vote to censure Green, a proposal that's being slammed by Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
And my team.
So Hakeem coming out and like calling these people out is a good call.
Informs me that some far-right extremists have introduced a resolution to try to throw Democratic members of the House off of our committees. That resolution is going nowhere. You ain't throwing no one off of any single committee.
I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Al Green, the man at the center of this controversy. Congressman, great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
So what is your reaction to Representative Gillen and the other 9 Democrats who voted to censure you? What are you reading into that?
Well, first, let me indicate that what was done was a response to incivility. The president has a way of using incivility to take advantage of our civility.
Yeah, this is like part of the issue is that like you can say that like all of these things are like norms that should exist and that like these are like I definitely value like the types of norms that we have within Congress. And this is the same with like, traffic laws. But I also understand that sometimes people go out in protest and they'll get in the middle of the street sometimes. Like you have to deal with the consequences of what it is that you do. But for people to act like, there's again that like Republicans are holding some sort of like moral high ground in this circumstance when they have continuously voted for the most uncivil people of all time. There's no argument. There's no argument to be had. You can't complain about this, and you can't keep looking at Democrats and being like, well, Democrats, you guys gotta be the ones. You guys got to be the ones to be civil. It's like they've been civil. They've been civil for a long time. Why all of a sudden when they start doing half of what it is that Republicans are doing, why is it that they start getting punished now? Like, why is it that people keep looking at them like, guys, you're the ones who are supposed to be the adults in the room. You guys are, yeah, I agree. The Democrats are the ones who are supposed to be the adults in the room. They have been for a long time. When's anybody else going to hold that to their side? When are Republicans going to start to decide to be the adults in the room? When's that going to happen?
It was a peaceful protest, and I engaged in the protest, and I understand that when you do this, you will have to suffer consequences, and I'm prepared to suffer consequences. It doesn't mean that I agree with the consequences, but I'm prepared. I don't think any of my colleagues should be in any way brought into this. This is something that I did of my own volition. And I would add that, unfortunately, given the circumstances with Medicaid, which is something I don't want us to lose focus on, unfortunately, I don't want to see this stop. What I'm saying to you is I don't want to see the protestation stop.
Protestation?
Not violent, peacefully, because people will suffer if they lose Medicaid. In Texas, we have the highest rate of uninsured persons in the country. I believe that we have to do all that we can to protect people across the country, and I am going to fight for my constituents here in Texas. Now, with reference to my colleagues, I did not in any way encourage people to do one thing or another, but I appreciate what they did. And my hope is that this will not bring anything.
Yeah, that is hard to believe that like they didn't plan this to all go up there and start singing "We Shall Overcome" together, and that they all just walked onto the floor in protest together. Like that's actually kind of wild. Maybe it's actually okay, it probably was planned. He's probably just not the one who planned it. It probably, it could have been somebody else who planned it. But yeah, that's that I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That like somebody else could have planned it while still not being him. I don't believe this uncivilized Republican take Democrats have literally have calling every Republican Nazis, and eventually it started hurting Democrats incredibly. Can you tell me what Democrat politician called Republicans Nazis? Can you tell me who did that? Because I'm like 90% sure that just never happened. Current politicians, not like Hillary Clinton from, who hasn't been a politician in a decade, like current politicians.
More than has already been done. But if it does, I would hope that it would be focused on me and not them. I am the person who brought this to the attention of the public. And quite frankly, my dear lady, if circumstances remain the same, I would have to do it again. People will suffer and die.
Nazi, fascist, homophobe, bigot, these these terms, if not applied properly, eventually become a problem. First off, they are like a fascist. Like the MAGA movement is a fascist movement. We can go over like the definitions, academic definitions, colloquial definitions. They will fit every single definition of fascist. Like there isn't a definition that they won't fit. But that's an opinion, not a fact. Well, all of these are opinions. You're talking about whether or not it's applied accurately, but then when I start to explain how it's accurate in every single possible way, you say, well, that's an opinion. Okay, well then don't say it needs to be applied accurately then. Say, oh, okay, well, I understand that this is an opinion, so but it's an opinion when I start to make sense of it. It's not an opinion when you think it doesn't make sense.
If we lose Medicaid, and the Congress has been mandated to cut $880 billion from the committee that has jurisdiction of Medicaid. This is unthinkable, it's unbelievable, and I will not allow myself to sit silently by while this takes place.
So it sounds like you are saying ultimately your goal was to bring attention to any potential cuts or further cuts to Medicaid, and you felt like you wanted to address this to the president head on. Were you expecting that there might be punishment like what would soon follow, or what were your expectations? How did you think it would be received by the president and by the entire chamber?
I was about to make my departure. I had my coat and my cane, and as I was collecting my portable items, the president indicated he had a mandate, and I was then taken aback. It was
man, please just wake up both sides. Do their bullshit fascists shrink the size of government or attempt to make it no sense? Yes, that's literally what Trump is doing. What the fuck do you think he's doing with Doge and with all of his executive orders that are going to get overturned because they're all illegal? And what do you think he's doing by claiming over and over that he won an election, that he has no evidence that he won? What do you think he's doing when he's consistently claiming people are doing open borders policies that never happened, or that he had to get rid of a green new scam that never got put into place? What do you think he's talking about when he's just nonstop lying about everything and doing things that aren't within his power, aren't within the executive branch? Like, what do you think that is? Yes, that is him literally trying to make it make no sense. And Trump is trying to shrink government. That's not really fascist. First off, he's not trying to shrink government. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. That the last time Trump was in office, he spent more than any other president ever. But like even more than Joe Biden, because lots of people say, oh, well, every president spends more than their predecessor. Yeah, except for Joe Biden. Joe Biden spent less than Donald Trump's entire presidency. So the fact that like you're going to sit here and act like he's trying to shrink the size of government when Donald Trump in his last presidency literally spent hundreds of millions of dollars at his own businesses. With his own businesses, he used the government to send himself hundreds of millions of dollars. And then people turn around, well, he didn't take a paycheck. Yeah, he didn't take a paycheck that wasn't going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. He made way more money just off being president alone by sending all of this shit to his own businesses. There's no way that you can think that the guy who has the record on spending is the guy who is and like the most unnecessary spending. Right? Like he literally just stayed at Mar-a-Lago and had, instead of the White House, and had the White House pay for it for months and months and months and months. He had like tons of parties and would put up like his friends and use the White House, have the White House pay for it. Like he did all sorts of crazy stuff with government spending. It was insane. There's no way that you look at that guy and the guy who's now got a billionaire who came in and literally just gave himself, his own business, another deal Like, this is what Trump did in his first presidency. He said, oh, dude, this is so cool. I can just, like, use the government to just, like, give myself a bunch of money. And then when I tell everybody that I'm shrinking the government, they all believe me. And they don't look at the actual numbers. They have no idea what's going on. It's crazy. And so he's like, hey, Elon, you want to get in on this? This is fucking dope, dude. He's like, yeah, just like, let's just tell everybody we're doing like a government efficiency thing. We'll show them zero evidence that we're actually changing anything. And then we'll, like, everything will get overturned in the courts in the end. And then we'll just say that the deep state doesn't want us to actually, the deep state doesn't want us to, find out what they're doing. And so we'll just come up with some like gay reason like that everybody will totally believe, and they'll all run around buying into it. Oh, they're afraid that he's going to find out what they're really up to. So they had to put a stop to it. Even the courts are in on it, even though Donald Trump picked the majority of the Supreme Court himself. Like, why did you pick deep state agents, bro? Why did you do that? That's weird.
The trigger. And I responded spontaneously to let him know that he didn't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. My expectations are always what John Lewis and I discussed when we talked about peaceful protest. One, you have to get in the way. You create a disturbance, but you have to do this. And the second thing is you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences. So I hold no animus toward the speaker. The people who escorted me out were very kind to me. But the point is, Medicaid is the issue, and we have to stay focused on that. And I'm prepared to suffer the consequences. My hope is that it will only be Al Green. I don't want my colleagues involved in any kind of sanctions. They were responding to the incivility that we've suffered. And the president, on the very evening that I was escorted from the House floor, the president called my colleagues lunatics. Now, that is a level of incivility that we shouldn't have to suffer. The president won't be sanctioned. He's not going to be censured. He won't be reprimanded. The president seems to have a pass when it comes to his inanity, not insanity, his inanity. He called a senator by a name that is considered a pejorative. He does these things with somewhat an immunity that is not understandable.
So, Congressman, over the years, we've seen other outbursts during presidents' addresses to Congress, from Obama and Biden as well. We've seen outbursts from lawmakers as well as demeanor coming from a Supreme Court justice. Take a look.
There are also those who claim that our reform efforts would ensure illegal immigrants. This, too, is false. The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
You lie.
It's not true. Including foreign corporations, to spend without limit.
I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks.
So among them, you saw Congressman Joe Wilson, who, yelled, you lie. You had Justice Alito with his expression saying not true. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor.
That's insane that Justice Alito, we're talking about a Supreme Court justice doing this? That is, that is wild, bro. That is wild, dude. A Supreme Court justice. These guys are supposed to be as non-political and non-partisan as possible. They are supposed to be completely separate from politics. And for a justice to do something like that, that is wild, bro. That is too ridiculous, dude. He shouldn't even have a job after that. He should have been impeached after doing something like that. That is well beyond the bar, dude. That is way beyond what it is that he should be allowed to do as a justice, Supreme Court justice, dude. You are supposed to be well above something like that. You're the top judge in the world. This is so insane. This guy has done too many things to like politicize himself at this point to where there's no way he can be trusted anymore. It's been almost a decade of Trump bad. I really don't want to hear it anymore. Well, I mean, that's fine, but like you understand that like if he actually is bad, people who want to live in reality don't really care that you don't want to hear it anymore. Like people who care about like truth, people who care about honor, people who care about morals, people who want like a better country, people who are like patriots and want America to succeed. Those people are not going to care that you guys are just
Question
like a
for
little
Trump
tired of
supporters
hearing
/
about the
anti-left people.
truth.
Is there anything Trump can do to lose your support? If it happened, what's your immediate reaction?
Yeah, like Trump says that he can go out and shoot like somebody in the streets and that he wouldn't lose a vote. Like we already know this is true. After all of his convictions and all of the fact that he tried to steal an election and the fact that he was found liable for raping somebody, the fact that like all of these things, the fact that people still turn around and voted for him says that like yes, he could literally do anything and nobody will stop. Nobody will stop. They don't care. And so this is part of the problem is that yes, when you have a bunch of people who literally have no like principles, no morals, and there's no line where they draw to say like, yeah, this is bad enough. This is too bad. Like I couldn't vote for somebody who, like normally, yes, attempting to steal an election is like the best line to draw for anybody. Like I think that that's like a million miles past what I would say is too far, but somehow what I think is like a million miles past too far isn't even too far for MAGA. It's even that is not far enough. So the idea that like everybody else is just annoying by calling this stuff out. Well, I'm sorry, but when one side literally refuses to hold their side accountable, like there's not much else we have left. We don't have much of a choice. If they won't call out their own side, then we have to. And the things that they call us out for, there's just no evidence for it, right? Like when we're talking about like the transing the kids or open borders or stealing elections, like there's just no evidence of any of this shit. And we have like entire court cases where we have like tons of hearings and tons of evidence, tons of eyewitnesses, tons of just mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence, and they'll believe the things that they have no evidence for. That's what they believe over and over, is the stuff that there's zero evidence for, right? 20 million illegal immigrants apparently came into the country under Joe Biden. In reality, less than 2 million. Less than 2 million. But somehow, 20 million, less than 2 million, is the same thing. The definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Do something different, it's obvious, not resonating with the rest of the population. That's not true. You're just incorrect on that. You are objectively incorrect on that. Can you tell me like what data you've looked at to come to that conclusion? Can you, because I can tell you that the approval numbers for Trump aren't great. His last presidency ended with him losing right afterwards, to where he didn't He's like the first president in my lifetime to not win re-election. The fact that he did end up getting charged with a bunch of felonies, the fact that there are tons of people who have left the Republican Party, people like me, over the fact that folks were willing to point out these hypocrisies over and over and all the bad things that he was doing, that, you know, people who were actually willing to listen and be objective and look at the evidence were willing to actually switch sides over it. But like saying like, oh, Donald Trump, you know, he got what is it? 25% of the country's vote. So 25% of the country voted for him. So obviously nobody's listening. Like, yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think the 25% is going to represent the rest of the country.
Taylor Greene there with that confrontation with Biden. None of them were censured nor escorted out. Is this a reflection of the climate that we are in right now? What is the difference here of how what your experience was versus theirs?
Thank you for the question. The climate of which you speak is one that I have lived in for
racism
most of my life. I'm a son of the segregated
I don't
South.
think it's racism.
The rights that were enshrined in the Constitution for me, my friends and neighbors denied me. I had to go to the back door, drink from a colored water fountain, sit in the back of the bus, and I had relatives who were locked up in the bottom of the jail. I have acclimated to this kind of behavior, but quite candidly, it is a double standard, and it is a form of invidious discrimination. But I was prepared to suffer whatever the consequences are when I decided that I would engage in this peaceful protest. I never used any sort of a profanity. I never made any threats. I merely said, you do not have a mandate, and this is true.
Is there another, pardon me, is there another extension of this? Does your moment end up serving as a distraction too when your party seems to be struggling to exercise a real cohesive approach here?
Yeah, this is the worst part of this, is that like obviously Democrats should be like united right now and doing things in a cohesive manner, and to have even one Democrat go outside the game plan is obviously a negative. And maybe like that's again why they're censuring him, is they feel like he's going outside the game plan and they want everybody to stick together. But censuring him only like makes that worse. So that just doesn't even make sense. Like you're only like dividing Democrats more by doing that. So like punishing your own side for something like this is just only making that division even worse.
I believe what I did puts a focus on Medicaid. I believe that this may be the means by which we can prevent Medicaid from being cut, because I think it would be difficult now for them to move forward to cut it, given that we have brought this to the attention of the public. I don't see it as a distraction. I see it as a positive action to protect Medicaid.
So then that brings me to the budget now. Just moments ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson formally unveiled plans for a government funding stopgap through September 30th, a measure intended to stave off a potential March 14th shutdown and buy time for President Donald Trump and the GOP leaders to steer key pieces of his agenda through Congress this summer. You think you'll support this?
I think I'll take a close look at it. I still believe in collegiality. I think that compromise is still something that is a benefit. I think it's a positive thing. So I'll take a look at what they're proposing. But what I will not do is vote for something that's going to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. These are the social safety nets that my constituents depend on. And I will stand for them because they can't be there to stand for themselves.
All right, U.S. Congressman Al Green coming to us from Houston, Texas today. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. It's not a good move.
I want to address what I know is top of.
Not a good move for Democrats. This is gonna sting for a bit, but it is what it is.
Do you agree with it? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's talk about that. Don't leave. We'll talk about that. Hello, everybody. So before we begin, we're going to talk about how good some of these numbers are, be way ahead of schedule, especially as respect to manufacturing and manufacturing jobs. It's taking hold, and we've only been here a few weeks, but it's really it's going to be something.
Jobs.
I don't know if the rest of the world likes it, but
again, we lost more manufacturing jobs under Trump's last presidency than I think in my lifetime, especially here in Georgia where I live. We lost more manufacturing jobs under him. And then we got more, we gained them back plus more under the Biden administration. They, especially here where I live, they ended up bringing back more manufacturing jobs than Trump had when he first took over or even at his peak. And so, yeah, the idea that this is the guy who knows what to do is kind of laughable.
people in the U.S. like it. That I can tell you. If I might, could you talk about the student loan situation, please?
So later this afternoon, we're going to have prepared for your signature an executive order dealing with the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. This is a program that's designed to expedite basically the conclusion of payments on student loans for people who have taken out federally backed student loans. The problem, though, is that a lot of these people work for NGO organizations, for nonprofit organizations that engage in illegal or what we would consider to be improper activities, supporting, for example, illegal immigration or foreign terrorist organizations or otherwise law-breaking activities. So this executive order will direct your Department of Education.
How much y'all want to bet that there's like no evidence for any of the shit that he just said? How much y'all want to bet? Executive Order 13224. The President Bush, addition to 29 individuals, entities designed, President enlisted and annexed, Executive Order 13268, July 2nd. Okay, I think this is a different one. How did I do this last time? Was it here? Trying to figure out. It never lets me pull this up. Okay, this is obnoxious. What is the... Trump seeks to bar student loan relief to workers aiding migrants and trans kids. The president signed an order that would deny loan forgiveness to workers for groups engaged in substantial illegal activities, which it indicated included things like diversity initiatives. One of the things that they mentioned, so the reason that I said how much you want to bet there's absolutely no evidence for this, is that that TikTok stream earlier was crazy. Did you watch it? The reason I said that I bet there's no evidence for this is because I'm assuming when they say that they were helping terrorist organizations, like, no shot. I did. Yeah, we had a clip earlier at the beginning of stream that I showed everybody from the guy who was arguing about I seen it too. I had like an average of like 2 people watching the entire time. One of them was Mantis, the other one was me. So I that's why I'm like, maybe if you're just not logged in or something, I don't know. But yeah, I played a clip at the beginning of stream that was that showed like a short thing that I'm working on. It's like a little clip from the guy who was arguing with me. But yeah, I highly doubt they have anything showing that they were working with terrorist organizations. President Trump signed an executive order instructing administration officials to alter a student loan forgiveness program for public servants to exclude nonprofit organizations that engage in activities that have what he called a substantial illegal purpose. His order to restrict the program appears to target groups supporting undocumented immigrants, diversity initiatives, or gender-affirming care for children, among others, as the Trump administration has sought to eliminate federal support for efforts that have drawn right-wing ire. The order made public on Friday is the latest of many attempts to overhaul the loan forgiveness program, which is often whipsawed borrowers with rule changes and bureaucratic obstacles. The program, known as Public Service Loan Forgiveness, was created by Congress in 2007 and cannot be eliminated without congressional action. But the Education Department has some leeway to determine how it operates. Mr. Trump's executive order directed the Secretaries of Education and the Treasury to amend the program to exclude workers for organizations supporting illegal actions, listing several categories of examples, including aiding or abetting violations of federal immigration law. The Trump administration has taken a broad view of what it considers to be a support of illegal activities. The order cited as examples organizations that support illegal discrimination, which the administration has previously said includes diversity and inclusion initiatives. So again, we're talking about somebody who's supposedly going to help poor people, right? He's supposed to help the working class. He's supposed to be the guy who's on the side of those people, but he's doing everything he can to cut off all of their benefits that they're getting from the government, and continue to help rich people get more and more cuts, more and more cuts to their taxes, more and more benefits from the government, more and more money from the government. That is all he has done throughout this entire presidency so far, is continue to take things from poor people and continue to give things to rich people. Even when you go and look at the stuff that they did with U.S. aid, he's continued to push more money and funnel more money into more big corporations and shit like that, and continue to take food programs from poor people, or take medicine programs where literally they end up losing money when they do it. We've gone over a couple of things where they end up canceling shipments of food and medicine to people, when a lot of that ends up just going bad. They already bought it. It's already sitting in warehouses. It's already ready to go and be shipped, and they just cancel the shipping of it, to where now we paid for all this stuff that's already there, and they're just not going to give it to them. Now that you want to talk about waste, you want to talk about adding waste. That's That's what this is. He is just adding waste. He is just adding more money to rich people's pockets, and he is taking away from poor people. This is something that normally I always argue against this being like a big thing. Oh, they're always taking from the poor people and giving it to the rich people. Oh, blah blah blah. But in this case, he is doing it in such a disgustingly blatant way that it is like, there's not even a way to like defend this. There's not a way to argue against this. It is just him blatantly trying to help out all of his buddies and give them money while taking all of that from poor people who need it. Even with like medicine, we went over the other day that they had, what was the medicine? It wasn't insulin. It was something like that though. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining. What was the... What was the medicine that he cut off? Nobody knows? Yeah, Danabo was in here the other day talking about the fact that he's one of the people who ships that medication, and now it's just sitting there. Dialysis. That's right. It was medicine for dialysis patients. That the government like supplies the medication for dialysis patients, and now it's just sitting there. They already have it. They already bought it, and they're not allowed to ship it. Like, this is like probably going to be the most waste in government history in the shortest amount of time. Like, this is probably going to be the most waste that has ever existed in the shortest amount of time. Instead of cutting waste, he is only adding waste and then continuing to make sure that any money that we are paying to the government is not going where it needs to go and not going to the people who deserve it or need it, but instead going to the people that need it the least and deserve it the least. But whatever. Don't complain about Trump, guys. It looks bad. The order appeared to target groups supporting gender-affirming care. It said it would exclude from the loan forgiveness program any organization supporting child abuse, including the chemical and surgical castration or mutation of children. Mr. Trump's order also singles out organizations that engage in a pattern of breaking state laws against trespassing, disorderly conduct, public nuisance, vandalism, and obstruction of highways, language that could be used against groups that have supported political protests. Another provision targets those supporting terrorism, a label that Trump officials have used to describe anti-Israel protests. So just a protest where you protest Israel is now you automatically supporting Hamas, and so now this is a pro-terrorism protest? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck, dude? This is actually... Dude, you guys can't defend this shit. Like, anybody who defends something like this, it just like, I cannot respect you in the least. Like, if you defend something this fucking stringent, this anti-freedom of speech, and this fucking corrupt, I can't, like, there's nothing left. There is nothing left for you. This is so ridiculous. They're like that, obviously... that doesn't apply to like anybody who just voted for Trump, right? Like that's like there's tons of people, especially everybody who's called into the shows on TikTok. Seems like every single one of them who calls in and says, "Yes, I voted for Trump. I don't like him. I don't like a lot of the stuff he does. I think a lot of this is fucked up. I think he's corrupt. I think he does this and that, or I voted for him, but I don't agree with my vote now. I wish I didn't." Like a lot of, it doesn't apply to like anybody who just voted for him, but it all of a sudden. It definitely applies to like anybody else who would defend actions like this, for sure. And I'm not even understanding what the student loans have to do with NGOs. Like, are they given through NGOs or what? Like, I'm a little confused on this part. Because it says they want to exclude workers. Oh, okay. So it's just anybody who has a student loan if they work for any of these NGOs. That's it. Or if they work for them or support them or are considered to be like organized with them whatsoever. I feel like Tom's chat is very delayed. You mean from the point that you hit send to the point that it pops up in chat, or from the point that it pops up here on my screen? Because it's from my end, it's all popping up immediately. Like it all pops up right away on my screen from when it pops up in chat. But if you're saying on YouTube, yeah, that's not my chat. That's everybody's. On my screen? No, it's quick. This is with the quickness. Look. See this here? I'll type it again. Test. And then when I hit enter, 1, 2, 3. Well, fuck. Everybody sent messages all at the same time. And so that time it did take a long time. Okay. Stop chatting. Because yes, if everybody sends a message at once, then it'll fuck it up. Yeah, that time the first time I did it, it went really quick. Like if I sent it on my phone. Ready, go. Yeah, it only took like a second. No, Tom, it's been delayed for a while. What do you mean it's been delayed for a while? Unless my stream is behind. There's no way that the... Again, talking about chat and he's talking about this chat on my screen. He's not talking about YouTube chat. Yes, the YouTube chat has been delayed for a while. He's talking about like this screen chat right here. So yeah, like this is happening really quick. I've got a very good latency. So the latency is not the issue. It's all very fast. All right. So yeah, so they're saying that anybody who supports an anti-Israel protest is a terrorist now, or involved in terrorism, supporting terrorism. Such changes must typically go through a formal rulemaking process, which often takes months or years to complete and includes a period for public comment. But the Trump administration has frequently acted in defiance of apparent legal limits, which is likely to set off waves of anxiety for those relying on the complex program. President George W. Bush's administration enacted the loan program, which aims to encourage people to work in government and at qualifying nonprofits by easing their college debt burden. After making 120 monthly loan payments, which requires at least 10 years of service. Okay. So that's why it goes to NGOs, is that like it specifically applies to NGOs that are working with the government or anybody who works for the government. Then now they get to apply for this loan program. That's why I was wondering, why is this specifically applying to like NGOs and shit? This seems really strange. What video? Just send it to me in a DM, because like it's too hard for me to keep up with like what all is going on in a bunch of different platforms. So if you can just send it to me in a DM on Discord, that'll make it easier. The program became a notorious quagmire with bureaucratic tripwires and loan servicing issues leading to rejection rates as high as 99% for those who sought forgiveness. President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s administration used waivers and exceptions to eliminate barriers, allowing more than 1 million people to use the program to eliminate debts totaling $79 billion. An estimated 2 million people have made payments that count towards their obligation to be eligible for the relief through the program. Those borrowers often anxiously count down the months until they reach the required 120 payments. The program is open to borrowers who work in government jobs at the federal, state, or local level, and those who work at nonprofits that are tax exempt under the Internal Revenue Service 501c3 statute. Some other nonprofits are also eligible, but many are exempt, including labor unions and partisan political organizations. At various points in the history of the loan program, there has been confusion over what constituted public service. In 2019, 3 lawyers won favorable rulings after having been deemed ineligible. Mr. Trump's order seems to take aim at disfavored organizations in a way that echoes a bill passed last year in the White House that would allow the government to revoke the tax-exempt status of nonprofit groups accused of supporting terrorist entities. Democrats feared the bill could be exploited by Mr. Trump to target his political enemies. The bill stalled in the Senate. So they're saying that like a lot of this is meant to be nonpartisan, and it's meant to even like get rid of any sort of partisan organization. So if you're somebody who is like specifically a Democratic group or specifically a Republican group, then yes, they're not going to support you in the first place. But this is making everything a partisan issue. And this is what I'm talking about all the time, is that like everything that Donald Trump does is in the most partisan fashion you could possibly believe. And everything is meant to just help his friends, his constituents, his buddies, his family. Like everything is set up just for him and them. And he is never even attempting to be the president of America. He's just the president of MAGA. He's just the president of the rich and powerful. He's just the president of like all of these other people who are not the normal everyday Americans. And this is kind of ridiculous. This is obnoxious because even on top of that, while he's doing this, he's still going to turn around and whine and complain that Democrats are like too partisan and too mean to him and shit like that. We live in in another world, dude. It's hard to believe that like this is the United States we're talking about right now. It's really just hard to believe that this is somehow my country.
Education and Department of the Treasury to basically bring about modifications to the public service loan forgiveness program in order to ensure that people who are engaged in these sorts of activities can't benefit from a program that's really not intended to support those sorts of things.
And what are the consequences if they are not good?
The consequences would be that they wouldn't get forgiveness of their student loans as they would be eligible for if they were working for the government or a normal nonprofit that's not violating the law.
We're halfway through the goal for round 1. Yesterday, we didn't hit the goal until after the goal ended. Actually, in both rounds. Both rounds, we didn't hit the goals until after they ended. I do have other stuff that I could do today that I would actually be in somewhat of a rush to go get done. So we want to have a longer stream tonight. We got to hit the goals a little bit earlier, but if not, yeah, I got other stuff that I can get to.
All right. Any questions on that? Anybody have any questions? So we'll talk about the manufacturing turnaround, and it's been very early, but it's pretty significant. The numbers were much better, as you know, than projected by the media. And A little surprising, actually, how strong, how fast, because we have many companies are moving into our country. As you probably know, it's a statistic that everyone talks about, but nobody seems to have done much about. Since the beginning of NAFTA, there's been 90,000 plants and factories closed in this country. Think of that. 90,000 plants and factories have been closed in this country. Many of them have.
Dude, again, he's the one who signed the last agreement with Mexico. He's the one who signed the last trade agreement. Why does he do this, dude? He is the one who signed that trade agreement. Him. And then all of those plants closed. He had the largest closure of manufacturing plants in his presidency, and it was under his trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. He's acting like, oh, the NAFTA is the North American free trade agreement, and he's acting like this is. He even said, like, the other day when they got rid of it, he's like, yeah, I don't want to say NAFTA. NAFTA has a negative context to it. We want to call it something else. The Canada-Mexico trade agreement, like, or something like that. It's like, why do you keep acting like that? And he blames his trade agreement on Biden. He does this all the time. He keeps blaming the trade agreement that he, the master negotiator, is the one who negotiated it and got and signed and everything. He blames it all on Biden. It's insane, dude.
Been car manufacturing plants. And that's a terrible statistic, and we'll be turning that around. You're going to see it already. We already have numerous that are being built or starting to be built, and numerous that were being built in other countries, and they stopped, and they're coming here now because of the tariffs.
So true.
And that's a big deal. That's what you want to hear. During the last year, the Biden administration saw a loss of more than 110,000 manufacturing jobs, or 9,000 manufacturing jobs every single month.
I don't think that's true. Okay, Google. How many manufacturing jobs did the Biden administration lose?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. How many manufacturing jobs did the Biden administration lose?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, Google. Did the Biden administration lose manufacturing jobs?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
This thing nonstop saying it doesn't understand with a woman's voice is unironically making me sexist. Like, feminist organizations should sue Google for doing this to them. Oh, I have to replug this up. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Okay. And how many manufacturing jobs did the Biden administration lose? Okay, so this is a day ago, so this is literally fact-checking what it is that we're talking about. Is there a thing? President Donald Trump took a victory lap after release of February month's figures. 151,000 positions, roughly in line with expectations. Critics warned that job losses could follow subsequent months. Here we fact check a few of Trump's assertions. The White House did not respond to an inquiry. They never do. They never do. They always just make a bunch of claims and then they never respond where they're like, hey, can you tell us where you got these numbers from? We didn't. We didn't get them from. We just made it up. Source, I made it up. Looking at Biden's full 4-year term, government jobs accounted for 11.3% of the total employment increase, not the 25% figure Trump cited. Do we have... No, I don't want this. Get this out of the way. Fuck. Okay. Trump said during the last year, the Biden administration saw a loss of more than 110,000 manufacturing jobs or 9,000 manufacturing jobs every single month. This needs context. So I was going to say that it's probably that they did lose some, but that they gained more than they lost. Because, yeah, from my understanding is that they were on a big net positive and that Trump is the one who was on a net negative. And that they far exceeded how many that he had during his entire presidency in just like a few months. These figures are correct for the final year of Biden's term, but the statistics ignore that the first 3 years of Biden's 10-year manufacturing employment rose by 721,000. Some of these increases reflected the comeback from the pandemic-era job losses. The Biden final monthly manufacturing job numbers was 12,000 higher than in February of 2020, the last pre-pandemic month under Trump's first presidency. After a recession like the one that coincided with the start of the pandemic, it's typical for manufacturing jobs to decline significantly and remain depressed for a long term. We found that the post-recession manufacturing employment gains under Biden were the strongest in 72 years. and the second strongest since World War II. The U.S. created 10,000 manufacturing jobs in February alone. This is accurate. Okay. So yeah, so this is it is what I was saying, is that they did lose those jobs. It's just that they gained way more, and that in the last month of his presidency is where he had like the biggest drop off. But they're just quoting just like the last month instead of the fact that yes, he had a massive boom that was record setting for manufacturing jobs in the modern era.
It averaged about 9,000 a month, 110,000 manufacturing jobs. During the first full month in office, we've not only stopped that manufacturing collapse, but we've begun to rapidly reverse it and get major gains. We created 10,000 manufacturing jobs in February alone. That hasn't happened in a long time. And these aren't government jobs, which actually we cut. These are private sector manufacturing jobs. So we gained all of those jobs, 10,000 jobs, and we barely started yet. That's a very unusual number. People are surprised by it. I'm even a little surprised. On auto jobs, we created almost 9,000 new jobs in the auto production field. And the reason for that is largely they think things are happening, so they're already geared up. In some cases, they had rooms in their plants, or they had empty plants that they were able to put into use quickly because they see, because of the tariffs, they don't want to be dealing with other places, and they don't want to go back and forth and around and through the borders and across Mexico border and Canada border and all that. They want to have the jobs in one location. And they've had space, and if they had space, they were able to create the jobs almost immediately. In some cases, they'll be building plants to take care of those jobs. So we created 9,000 new jobs.
Yeah, he gave tons of like I think it was car manufacturing. He gave them a month to build new what do you call it? Fuck. I can't think of the word. The new manufacturing places, depots, fuck. I can't think of I don't know why I'm blanking on this word, but he gave them a month to build new manufacturing shit in the United States. So if they were in like Mexico or Canada or anything like that, manufacturing plants, yes, plants. That's what I was trying to think of. But yes, he gave them 30 days to build new plants in the US. Like that, there's no way anybody's going to be able to build like one plant, let alone like replace all of their plants. Like that's insane. Yeah, but they have extra space. Yeah.
Already in the auto production, auto parts manufacturing. So we want the auto parts ideally, and I think from a simplicity standpoint too, to be built.
Is it just me, or is his mouth like getting like spittier? I don't know if it might have always been that way and I just started noticing more recently, but it just sounds like Joe Biden. It sounds like Joe Biden with like the dentures.
And made in the United States. It's in a single month. That all took place in a single month. 9,000 new auto jobs. You haven't heard that in a long time.
Naomi.
After auto workers lost more than 27,000 auto jobs in the final year of Biden. These are also high-paying jobs. These are very prime jobs. The ISM Manufacturing Survey and the S&P Manufacturing Survey have also confirmed that our administration is presiding over a brand new domestic manufacturing boom after major collapse under Biden. It was a collapse. All he did is keep adding new government jobs, which are not the jobs you want. We're trying to shrink government and grow the private sector. That's what we've been doing. Under the final 2 years of Biden, 1 in every 4 jobs created in America was a government job. That's a tremendous percentage. But under the first full month of President Trump, which we haven't even gotten started yet, an incredible 93% of all job gains were in the private sector. So that statistic just came out. Big gains for...
I think what we just read a minute ago said that part just was totally untrue. Didn't it? It said that part just wasn't true at all, right? Am I misremembering this? The government jobs thing, the percentage for Biden.
Native-born Americans, for the first time in 15 months, the job gains for native-born Americans, for American people born in America, exceeded job gains for...
I don't know how to like a vertical stream. You just double tap the screen. You can go to like, there's normally 3 dots at the top. You can click the 3 dots and like it that way as well. But yeah, normally you just have to, you can just double tap the screen. That's the easiest way to do it.
Migrant and foreign-born workers. This is the first time that's happened in more than 15 months. Employment for native-born workers went up by 284,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. Now, you've heard the same stat where foreign workers were taking up all the jobs or almost all the jobs. In some cases, literally all of the jobs. And now it's 284,000 native-born jobs here, people born in our country, 284.
You guys remember that? You guys remember when people said that all of the jobs were being, or nearly all of the jobs were being taken by immigrants? You guys remember that thing that everybody was saying? You heard it all the time from people that weren't neo-Nazis. You heard it from just normal people who would definitely say that sort of thing, and they weren't even Nazis. You remember that?
4,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. First time that's happened in a long time. So these are incredible numbers, and they're very early. I mean, you know, we're here for 5 weeks, but we have been talking about it since the big win in November 5th.
Yeah, when it comes to this pizza job, I am building back better, and I'm doing it with very strong borders. And any foreigners that come into my pizza place, I kick them out pretty quick. Been very successful at that. Yesterday, we had a 78% rate for building new pizzas. We are breaking records. It is a record, some would say. Some people have told me that was an all-time record for the Tom Foolery Show to get 78% yesterday.
So a lot of these people, they listen to us speak and they say, well, I'm going to gear up, and they're gearing up. And so they've been gearing up. They've had a little time.
And
it's not
they're
just
gearing up.
It's not just 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks plus a few months. And they are.
See, you guys hear it, right? It's 5 weeks plus a few months. Is that new? Or have I just never... There's a lot of times where I notice people sound a certain way, they talk a certain way, and I just never notice. And that's been like a thing with Trump a ton of times, where all of a sudden I hear him talk in a certain way, and I'm like, wait, has he always talked like that?
You know, they put it into effect pretty quickly. They have confidence that what I'm saying is going to happen. So with that, I'd like to ask a highly respected gentleman, Kevin Hassett. He's been with us for a long time, and he's been right about a lot.
His
We had the
name
greatest
is Hassett?
economy in history in the first term, and Kevin was a big part of it.
His name is Asset? He's literally an asset? That's awesome.
So, Kevin, could you maybe give it a little description, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I think that the three things that you emphasized during the campaign is that you wanted to create domestic, high-paying manufacturing jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact, unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, that employment would go down because no Americans would take those jobs. And if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired. Manufacturing jobs are going up.
He sounds like a guy from The Office. I would have sworn he was the guy from The Office. I can't remember his name, but he was like the real skinny guy who came with the new woman boss. He was like her like assistant, where he like carried her dogs around all the time and kept them on a leash. And he's like he's done pretty well as far as like getting into comedy and shit like that. No, not Dwight. Like real tall, like lanky, skinny guy. He came in the later seasons after Michael left. Sounds just like him.
Up. And this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's in April when your Reciprocal Trade Act is expected to happen. The tax cuts haven't passed yet. And so people are clearly expecting the golden age. And if you want to forecast the future numbers, everybody, just keep in mind that President Trump has already gotten us $1.7 trillion in commitments of new factories. And those haven't even happened yet. Those aren't even in the numbers. And so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of a golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, you know, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of. But under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear
tariff.
They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down.
Yeah, Gabe. I think that was it. Gabe. I kept trying to think. I remember he like dated somebody in the show. And I couldn't remember who he dated, but yeah, Gabe. That guy sounded just like Gabe. The tall, lanky, skinny guy.
Down trees in order to build the firewalls, and those trees are sold. But we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%. Nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers. So that's not going to happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff, unless
250%. There's like no way that that's true. 250%? Is that real? For real? 250%? For real? That just seems like cartoonishly large. Like, yeah.
Unless they drop it. And that's what reciprocal means.
Oh.
And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair. Never has been fair. And they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody, and that stops now. I had it stopped in my first term.
I saw a bunch of farmers saying that they're leaving MAGA today. That Trump's tariffs are making it to where they literally cannot even stay in business, and that there's big like farmer organizations that have dropped Trump and are now completely protesting him.
And we're going to really stop it now, because this has been very.
I don't know how like large that is, or how like effective that is in reality. Because yeah, it could be like really small groups. It's like I keep talking about this, like literally every day you watch some like lefty progressive media thing where they're like, yeah, Trumpers are jumping ship at record rates. They're done with him, blah, blah, blah. But then every time you watch right-wing media, they're like, all the liberals realized how wrong they were, and they're all coming over to our side at record rates. It's like, okay, I have no idea. Like, I feel like everybody's just lying. I feel like nobody's leaving their sides. Everybody's still where they were before, and if anybody moves from one side to the other, there's probably an equal and opposite reaction from the inverse side. So
unfair. Our country, from an economic standpoint and financial standpoint and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. You know, we do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally.
I was about to say, if you can't sell anything into India, it's not almost restrictive. Like that just is not just like, not even a little restrictive. That's just as restrictive as one could possibly get. Like, I don't know, you can't sell anything in there, then I don't think you could be more restrictive.
Finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States, and they have taken it, but they're not taking advantage when I'm in charge. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries.
True. What historian you guys think he got that from? So, should we look that up? The EU was formulated initially to take advantage of the United States. What do you guys, what do you say? How many how many people you think are going to agree with that one? We're going to find some sources on that one. We reached out to the White House. We got no response.
America will be very strong. And, you know, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do, because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now, we've already had 5 major automobile companies.
Again, he's the one who signed the last trade agreement. So, like, if he thinks it was that destructive and that horrible, well, that's what I've been saying. So, glad he agrees. Donald Trump and his last presidency was very destructive to manufacturing jobs. So, glad we're on the same page on that one.
First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term, actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything. Like such a stupid thing to do. Not even a believable thing.
How could
But
you?
we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest.
And then you ended up getting way more manufacturing jobs than Trump. Why did you? Oh man, they were rocking and rolling, and then you ended up setting records in manufacturing jobs. Biden, why did you do? Oh, it's just mean. It's just rude. Huh.
Biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in, and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. That one plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. You know, we used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. And
is Intel not doing well? Is Intel not doing well? I didn't know this. I thought Intel was killing it. I thought they were still at like the top of the game. Okay, Google. Is Intel losing stock?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Cody tipped $10. Awesome show Tom Pipo PLS Pape PLS.
Oh. What does that mean? English? Anybody? Thank you, Cody, for the $10. We got a little bit of time left, guys. We're going to fill up the donos. We're at the $15 now.
We gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us. And I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily. But so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars.
I think that is true. I don't know if they have chips in the brakes. I don't know about that. But I do know that they are like they use computers pretty heavily to to decide whether or not they're going to put in I can't remember what it's called, but like a controlled braking to where it's not gonna overly do it or underdo it based on the terrain that you're on and the like how fast you're going and all that. If anyone would really press him on this answers, he would look like a fucking moron. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point. Is that yeah, he doesn't ever know what he's talking about, and this is why like every time a news organization or a reporter or a journalist reaches out to them and says like, hey, where did you get this information from? You made this quote. Like, can you tell us where this guy? They never respond. They never respond. This like I remember this during the Biden administration is like always reading like an article and then they would say and then we reached out to the Biden administration and blah they said that this that and the other and blah blah blah, but it's always with the Trump administration. We reached out to the Trump administration and asked them where they got these numbers from and they never got back with a comment. So like just make it up, dude. Just make it up. That's all it's pretty easy. Pretty easy to just make shit up.
In this country, and we'll be taking back a big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too, but a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it,
these numbers,
and I said it a little bit,
so many
but
numbers.
The fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say.
Oh.
And so these numbers really reflect a lot of the...
He takes so much pride in this, whereas, yep, I told them what to do, and they did it. I tell them they have to do this, and then they do it, because I'm in charge. I did win the presidency. I don't know if you guys have seen the meme of, like, Joffrey, where he keeps saying like, I'm the king, and they're like, any king who has to keep reminding people that he's the king is no king. Like, this is just Donald Trump every single day. I'm president. I won. I get to be in charge.
A lot of things that took place since November 5th, right? So, Kevin, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you?
The large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor
The
market.
large-scale fentanyl what?
No, I think...
Now we know why he's slurring so much, why he's got so much spittle in his mouth. He's got that Fenty on his mind. That makes sense now, yes. It's all that fentanyl that's making him talk like this and barely able to open up his mouth.
I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people.
You can't just do
You
it.
look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place.
They're all over.
And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list from the bottom of the list, and actually save us money. But not, it's too important. to even
actually
talk
save
about
us
the
money.
It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, and Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people, but they're very high on their list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one.
This is true. We've talked about this, that like we do spend a lot of money per student. And that is like one of our worst statistics, especially when it comes to education. I don't know. One of my problems is that like I don't know what the fix is. So I've had like a number of conversations with people about the Department of Education. I don't know what the fix is. Like, we're not allowed to like have a federal curriculum. It's like in our Constitution that education has to be left up to the states, and so they can do like some things where they have like requirements, like you have to pass this test, you have to do, you know, this, you have to have like this much reading, or you have to have like, you know, they have like some minimum requirements that they do. That doesn't tell you exactly what the curriculum is going to be, but it does say like, hey, they have to know how to do this, like at least, like they gotta at least be able to do this. But the reason that like Republicans don't like the Department of Education has nothing to do with education. It has literally nothing to do with education. It is all social issues. It's like, oh, the Department of Education says that we're not going to get federal funding if we, you know, tell trans people they're not allowed to use like certain bathrooms. So we don't like the Department of Education anymore. Like they're taking funding from schools for trans people, and we don't like it, you know, or they'll make them take in immigrants or crap like that. Like there's a bunch of different things the Department of Education does, and it's just mainly all like social issues that makes them really dislike the Department of Education. And that's why when he says, you know, yeah, we're just going to get rid of the Department of Education, like that's why all the Republicans get super excited. They're like, oh yeah, no more trans in our kids. But that's it. It's not, I don't know. There's just not like a whole lot that I even know that we can do. And I don't know that there's a whole lot that I would want it to do, because even like the idea of the federal government being able to like dictate curriculum and stuff like that, I don't think that I would want something like that. I do think that like having more localized education and curriculums is probably necessary within our country. It's just, I don't know. It feels like we have to have something better. It feels like we gotta have something better. Like even I argued with this with somebody a while ago, where like China has like a federal curriculum. Somebody kept saying, no, they don't. They don't have a federal curriculum. Like almost every first world country has federal curriculums. They may not dictate the entire curriculum, but they do have curriculums that they're dictating on you know, and mandating on a federal level. So that's yesterday when I got up to, what was it, 78%, I got really close to winning the game yesterday. I was at 78% of the map, And when I lost, I had 36 kills. I believe. I think it was 36 kills when I lost yesterday. I finally died after like, I don't know, an hour. I don't remember. It's 45 minutes, I think is what it was. It was 45 minutes. I have 37 kills right now. So I've already gotten more kills in this game than I had in my best game.
One thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the bottom of the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, the joint address, millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week, where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much because these numbers are coming out. We're here for just a little over 4 weeks. And these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance. I solved a little bit of that because I have respect for our auto companies, and I gave them a little bit of a 1-month reprieve because it was unfair, although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S.
That is such fucking bullshit, dude. That is such bullshit. It just spawned. Oh, I don't even have the fucking game up. Oh, shit. I don't even have the game up. I took it down. Oh, no. I was looking at my phone. I was like, dude, I can't believe that happened. And wait, where's the game? Oh, it's not even there. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Because I wanted to see the replay of it. I was like, dude, I was right there, and it just spawned right in the middle of my line. Just killed me. Just like that. Numbers like this have never been seen. Yep. It's somebody told me, one of my friends told me the other day, this is the greatest numbers anybody's ever seen. Lying? Psh, bitch. You can 41%. All right. And you can see there it says yesterday 78% right there. Best score. 78%. Today 41%. How many kills? 38. Losers 38. Read it and weep. 38 kills. I just did that. Me, not you. I did it. Because you suck. I'm awesome. Bitch. Alright, I'm sick of listening to this.
Senator from Connecticut.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan.
Cool story.
And one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history.
All right, so we're moving on to this. This is apparently them breaking down Trump and Musk's rampage of open corruption. So it says, this is from Forbes. It says, Murphy breaks down Trump and Musk's rampage of open corruption, likens them to Russian oligarchs. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Before I play this, I need to... I think Z King was supposed to send me something. Oh, yeah, here we go. Thank you, Ali. So, yeah, so this is Gabe. This is who I was talking about.
All right, he's on his way up. Okay, we ready?
What do you want us to do?
Why do I...
Okay, that's so weird. Just go away.
No.
No. How far away is the sun?
So that guy, the one who said, how far away is the sun?
Jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, that employment would go down because no one...
Okay, let me think. Serious candidates to get through today, so.
Am I not a serious
Your department's just you, right?
Yes, Jim, but I am not easy to manage.
Great. You go if that's what it takes.
Oh, that's right. He dated her. That's right. I liked her too. I liked her. If there was one chick on The Office that I liked, it was her. For sure. I don't remember her name. But yes, she was my favorite. Everybody else always like, oh, Pam. Dude, they've programmed you to like Pam. I'm not a fucking NPC. I'm not all into Pam, okay? Aaron, yes. Aaron, they don't program you to like Aaron, okay? Aaron, so Pam is dating like the cool Chad guy, right? Aaron is dating fucking Jim Halpert, right? She's dating the cool guy, the only person in the entire office who doesn't have any problems, who's not quirky, who's not weird, who's not fucking psycho. She's dating the only guy there who's not a fucking insane person, right? Meredith, I would have said that too. Spartacus, if you had said, who do you think I would have said, oh, Spartacus, Meredith, 100%.
I'm sorry, you were just not both.
I've been with a bunch of girls where that's basically all they want to do. In case you can't read my poker face, we will be reviewing our sales policy.
No Americans would take those jobs. And if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired. Manufacturing jobs are going up.
Same voice.
And this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's an
Same voice. Yeah, eventually Aaron did other shows, and they were horseshit. They were horrible. They were not funny. They were not good. And she, look, the like quirky, awkward, quiet girl was like okay for The Office, but then when that's literally who she plays in every single show afterwards, doesn't work. Holy shit, Tom, you're right. I know. One's in chat if y'all hear it. Those are the same exact voices. Same exact voices. One's in chat. Two's in chat if you're a loser.
New findings from Public Citizen reveal that the Trump administration...
What the hell? I was gonna say they go find like leftist Justin Bieber, but it's not even Justin Bieber. Who's the rapper who died who used to date Ariana Grande? He was such a great guy. Oh, everybody loves him. So good. Who was that guy again? What was his name? I don't know. I never watched the U.S. Office. Okay. Mac Miller, yeah. Yes, they went and got a leftist Mac Miller. For TYT.
New findings from Public Citizen reveal that the Trump administration has already halted or moved to dismiss enforcement investigations in cases against 89 corporations, according to a new report. Those moves include all 42 corporations facing Consumer Financial Protection Bureau cases and investigations, 20 corporations.
He keeps saying those moves. There's a video that I'm trying to think of where a guy, his parents are getting a divorce, and the dad keeps saying something to the mom, and the kid keeps repeating it like I don't like your moves. I don't like your moves. You don't have fresh moves. And the kid's like, yeah, you don't have fresh moves, Mom. What is it? That's not what he says. He says something like that. You guys, you know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Quit playing. Don't act like I'm stupid here. Falling down? Well, I don't know. I don't know. We got 30 minutes left on the clock, ladies and germs. We're $10 short. No clue? What? Your moves are weak. That's what they say. Your moves are weak. You don't know this, your moves are weak.
Roger? Roger?
What do you want, bitch?
How dare you?
Yeah, I said it.
How dare you?
Yeah, I said it.
How dare you?
I don't even care. And he agrees with me. Oh, yeah, what do you want, bitch?
Will you shut the fuck up? Who do you think you are?
I'm the man of the house. Dad, I'm the boy of the house.
Will you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, okay, Dad.
What has gotten into this family?
You're not fam anymore. Yeah, you're not fam anymore.
You're not fam anymore.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, really? Why's that?
Because your moves are weak, babe, okay?
Yeah, your moves are weak.
Okay, bitch?
Your moves are
don't
weak.
call her bitch.
But Dad, I mean, come on.
I'm not your dad.
Honey,
what are you doing?
I'm telling him once and for all, right?
What do you mean? I'm not your dad. You were adopted.
What? No, what? What? No.
Look at your hair and then look at mine. Mom, what are you doing?
Let me handle this, okay, bitch? Yeah, fam only.
I am your mother.
No, you're not. Not anymore. We decided you're out.
Will you shut the fuck up with that, please? Jesus
This is the
Christ.
best one.
Why am I not fam anymore? I'm not your fucking dad, okay? Look at you.
I look exactly like you, dude.
You look like a bird. He does not look like a bird.
Will you shut the fuck up? Yeah, this is a family issue, okay? This is a family issue, you bitch.
What did I tell you about calling your mother a bitch? Why am I not fam anymore?
Because your moves are weak.
Because your moves are weak.
Because your moves are weak.
What?
Your moves are weak, Mom.
Will you stop calling her mom?
But Dad,
I'm not your dad, and she's not your mom. He's right.
What?
Come on, fam. We're not your fam. That's right.
What? We're fam, right?
No, you're adopted. I'm not your fucking dad.
Yeah, we found you. In a park, on a swing set. You were taped to it.
What?
This family doesn't want me. You know what?
I'm out of here.
What do you mean? My wife and I are getting a divorce.
Dad, I'm not your fucking dad.
Mom, come on.
She's not your mom. I'm not your fucking mom, okay?
But, Dad, what about the moves?
There were no moves.
There were no moves. Dad, come on. Watch how you're talking to him.
What?
That's my adopted son, okay?
What the fuck is going on? Okay, I know.
Yeah, you don't talk to him like that.
He's my adopted son, too. Okay?
Not anymore. I'm leaving.
What?
You're leaving Mom?
She's not your fucking mom.
What do you mean? You guys are getting into a divorce? I'm leaving with Mark. I like penis now.
What you're gay? Oh, you like penis now?
Yeah, I like big fat penis, okay?
Dad, what the fuck?
What's going on?
Well, hopefully it's bigger than yours.
Oh, it is. Bigger than, both of ours are bigger than yours.
What the frick am I supposed to do? You're coming with me.
No, he's coming with me and Mark, okay?
No, I'm not going with you, Dad. You like penis.
There's nothing wrong with liking a little penis.
I thought you said it was a big penis.
It is a big penis. Mark's got the biggest penis in the world, besides mine.
It's so good, dude. There's nothing wrong with liking a little penis. I thought you said it was a big penis.
You said it was a big penis.
It is a big penis. Mark's got the biggest penis in the world, besides mine.
What am I supposed to do?
You're dying. You're dying.
What?
It's true. First I lose mom and dad. Then my dad's gay with Mark. He's got a big penis. Now I'm dying.
I'm not gay. He's not gay, son.
Son, I thought I was adopted.
You're not.
So you guys aren't getting a divorce?
No, we just wanted to make it easier on you.
We figured we've got this news and we just make things a little bit smoother. What, so you dropped a bomb that I'm divorced and you guys are getting adopted?
You're adopted. We're getting a divorce.
Wait, but I thought you said you weren't.
We're not. I'm just explaining it.
What? We just wanted to lighten the load.
We love you, son.
Am I dying?
Yes.
What?
You're just dying.
You're just dying. What do you mean?
You're just fucking dying, okay? Jesus, you're gonna die.
When?
I don't know. Someday. Everybody dies.
Are you? What? Are you dying? And you?
Yes. What the fuck? Don't they teach you this shit in school? I mean,
I'm gonna die?
Yeah. When you're old? Yeah.
What?
Word? No.
Your moves are weak. Your moves are weak, babe. Have you guys not seen this? This was one of like the greatest fucking videos. This is one of the greatest videos. How have you guys lived this long and not seen this? This guy was like a big Vine guy. Never seen it? Oh man. I only seen the second half. Yeah, so like a lot of people only see like bits and pieces of it because it was all put together in Vines. And so you would see like snippets of it in Vines, but that was the whole video that was uploaded to YouTube. 8 years ago, in 2016, and somehow Donald Trump saw this, and we watched Donald Trump get elected, and then Joe Biden get elected, and then Donald Trump get elected again before you ever even watched it one time. So... perspective. What is this?
The guy's here to fix the leak on your solid gold faucet.
Send them in. This place looks like the Liberace Museum.
Hey, I'm the prince of this city. When you're in my office, you treat me with respect.
Who did your decorating? Saddam Hussein?
I'll have you know this is all very classy stuff. And that painting of the tiger and the woman has got me laid on numerous occasions.
I didn't know gay dudes like tiger paintings.
Ooh.
Hey, you've crossed the line. I've killed people for less.
Looks like
he's trying to do like an Italian accent. I didn't know they like tiger paintings.
Hey, you've crossed the line. I've killed people for less.
Looks like you killed a squirrel to me and put it right on top of your head.
You're one to talk. Your hair looks exactly like mine.
Yeah, except my hair's supposed to look like this. I'm a janitor.
The guy's here to fix the leak on your solid gold faucet.
There.
Facing moves include all 42 corporations.
Your moves are weak. They're telling Donald Trump, sorry, bro, but your moves are weak.
Reveal that the Trump administration has already halted or moved to dismiss enforcement investigations and cases against 89 corporations, according to a new report. Those moves include all 42 corporations facing Consumer Financial Protection Bureau cases and investigations, 20 corporations facing Department of Justice and Securities and Exchange Commission cases and investigations into possible Foreign Corrupt Practices Act violations, 8 facing DOJ Civil Rights Division cases and investigations, including one dismissal of a case against Elon Musk's SpaceX, 7 corporations facing DOJ Environment and Natural Resources Division cases and investigations, 7 crypto corporations facing SEC cases and investigations, and 6 employers facing EEOC cases for discrimination against transgender and non-binary workers. And due to Trump's firings at the NLRB and EEOC,
so part of the problem right now is that I don't even know if any of these people can sue for any of these things if they took away all of their protections under the federal law. Like, if you're not like a protected class, you don't have like the rights that you had before. How do they sue? Like, what are you? What? How? It doesn't even work, right?
Regulatory bodies are unable to have a quorum to actually take any further action against these companies. Beyond the obvious corporate
a quorum? He just made that word up. That's the point. Yeah, but that's not like it doesn't. But that's the point though. Is that like it doesn't really work.
Sympathies from the right. Why is Trump's administration doing this? 34 corporate inauguration donors facing federal enforcement collectively gave at least $34 million toward Trump's inaugural festivities. These 34 corporations collectively face 60 separate federal investigations and lawsuits. Cenk, are you surprised here?
No, this is the swamp at its best/worst.
Ooh.
So if you think that
Cenk's had a pretty hard switch, dude. He was going pretty hard, sucking up to MAGA for a couple months there, and then now he seems to have come back down to well, I don't want to say come back to reality because it's still Cenk Uygur, but he's, you know, he's closer again than he was for those couple months. So a little strange with the pivots all over the place. Meanwhile, Anna Kasparian still doing the gay shit, still doing the grift.
a president coming in and getting rid of investigations for people who bribed him, I mean gave him campaign contributions or paid for his inauguration, is somehow helping the average American or is a populist thing to do? You just don't understand those concepts. Populism means you serve the average guy.
No, it doesn't. He doesn't understand those concepts. We've been over this 1,000 times. He does not understand what populism is. And it's obnoxious because he's supposed to be like the populist guy. He's supposed to be all about populism. But populism isn't about like what you get done or how you get like or like how you serve the people. That has nothing to do with populism. That's not related whatsoever. It's populism is about like how you lead a movement. And so if your movement is like the people versus some powerful group, and that's like the entire idea is that like we're going to take down the rich and powerful. We're going to represent the people and we're going to give them a voice again. And we're going to make it to where these people are going to pay for being rich and powerful. Like, then that's populism, right? So it's and then the way that I normally explain it is that like if it's left-wing populism, it's normally the people versus the elite. And then if it's right-wing populism, it's the people versus the establishment. And that if it's left-wing populism, they're going to talk a lot about, you know, taking down the rich and, you know, getting it's like it's economic populism where, yeah, they care about like getting benefits from the government, you know, taxing people at higher rates, you know, getting free healthcare. Like it's gonna be like economic stuff that they're worried about when it's left-wing populism. Whereas if it's right-wing populism, it's more about getting the like immigration stopped, like, you know, stopping the immigrants from coming into the country. It's going to be about the sorry, I'm having like a brain farts all of a sudden today. Yeah, but it's going to be about trans people. It's going to be about like cultural issues. And so the point is like it's about the rhetoric. That's what defines like a populist movement, is the type of rhetoric that you use. Do you use rhetoric that makes it sound like it's, you know, the people versus this powerful institution or this powerful group of people? Do you use rhetoric that says like it's us versus them? Do you use rhetoric that makes it to where like you're very you sound like you're the only one who can fix it because you're an outsider. You're somebody who's not part of the establishment. You're not an elite like those other guys. You're a real normal person who can come and help them. Like, because that's what Trump does, right? Trump does this all the time where he's like, oh, I'm just like you guys. I like construction workers. All my friends are construction workers. Those are my people. Those are the people that I like. They're real guys. They're real people. Those are the ones that I hang out with all the time. And yeah, he's doing this like, everyman sort of bit to where it doesn't matter that he's actually a billionaire in reality. It doesn't matter. What matters is that he uses the rhetoric that says he's an everyman and he represents the everyman and he knows what they want. That's what makes him populist. Cenk always does this thing where he's like, you're not a real populist because you don't actually do populist legislation. There's no such thing as populist legislation. Like, that's not a thing. This populism is just about the rhetoric. It's about the movement.
Not the guys who gave you $34 million. And remember, these guys, when they rip people off, who are they ripping off? They're ripping off the average taxpayers. So he's literally letting his donors rob you. And guys, again, tip of the iceberg here. There's so many other stories where they've taken away they defunded all the police on Wall Street. They've taken away but forget the deregulation is already terrible. Oh, we were going to take the lead out of the pipes. We won't.
Oh, MAGA is all about defunding the police. Whoa, Donald Trump defunded the police. Yo, that's great. That is a great line, dude. They defunded the police. So where BLM talked about defunding the police, they never actually did it. The Democrats never actually defunded the police, but Donald Trump did. Donald Trump did. He defunded the police. He is farther left than BLM and those commies. I say this all the time, though, like, because they're populist, I always say that, like, MAGA and, far left people like Hasan Piker or, Cenk Uygur, like, all of these people have more in common than any of them do with moderates. Like, and it's true because of the populist rhetoric and because of the stuff about, like, draining the swamp and, getting money out of politics and, stopping the lobbyists and, big pharma and big tech and all this, like all the bigs, that they definitely have way more in common with somebody like Hasan in a communist than they would with somebody like me, who's more of like, in the middle and like more in the center. It's funny because those are the people that they supposedly hate the most, and they think everybody's a communist. They think everybody's a bad communist guy. But the MAGA agrees with communists more than I do. But they'll call me a fucking commie. They have no idea that they are much closer to a commie than I am.
Your kids will get brain damage. Oh, congratulations on your deregulation. Tax cuts, terrible, right? But when they literally end investigations of wrongdoing, they're just saying it. Yeah, like, we don't mind if you're ripped off the average American.
Yeah, did they mention the what was his name? Corey or something Adams, the mayor from New York? They literally just threw his entire case away. That was fucking bullshit. That was such bullshit, dude. Democrat mayor from New York engaged in all this fucking corruption that there was like no question about it. And then Trump just comes in and just throws it all away. Fucking wild, dude. Eric
because
Adams,
we're in that business. This ain't populism. This is the exact opposite. Corporate rule. By the way, one more quick thing here for now. Public Citizen, great job. They've been doing a fantastic job throughout. Whenever I see any group on the left that's actually productive and constructive, oh my God, it's soothing to the soul. So support Public Citizen if you can. And then on the media front, David Sirota's Lever and Ryan Grimm's Drop Site News, Ken Klippenstein, all doing actual great reporting, finding out the wrongdoings. If all the Democratic leadership did was read those publications and look at Public Citizen, they'd already be 200 steps ahead of where they are today.
This is driving me crazy. People like TYT, Kyle Kowinski, all of these different progressive groups. I can't stand them because they keep doing this where they're like, oh, Democrats are doing nothing. The do nothing Democrats out here doing nothing again, just doing nothing like they always do nothing. Like it's so old and fucking dried up, dude. Like all of the shit that they're sitting there like, why won't they do this? They are doing all the things that you're expecting of them. They're doing all of it. The last time we listened to Kyle talk about this shit, he was sitting there to why won't Democrats come out and do press conferences? That's what the Republicans did. We have Hakeem Jeffries over here saying he's not going to do anything because the Republicans have all the power, which is not what he said. He just said that there's nothing they can do. He didn't say he's not going to do anything. But then, he's like, well, they won't actually do anything about this. They're just going to roll over and play dead while the Republicans get to take over all of the government, and they're just going to let them do it because they're just the do-nothing Democrats. And it's like, what did you want of them? And Republicans would be out here talking, doing press conferences every day and calling them out and doing a bunch of tweets and putting out a full court press on in the media. Is literally what Hakeem Jeffries has been doing this entire time. He's been I feel like he's been doing a press conference a day, like a press conference every day. And then even if you listen to AOC, when we listened to her video where she was like, hey, everybody, don't freak out. There's a lot going on. The Democrats are working on this. And so I'll tell you, we just got a long list of stuff that Hakeem Jeffries wants us to be working on. And this is all the stuff that us as Democrats were doing to kind of make sure that Trump doesn't get away with this stuff and blah, blah, blah. Even AOC is coming out and saying this stuff. And this is their candidate. Kyle Kowinski and Cenk Uygur are the ones who literally helped AOC get elected with, I think it's called Progressive PAC or something like that. But some sort of PAC that they started to help get more progressive politicians in the Congress. And so, they helped AOC get elected. And they don't, even when she's out here talking about this stuff and telling them what it is the Democrats are doing, they still don't even listen. They don't listen to her, and they don't, they're not going to listen to anything that she has to say about the fact that the Democrats aren't just doing nothing. They are doing things. They just want to complain about Democrats nonstop. They're always going to complain about Democrats, and then every time you ask them, well, what do you want them to do? It's all of the shit that they are doing. It's all the shit that they are doing and that they've been doing the entire time. It gets so old, dude. It gets so old. Get over it, bro. You're just wrong. You're just wrong about Democrats, okay? You guys suck. You guys have done absolutely nothing. And that's what they say. That's the worst part about this, is that's what Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kowinski say all the time. What have Democrats done? What have they done? They haven't done anything for anybody in a decade. They haven't helped anyone. It's like, what have you guys done? What have progressives done? You guys literally have had numerous elections with Bernie Sanders where you keep losing. You guys have lost every election that your PAC has tried to get somebody elected in, except for 2. You guys have done nothing. The do-nothing Democrats are the ones who have done all of this shit. You guys do nothing except for sit around, whine, and complain, and just show how completely detached from reality you are. I get so annoyed with these people, dude. And I know that there's people here who like Kyle Kowinski and TYT and shit like that, but this is why I can't stand them. This is one of the reasons, though, I just cannot stand them, and they drive me fucking crazy, is because they keep doing shit like this. It's so annoying. Gets so old, dude.
Yeah. And Wired reported the other day that Trump is apparently charging $5 million.
And I guess I went off on that rant to say that, they're saying, oh, if Democrats would just talk about this stuff. Yes, they have been talking about it, dude. They're all talking about it. They are all talking about it. Literally, we're about to go over another thing where they give like a full presentation about all of the things that Musk and Trump are doing with Doge, and like all of the financial fraud that they're engaging in, and all of the corruption that they're engaging in. Like we're literally about to go over another presentation in the House, where they talk about this shit again. But I don't know why they just don't cover it. They never cover it. I don't get it. I don't get it, dude.
Dollars from corporate leaders to meet with him privately at Mar-a-Lago. $5 million for a meeting. And
like I think that it really is just propaganda. I think that for people like Kyle Kowinski and Cenk Uygur, they need their PAC to be successful, and they're not running against Republicans. They're not running against Republicans. Their PACs are running against Democrats. They're running against establishment Democrats, DNC Democrats. And so in order for their PACs to be successful, they have to talk a lot of shit about Democrats. They have to talk a lot of shit about Democrats to make Democrats look bad. And they are a poison to Democrats right now, while Democrats are out here fighting against MAGA. The people like TYT and Kyle Kowinski have been a poison for the Democratic Party and for the left. They are just doing nothing but causing more problems and more division, and making it less likely for Democrats to be able to win elections, because they literally just sit around complaining about shit that's not even happening, dude. It's not even happening. Like, if it's real shit that you're complaining about, I don't care. Complain about it all day. I don't care. Like, if the Democrats are actually doing it, go ahead. Complain about it. I know I will, but it's never anything real. It's always some bullshit.
Nuplex _ tipped $5.
Thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go. So what, we got $5 to go, and we got 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. I got you for 3 minutes of playtime. We got to get $5 more to keep the stream going. $5? $5! $5 a month! I need to get those on like a sound pad or whatever it's called. $5.
You heard?
Where's the $5 million going? You know, I didn't see that story.
Directly to Trump.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Come on.
I mean, guys, this is just out and out bribery. So look, the Coinbase guy, I can't let it go. He pays $75 million.
They're trying to do what MAGA did to the neocons. Sure, but the problem is that they didn't do that for like years, right? MAGA didn't do that to neocons for years. MAGA did that when Donald Trump won an election, right? When they actually had some like leverage, they actually had some power. Sure, then MAGA started doing all this shit. But before that, they weren't doing it. These guys have been doing this for a decade.
Mantis tipped $5.
$5! Thank you, Mantis, for the $5 dono. Well, let's get some cheers in chat. And Bucky. All right, well, we're starting off the next round with another $5. And an offensive stereotypical accent. Let's go. Thank you, Bucky and Mantis. Cheers in chat for those two. $5. But yeah, the difference between like the progressive PACs and MAGA is that MAGA actually had some wins. They actually had some like electoral leverage, whereas these guys haven't gotten that. They haven't gotten any leverage. And
Zed King tipped $5. Read my comment.
To be fair, sometimes Dems do stuff that no one asked for that isn't helpful, so that's why people still complain. But you're right, Dems are doing more. That makes me happy. I guess maybe. I don't know that they're doing stuff that nobody asked for. Like I don't know what like an example of that would even be, but but yeah, I was saying that like with the stuff with MAGA is that yeah, they had Trump in power. They had a lot of leverage in that case. Whereas these guys have consistently lost elections. They kept putting all of their money in on Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders kept getting fucking wrecked. And then they would turn around and act like it was corrupt. Everything's corrupt. They fucking stole the election from him. Everything was the Democrats just making it to where he wasn't allowed to win, and they stole the election from him. They cheated, and it's like, all right, guys, like you can't play this fucking game every single time. Like, at what point do you just say people don't want you? Like, at what point do you just realize like, oh, okay, like yeah, people just don't want our shit.
What do you think of Parker Jeetajub?
I don't know what that is. Oh wait, are you talking about, is Parker the TikToker? Parker get a job? Wait, I don't know what that is. Jeetajub? Yeah, he's the TikToker. Yeah, the political guy. I like him. I think we've said here over a couple of times. Like, yeah, it's Parker over that other blonde kid. I can't remember his name, but the one that we keep making fun of for being a little soy. What's his name? I just subbed to him the other day. Yeah, I've liked Parker for a while. He's everything I've ever seen him in, he's done really well. Yeah, Dean Withers. Yeah, Dean. Yeah, we've said for a while. Parker over Dean all day. All day. Parker over Dean and Parker over that other soy kid. The one that's doing the show with the crazy MAGA chick with the dark hair. Luke Beasley, yeah. Yeah, no. Parker over Luke Beasley. Parker over Dean. Maybe Luke over Dean, actually. Yeah. I think I might make. Yeah, I think I would take Luke over Dean because yeah. Yeah, I think I would. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell. I was going to say all the things that we criticize, Dean for, Parker hits all of those same spots as well, where he complains a lot about calling things gay or saying slurs or shit like that, which I'm not, like, I don't have a problem with people, like, explaining the issues with these things or anything. I just think that they can do it in, like, an overly soy way sometimes, where they just, it comes off soy. If you will. No, I like Luke. Yeah, I don't really like him. I don't really like him. We watched that the debate with Pondering Politics and Luke Beasley, and it was on with like Myron and Andrew Wilson, right? And Luke really just, I think that Luke did a great job against. No, I don't. Never mind. I don't think that Luke did a very good job against Tim Pool. But I think that he was correct, and Tim just soyed out so fucking hard that he gave Luke a massive W. But I think that Luke was missing like so much there. It was really like fucking it up left and right the entire time, and just got really lucky that that Tim just ended up going full schizo in that conversation. Because, yeah, I think that he pretty royally fucked that one up. And then, yeah, and then the conversation with Myron Gaines, Andrew Wilson, he just came off as just like, yes, a little kid in a room with a bunch of adults. He came off as like just an annoying little kid who would not shut the fuck up. And I know everybody got annoyed with Myron and Andrew telling him to shut up over and over and being like, bro, quiet, the adults are talking. But they started saying that after I was saying it, after I was sitting here like, bro, he needs to shut the fuck up. Like, he just needs to get out of the way, dude. Like, the adults are talking. Damn.
To some scam Trump crypto company that the Trump family owns, and they go, you're investing.
Adam Mockler? I don't know who that is.
Investigation of Coinbase dropped. How's that not a bribe? And that's not even a campaign contribution. That's not even a legalized bribe. That's just giving it to Donald Trump, and then he drops the charges against you. He's literally for the criminals.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's so ironic that their top complaint was, oh, the left wants to defund the police. And now they're saying, oh, the police, screw the police, let all the white collar criminals go. He's like Bane, but except he's just letting the white collar criminals go. Gotham is yours.
So there's another thing from the joint address that stood out. So
that actually is kind of funny because, yeah, it is like Bane, where he just lets all the white collar criminals go so that they all come work for him. Like, they all come help him with his shit now. Like, he just lets them all out. That's pretty good.
You all might remember the young kid who wants to be a cop. They made him an honorary Secret Service agent. He has or had brain cancer. And Trump said, oh, he likely got cancer because he was exposed to chemicals as a child. One day prior, Trump's DOJ sought to dismiss a case against a cancer-causing emitter of pollution in Louisiana. They know it is causing cancer. They know that the chemicals that this plant is releasing is causing cancer, and they're just going to let this corporation off the hook. So they're fine using a kid and his unfortunate.
I plan on, so I was saying earlier, I did the video today. You guys didn't see it, it's up on my Twitter, but and it's pinned to the top of the chat right now. But I did a video where I went over like all the hypocrisies and bullshit from Trump at the congressional speech the other day, and just kind of went over like all the dumb shit that they did. And it's just like a short, like 5-minute video. But I'm probably going to remake it into a video essay, and I'm probably gonna get that done later. Later tonight, probably. So when I say, like, yeah, there's a bunch of other shit that I could be doing, that is one that is definitely chief among them. Is I'm I'm planning on why I totally lost control of my mouse thing. But yeah, I want to go and turn that into just a full video essay. And these are some of the things that I'll probably end up mentioning, is some of the stuff that they're going over now, because it's mostly about like the hypocrisies between the two, between like what it is that he said at the congressional speech. But that would be a great point about the stuff with the kid, is that, like, yeah, not only did they drop charges in the case where they were supposed to be stopping chemicals like the ones that kid was affected by, but on top of that, they also are getting rid of cancer research funding for children. So, like, they don't actually give a fuck about that kid. Tom, did you do the Destiny doc? What is that? Never heard of it.
Cancer as a prop, they're just not going to do anything to prevent any future cases. It's just it's so lazy, it's so corrupt, it's so brazen.
One more quick thing on that. As I told you earlier in the show too, they also cut billions from cancer research. A judge put a pause on it because it was so egregious, but they tried. So, look at this kid with cancer. And and I said, I would stand up and applaud. That was a super heartwarming story. But now the rest of this.
When you say the Destiny doc, are you talking about the like document that has all of the stuff about Destiny's like court cases and everything, and all of the responses and that shit?
Story. But we cut cancer research and we...
Yeah, the Destiny Pixie doc. Yeah, I did it. Wait. Oh, you have it already? I have it somehow. Okay. Yeah, I made that.
Allowed corporations that cause cancer to keep going. Hey, that was your deregulation. Remember, deregulation just means laws. Every time they brag about deregulating, what they're saying is we're taking away laws that prevent white-collar criminals from robbing you or hurting you. So wow, what a thing to be proud of.
Yeah, and it's just to protect you. It's to protect you. And if they don't have those in place, they'll just factor in any potential lawsuit or settlement into their production costs, knowing that you could be harmed after the product hits market. So it's callous, it's soulless, it's just sociopathic.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Okay, so yeah, this is what I was talking about right here. This guy is getting ready to go over a chart talking about this
I'm
stuff.
a big Boston Red Sox fan, and one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history is Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was a good baseball player, but he had a habit of doing some pretty ridiculous things on the field and off the field that were really detrimental to the team. Some really bizarre on-field behavior, cutting off throws from other outfielders before they got to the infield, bizarre off-the-field behavior that disrupted the team. It became so regular that a phrase was adopted amongst the Red Sox fans. That's just Manny being Manny. And over the years, it just was accepted that every year Manny Ramirez was going to do a whole bunch of stuff that was really detrimental to the team. And over time, it just kind of became accepted that that was a fact of life, a way of life with Manny Ramirez.
Yep.
And as time went on,
I had him on my fantasy team. He was rough sometimes because he was so good. Every time he played, he was so good, but he would get suspended so often that it was such a like a give and take in a gamble where like you go get him and you're like, damn, I hope he plays like at least half the season. I hope he's there for at least a good bit of it, because it's Manny, so who knows?
Reacted less hostily. It barely got noticed in some cases when he was engaged in these detrimental forms of conduct. And I tell that story because it stands for, a kind of universal concept. When bad behavior gets normalized, it no longer feels like bad behavior, even if that behavior is hurting people. Today, the world is littered with corrupt governments. Governments where the leaders and the really rich men who surround the leaders, the oligarchs, they steal from people. That's what they do. The leaders and the leaders' friends just keep a hand constantly in the government treasury, and they steal taxpayer dollars. They rig the rules of the economy in order to make themselves fabulously rich. They hurt the citizens of those countries. Vladimir Putin, for instance, has never had a job outside of government, but he's reportedly worth $200 billion. One of his many houses cost $1.4 billion to build. Supposedly, the landscaping costs on an annual basis for that house are $2 million alone. That $1.4 billion house was paid for by money he stole from the Russian treasury. In other words, he stole it from the Russian people.
Yeah, well, Vladimir Zelensky took his wife on shopping sprees in New York, and she got really nice designer jackets with the United States money. They sold tanks and rockets to Mexican cartels at the U.S. border so that he could go and buy Doge and Gabbana shoes and shoelaces.
Putin and his friends
And that's
have
a
been
fact,
doing
yeah.
it for so long and doing it so openly and brazenly. Putin, for instance, wears a watch.
Sounds legit. That's why I got on. Oh, okay. You guys, when you guys were talking about the TikTok, you were talking about the one that I got kicked off of earlier. Wrestling. That's what you were talking about, right? You're talking about the one that banned me. I forgot about that one. Okay. When you guys said that you were watching, you weren't talking about my show. You were talking about the panel that I went on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was rough, dude. So initially, I went in there and there was like nobody watching. And the lady had a prompt up on her screen that said like, do you support sending money to Ukraine? And so I said, yeah, I support sending money to Ukraine. And she's like, well, why? Why would you support sending money to Ukraine when Zelensky is just going to go and take his wife on expensive shopping sprees with our money? Why? I don't want to pay for that. If you want to pay for that, that's on you. And I'm like, that didn't happen. But hold on. I need to go eat real quick. So give me like 5 minutes and I'll go eat. And then I'll come back. Okay, I didn't take 5 minutes. I took more like 30 minutes. Okay. By the time I came back, she had a full panel of fucking retards who were arguing some of the dumbest shit. But when I came in the first time, there was nobody else on there. I really wanted to argue about funding Ukraine. But when I came back, they were arguing about like whether or not it's acceptable to call people MAGA. And they were like banning people for saying that like it's okay to call somebody part of MAGA. They're like, what we don't ever call you guys Build Back Better. Like, so why do you call us MAGA? If Build Back Better was not a fucking movement, dude. What the fuck? Build Back Better wasn't a movement. It is like, what are you talking about? They blocked me for pointing out a Bible contradiction. Yeah, so I got on there. If you guys didn't see this, I wanted to go on there and argue about that. I couldn't. So then I came on and they started asking me like a bunch of random questions. And one of the questions they asked me is, why did you vote for Kamala? And I said, well, obviously, like, Democrats are just like more capable of existing within reality. I gave my favorite example, which is the Springfield, Ohio example, where I'm like, yeah, like Democrats, they'll go look, they'll see that there's a housing shortage within Springfield, Ohio, and that they don't, that prices are going up for housing. And so they'll say, okay, well, we need to build more houses. So we need to have like incentives for people to be able to buy, to build houses so that there's cheaper housing, so that there's not such like a crunch in the market. And now, once we get rid of like the shortage of housing supply, then houses will be cheaper for everybody. And then I said, but Donald Trump looks at it and says, they're eating your cats and dogs. And I'm like, and so this is one example of where I think it's obvious that one side is just more capable of existing within reality. And they started arguing that they really were eating the cats and dogs. And one of the ladies was like, okay, look, I think that it's wrong that he said that it was Haitians. Like, I don't think that he should, because like some people, you know, regardless of who it is, it doesn't matter. Like like if somebody's eating your pets, like that's bad. And so I know that they were eating people's pets, and it wasn't just Haitians. Okay. And so I don't like that he said Haitians. But then this other woman starts like jumping in, and this other woman was like her moderator. And she was the worst, bro. She was the fucking worst. I think her name was Ashley or something. She comes in, no, they were Haitians. No, they were Haitians. I know. They always eat cats and dogs in their own country. So it's not even something they're just doing over here. They're eating cats and dogs even in their normal culture. So it's not wrong to say that they do it. They're not even offended by it. They know that they do it. They like it. And I'm like, okay, look, this is dumb. Like, nobody was actually eating cats and dogs. There's no evidence of this. And they're like, yes, there is. How are you going to say that? I was like, because it just, there's no evidence. It was not happening, dude. It wasn't happening. You guys are fucking, but every time I started talking, they muted me. And it was the mod who was on the panel. There was the Ashley chick. Every single time I started talking, she would mute me and then start talking over me. Every single time. And so I start getting frustrated because I can't get a sentence out without her muting me. And every time they would mute me, they would go off on some like bullshit like, how are you going to tell me what I did and didn't see? How do you know my friend didn't send me a bunch of pictures of people carrying geese? I literally saw body cam footage of the police walking up on a woman literally with fur in her teeth. Okay? How are you going to tell me I didn't see that? How are you going to tell me that that didn't happen? I watched a man walking around with geese in his hands, okay? You are not going to come on my panel and tell me what I did or didn't see. I was like, okay, first off, the guy who was carrying geese, he literally like worked for the park and was just cleaning up dead geese. Like, they're like, I didn't say geese. I said birds. First off, which she did say geese. She's like, I said birds, first off. Second off, why did he snap their necks? How many times you've seen a man who works for the park walk up and snap a goose's neck? I'm like, okay, I don't think that happened, okay? Like, that never happened. The woman that you're talking about that had fur in her teeth, she didn't live in Springfield. She wasn't Haitian. She's just a black woman. And then the guy didn't snap their necks. They were dead when he got there. Like, there's no evidence to the contrary. They're like, yes, it is. I got a whole PDF file on this. I was like, okay, well then send me the PDF file. They're like, I'm not doing your research for you. What? It's not my job to do my research for you. And at that point, and this is like the 10th time they muted me, so I snapped. I was like, 'cause you're fucking lying. You know you're lying. You know you're making this shit up right now. You know you have absolutely no fucking clue what you're talking about. If you had evidence for this, you would just send it to me. But you won't, because you know you don't have the fucking evidence. You're lying through your fucking teeth. And they immediately banned me from the panel. Because I even the last 2 times I said, I was like, will you guys allow me to get an answer out without muting me? And after I said that, they purposely kept muting me afterwards. Like, each time I started talking, the Ashley chick kept me. I'll mute whoever I want. You ain't going to come on my panel, tell me who I can or can't mute. So, that's when I went off. I was like, okay, this isn't going to last. This isn't going to last anyways. So I'm just going to go ahead and just fucking go off on these dumb bitches. And I think I did call them like dumb bitches and shit like that. I didn't really give a fuck at that point, but yeah, that one was rough. I sat there quietly for so long and like didn't say anything and allowed them to just like say all the dumb shit that they were saying and just left it alone. Just didn't interrupt, didn't do anything, waited my turn. All for nothing.
That retails for $500,000, for $500,000, even though his official salary is only $140,000. They've been doing this so openly and brazenly, they're so public in their corruption in Russia, that it's just accepted.
Damn, this is a good analogy, bro. This is a good analogy. I like this. I really like the way he started this off. This is a great way to start this off. That like, it feels like the more openly you do it, the less likely people are to think you're doing something wrong. The more accepting people are going to be of it. So like today, I think I turned on Destiny stream for like 2 minutes, and he was watching Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan. And Ian Carroll said at one point, he said, I don't really like doing like whistleblowers and like, calling out like, conspiracies and stuff like that. Cause like lots of times you don't know what's real information, what's false, and like people can lie. And I don't like getting caught up in that. He's like, so sometimes what you should look for instead of like proving your case is just the cover up. Because lots of times you'll never get the evidence that you're looking for. These people are good at covering their tracks. So instead, just look for evidence that they're covering it up. And once you have the anti-Semite, he says, so once you have the evidence that they're covering it up, there's nothing they can do. No, you got them. That's it. And I remember thinking, that is so dumb, dude. That is so fucking stupid that you think like you can just show that they're covering it up. This literally like goes against the whole idea of like Donald Trump and Russiagate, because Donald Trump in Russiagate, he was covering it up. Yet we still don't know that he was actually doing the thing that we were accusing him of. So you realize that you're like justifying all of Russiagate now, because we did have tons of evidence of a cover up. He was like lying at every point, at every turn. He was lying about this. So you can't just want the cover up in and of itself. But this is. And so that is the way that a lot of people think, is like, if they're lying about it or if they're covering it up, then we know they're doing something bad. If they're doing it out in the open, it doesn't feel like a secret anymore. It doesn't feel like corruption anymore. And now it's, cause like, that's what a conspiracy is. Okay, Google, define conspiracy.
Here's the definition of conspiracy: a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful.
A secret plan by a group to do something illegal or harmful or unlawful. Like, this is what people look for. They look for a secret plan, right? If it's secret, well, there's a reason you're trying to keep it from people. And so now I can start making a lot of assumptions just based on the fact that this is secret. But Donald Trump, he does all of his corrupt shit right out in the open. He lets everybody watch him do all of his corrupt shit. So all of these people who have these conspiracy-minded brains, that automatically disqualifies him. Nothing he's doing is conspiratorial now. So it can't be bad. It can't possibly be bad because it doesn't even qualify under the definition of a conspiracy because it's not a secret. We all know he's doing it. So that's what we like about him, is he's just so transparent with this shit. He's just so transparent with his corruption. Yeah. It's hard not to like him, you know? How could you not like a guy who's so transparent with his corruption?
It's just mainstream, the fact that Putin and his cronies steal from the Russian people. That's what's happening in America today. And it's heartbreaking for me to say this. But in the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, Trump and Elon Musk and their billionaire friends have engaged in a stunning rampage of open...
In the first 6 months? Or what are we, 2 months in? Did Katmir ever call in? No, he's not even here anymore. This is what happens every time he says he's going to call in, is he disappears.
Public corruption. It's not fundamentally different than what happened.
Oh, 6 weeks. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wait, this guy, did he come, is he like back from a fucking time traveling machine or something? Like he already knows what they're going to do in the next 6 months? This is fucking awesome, dude.
In Russia. These are efforts to steal from the American people to enrich themselves. And their strategy is to do it all out in the open, to do it at such a dizzying pace that the country just gets overwhelmed or anesthetized or dulled into a sense that we just all have to accept the corruption, or maybe more charitably, that this is just how government works, that government is just corrupt, and so the fact that it's happening out in the open instead of happening secretly, well, it's really nothing new.
Mm-hmm. But this is literally an argument that so many people make. Like, oh, well, everybody's corrupt anyways. At least we know. At least we know with Trump what type of corruption he's doing. We like Hunter Biden, the laptop, Joe Biden, like we still don't know exactly what happened there. So, the big man, the big guy.
But this is not how government works.
I still have yet to see a clear photo of Hunter Biden's dick. That's corruption. That is the purest form of corruption. I want to see 1080p Hunter Biden ding dong.
The things that have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to...
The Biden crime family just means that it's a penis and balls. There was a dick that I was not allowed to see, and it's not right. Twitter didn't allow me to post pictures of the fucking dick. And that is election interference.
Use their power and their...
My Trumper friend keeps saying that Hunter Biden's laptop had CP and that she saw pictures of it, and I genuinely don't know if that's true.
No, it's not true. There was never any CP. There was one story that I heard a number of times that I don't actually know if this one was legitimate or not. But there was one about the fact that he like had pictures of him and his niece, and that they felt like that was grooming because the niece was like 18 or 19 or something like that. And so maybe that's what she was referring to. But I never really got like a clear evidence on that one. When the Hunter Biden, like for those who have been in my community for a really long time, like even when I had like 10 people watching, those people know we went in on the fucking Hunter Biden laptop shit. Like we were all over it from day one. Like we were staring at those dick pics, dude. We were counting the fucking ball hairs, all right?
Their access to power, their access to government levers to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong. And we do not have to accept
You sure about that?
And
Sure
so
about that,
in the
buddy?
next few minutes, I want to try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you as quickly as I can
Fucking soy boy like you can exercise.
just some
You've never
of the
lifted
most
a weight in your
significant
life.
instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency.
Try
When
and
you
do a
see it
fucking
all
exercise,
together,
little
there
soy
is
boy
no
fucking
way
bitch.
to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country. And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. And my hope is that if you see it all in one place, the gravity of this moment may hit you. My hope is that my colleagues and the public choose not to normalize a president or his advisors using the Oval Office as a blunt mechanism to make themselves even wealthier. It is our decision to have zero tolerance for corruption. It's also our decision to just decide to become a place like Russia, where our leaders are allowed to routinely steal from us.
That's what MAGA wants.
So this is a heartbreakingly long list. This is just 20 or so examples of corrupt behavior in the first 6 weeks of the Trump presidency. So here it goes. We're going to start on January 17th. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism by which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to Donald Trump. Nobody knows who buys the meme coin, but Trump makes money when people buy it. And so it is just an open sewer valve that allows for anybody who is trying.
Is that? I don't think that's true. I think that we know everybody who buys the meme coin. Can't we literally like see wallets to see who all buys the meme coin? I heard like a ton of people going over like all of the people that they saw like buying the meme coin and like going over like data to show all of the meme coin. Is he right about this? Doesn't apply to the fees. Sure, but that's not what they're not talking. He's not talking about the fees right now. He's saying this is a money laundering scheme. He's saying the meme coin is not even a money making thing. It's not about making money off the coin. It's about people money laundering the money to Donald Trump by buying the coin with the like Russians can just send him money and that we can't track it. And I'm saying I could have sworn we could track it. You can track up to a point, I think. What does that even mean? Oh shit, I never thought about that. Well, I'm saying I didn't even think that that was possible. You can track the wallet, but not who it belongs to. Really? So, okay, so the other day we were watching, is that only with meme coin? Because the other day we were watching somebody talk about the fact that these guys who went and tried to rob Amaranth, that these guys were extra stupid, because if you try to take crypto, it literally is all perfectly visible. Like any type of crypto, like it will be able to be seen in your wallet. And so there's no way that you can ever get away with stealing crypto. And I remember at the time I was like, wait, is that true? I thought the whole point in stealing crypto is that it is easy to get away with it. I thought that's why they did crypto instead of anything else, because it would just be much easier to get away with. And then yeah, it seemed like people were agreeing that yes, it's all, we can track all of it. Like if they took crypto, that yeah, there was going to be no way to track it. So I don't know. I don't know shit about crypto. So transactions are transparent. Ownership isn't. Okay, well then, so then the guys who stole the fucking shit from Amaranth, they would have only seen the transaction, but not who it got transacted to, right? So they were wrong. It was smart of these guys to try to do crypto and not. I'm trying to figure out, because I've been like trying to think of a good way to like go back to robbing people like the good old days, and I really need like a better scheme. And so if crypto's the way, dude, I need you guys to help me out here. Tom Foolery show, if the people are security conscious, they won't be tracked. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so it's pretty easy to find a way to not be tracked. That's good enough. Okay.
Trying to influence the Trump administration to be able to secretly funnel money to Donald Trump. He reserves 80% of the coin. He waits to release that coin.
Somebody's going to clip that. Somebody's going to clip that, and there's going to be like a whole fucking episode tomorrow on my schizo channel, number 52. I'm obsessed with Tom Foolery, episode 1000. Tom admits he's going back to stealing, and that he never stopped doing heroin. They're just going to add that part in. This is literally a daily occurrence. So.
Coin until the price jumps back up again, which essentially means he's waiting for people who want favors from him to buy a bunch of the coin to inflate the value so that he releases more and makes more money. It's a disgusting kind of corruption, because this is essentially Trump just posting his Venmo for anybody secretly to wire him as much money as they want. We've never seen something like this before, where anybody who has anything to gain from the Trump administration through a manipulation of the value of Trump's meme coin can funnel money directly to the president, whisper in his ear, that was me that purchased all that coin, that jumped up the value, that allowed you to release new coin. Hey, take care of me on the back end. On January 20th, when he's sworn in, he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January 20th? Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors.
Hold on. Is this speculation or what? Wait, what the fuck was that? What did he just say? He just said that they gave him campaign contributions and told him that they were going to give him favorable prices. Like that. I feel like that has to be pure speculation. But he's not saying that it's speculation, which, if you're in the House like this, like giving a speech, like you have to say you're speculating. Like you have to say that. You didn't hear it?
that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign oil. Hey, take care of me on the back end. On January 20th, when he's sworn in, he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January?
So they cut a deal to where they would give him campaign contributions so that they would give him a favorable deal when he was sworn in. That has to be speculation. But he's not saying it's speculation. Open reporting suggests, yeah, that's... I don't like the way that's being said. Like, this is like the type of shit that like MAGA does, right? And then this is the type of shit that gets used against Democrats. And it, yeah, like I know that a lot of people are like, well, if they're going to do it, we need to do it too. Like, if they're going to keep doing this shit, we got to fight back the same way that they're fighting us. Like, I get it. It's just, what's important here is not whether or not like Democrats like win elections or anything, but whether or not I'm able to win debates. And this is going to fuck up my debates. And I don't think this guy even took that into consideration when he did this. And so it's going to make it a lot harder for me.
February 20th, Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors. It, for instance, freezes all permits on wind projects, both for the land and the sea. It undercuts permitting processes, not for oil and gas, but for oil and gas's competitors. Oil and gas got exactly what they asked for. They gave a campaign contribution, and they got the favorable treatment. 5 days later, Trump fires 17 inspectors general. What do inspectors general do? They look for corruption in...
I don't know why that phrase bothers me, and I love it at the same time. I love it and I fucking hate it at the same time. It just does not sound right. Inspectors General. It sounds like it should be Inspector Generals. Like, this is like if there's, you know, if you guys ever seen like an Inspector Gadget where he presses a button and he turns it, I think it's literally in the intro of his of the cartoon, right? He presses a button and he multiplies himself. And all of a sudden there's like a ton of him, like fighting one guy, right? And imagine, instead of calling that a bunch of Inspector Gadgets, we call that a bunch of Inspector's Gadget. So he pressed the button, and then there were all those Inspector's Gadget. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, and I know it's correct. It's just, it drives me fucking nuts every time I hear it. I'm like, fucking, don't say that. But I kind of like it when you do. It's kind of, it sounds cool. Like, Inspectors General.
Side of these agencies. What do you do?
Because it is, yes, it is the general of the inspectors. So it's one person who is the general of the inspectors general. But yeah.
If you are trying to engage in corruption, if you are trying to steal from the American people, you fire the inspectors general. 2 days later, on January 27th, Trump fires Gwen Wilcox from the NLRB. This is the National Labor Relations Board. When she's fired, the National Labor Relations Board cannot function any longer. Why does this matter? Because the person that has been put in charge of reviewing the hirings and firings of these agencies is Elon Musk, who, by the way, has lots of cases before the NLRB. So do the people that are standing behind Trump during the inauguration. Almost all of them have active cases before the NLRB. The billionaires supporting Donald Trump now don't have to worry about the NLRB because on
Yeah, Bezos is a surprising one to me. And like, I feel like Bezos has always been a like super liberal guy in the past. Obviously, the Facebook guy has been as well, but I'm not wrong on that, right? Like, I'm not like just misremembering this. Like, Bezos was a liberal person, right? Yeah, Zuckerberg. Yeah, him too. That's why Zuckerberg switched up. Well, Zuckerberg had a lot of pressure on him. I mean, if you remember my like video on this, I go over the fact that they had already threatened to like lock him up if he didn't work with their COVID inspection, and they like kept telling him he had to like leak emails from the White House that were privileged, and he kept saying like I'm not allowed to give it to you. And Jim Jordan kept saying, well, no, you have to give it to me. If you don't, like, I'm gonna find you in contempt. If you don't give me those confidential emails, I will have you locked up for contempt. And so Zuckerberg ended up giving him other emails, and Jim Jordan said, this is better than nothing. And so it's you know, part of the path forward. But if Zuck doesn't get on our boat on our train pretty quick here, we still might end up holding him in contempt. Trump also threatened to lock him up. Trump also said that he felt like Zuckerberg and the social media companies were part of the witch hunt against him, and that they allowed tons of misinformation to be spread on their platforms about Donald Trump and his crimes, and that he thought that maybe Zuckerberg and some of the big social media company execs should be locked up for this shit, and that he needed to see like a show of good faith or something like that. That, and Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan's show that he kept getting a bunch of fines from European courts, and he felt like the European courts and like governments were literally attacking social media companies, and that like it wasn't just him, but it was like all the social media companies were getting tons and tons of like millions and millions of dollars of fines from European countries and from the UK, and that he felt like they were under attack, and that this wasn't an attack on social media companies, but this was an attack on American businesses. And he felt like it was really sad that nobody in Congress and nobody in like the White House, no, like American politicians didn't even stand up for him, didn't protect him, didn't protect any of the other social media companies. And he thought this was really fucked up. But that Donald Trump came and told him, hey, if you like get on board with some of these like initiatives that we're doing to try to get rid of like fact checking and stuff like this, then we will have your back in the future. And so Zuckerberg said, like, gave like the clearest motive in the world right there, that yeah, he's gonna help him with these court cases with Europe, and Trump threatened to fucking lock him up, as did Jim Jordan. So this is over bullshit, over fucking pure bullshit. So it was, just because they felt like he was protecting the Biden administration. So they threatened to lock him up over and over. So there was Zuckerberg is somebody that had a lot just make shit up there, Tom? XX. What part of what I just said do you disagree with? What part? I just said that I made a video on this, so I'll just pull up the video if you want to see it. Like, I made a video on this, so. What part do you think is incorrect? Or would you like a source on? When did Elon and Zuckerberg have a meeting to get together to discuss social media? I didn't say I never mentioned Elon once. I never mentioned Elon a single time. I don't know where did you get Elon from? Well, you're saying let's watch the video, but I'm not even sure if you heard me incorrectly or something. I didn't say anything about Elon. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. We'll take a quick detour real quick for this, guys. Try to make it fast.
They gave $27 million to the George.
Oh, hey there. Meta has completely sold out and just hired Joe Rogan to be part of their board. Mark Zuckerberg has completely switched sides over the last couple months and is now kowtowing to MAGA. And from my perspective, nobody's buying it, not even MAGA. Mark Zuckerberg is known to be a ruthless businessman, and is someone who is known for never mixing principles and morals with money. So after he's been rubbing shoulders with the left for the last decade, most right-wingers are finding his sudden change of heart pretty suspect. But it's not completely new. After Republican Congressman Jim Jordan threatened to hold Mark Zuckerberg in contempt during a congressional hearing because Mark was refusing to hand over emails of the Biden administration advising his platform on what posts they could take down if they wanted to. Oh, Zuckerberg and Trump? Again, that's just what Zuckerberg said. That's just what he said. So I can find that one next. That one's, I don't know if I put it, I don't think I put it in this video because I didn't make this as much about like what Trump did. So, but I can pull it up pretty quick. Play. If they were trying to stop COVID misinformation. Mark instead handed over a bunch of emails of his employees talking about how they felt about censoring misinformation, but they did not hand over emails from the Biden administration. Yet this still gave the Republican Congressman Jim Jordan enough ammo to go to Twitter and claim that the Biden administration was forcing social media platforms to censor Americans and that this was against their free speech. Private companies can censor whoever they want on their own private property, but the government cannot censor Americans. If the government is advising social media platforms on what they could take down if they want to, that's perfectly fine. But if they're telling them they have to take something down or coercing them into taking information down, this is against our constitutional rights. And Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan repeated this information as though the Biden administration was violating Americans' First Amendment rights.
I mean, a lot of this is documented. You know, Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation. These people from the Biden Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there.
But in reality, there's absolutely no evidence of coercion in the emails that were published. And the US Supreme Court had already made a decision that Twitter was not coerced by the Biden administration when they were also telling them what posts they could take down if they wanted to censor COVID misinformation. And Twitter was dealing with the same exact team from the Biden administration, meaning that it looks like Mark Zuckerberg has chosen to spread misinformation about the Biden administration to help a right-wing narrative. Mark has been working out more, he's got a new haircut, he's been dressing differently, and he's got a very laid-back style compared to how he used to look. But it looks like nobody's buying this transformation or thinks it's genuine. But now that Mark and Meta have added Trump orbiter Joe Rogan, also known as Dana White under his wrestling name in the MMA, to his board, it seems pretty clear that he's choosing sides. But why? Well, during the same interview with Joe Rogan, Mark also told a story about how the EU kept finding social media companies and he didn't feel like the American government had his back. Yet he had more recently had a conversation with Donald Trump, who had promised to defend him and other social media companies, meaning that he's made a decision that's best for his business and is switching sides, not on principle, but for money. And if anybody was coercing Facebook, it was Jim Jordan by threatening him with an order of contempt. Okay, so that's that part, and then I think this is the other part.
Right, wow. to like find some theory, but it like I don't know, it kind of like throughout the party and the government, there was just sort of I don't know how this stuff works. I mean, I've never been in government. I don't know if it's like a directive or it's just like a quiet consensus that like we don't like these guys, they're not doing what we want, we're going to punish them. But
yeah, this is it.
But it's
so he's saying I don't know if it's a quiet consensus or if they all have a meeting. He's saying that there's like some sort of conspiracy against him and other social media companies, American social media companies.
It's tough to be at the other end of that.
What was it like?
Well, it's not good. I think. Well, the thing that I think is actually the toughest, though, is it's global, right? So, and really, when you think about it, the U.S. government should be defending its companies, right? Not be the tip of the spear attacking its companies. So when we talk about a lot. Okay, what is the experience of? Okay, if the U.S. government comes after you, I think the real issue is that when the U.S. government does that to its tech industry, it's basically just open season around the rest of the world. Right? I mean, the EU, I pulled these numbers. The EU has fined the tech companies more than $30 billion over the last, I think it was like 10 or 20 years.
Holy shit.
So when you think about it, like, okay, it's like, $100 million here, a couple $1 billion there. But what it I think really adds up to is this is sort of like a kind of EU-wide policy for how they want to deal with American tech. It's almost like a tariff. And I think the U.S. government basically gets to decide how are they going to deal with that, right? Because if the U.S. government, if some other country was screwing with another industry that we cared about, the U.S. government would probably find some way to put pressure on them. But I think what happened here is actually the complete opposite. The U.S. government led the kind of attack against the companies, which then just made it so like the EU is basically, and all these other places, just free to just go to town on all the American companies and do whatever you want. But I mean, look, obviously, like, I don't want to come across as if like we don't have things that we need to do better. Obviously, we do. And when we mess something up, we deserve to be held accountable for that and just like everyone else. I do think that the American technology industry is a bright spot in the American economy. I think it's a strategic advantage for the United States that we have a lot of the strongest companies in the world. And I think it should be part of the U.S.'s strategy going forward to defend that. And it's one of the things that I'm optimistic about with President Trump is I think he just wants America to win. And I think some of this stuff like...
Yeah, there's literally, I have videos of Trump and Zuckerberg meeting together as well. Like there's tons of pictures of... I literally put them in that last video as well. They had numerous meetings together, and it was like very public. And they were at like UFC fights together, and that's why Zuckerberg was there with all of them at the inauguration. This says Facebook embraces Donald Trump. Trump says he likes Zuckerberg much better now. Like and this is after they had their meeting a couple months ago. that all of a sudden Mark changed drastically.
The other governments who are kind of pushing on this stuff, it's it's like at least the U.S. has the rule of law, right? So the government can come after you for something, but you still get your day in court, and the courts are pretty fair. And so we've basically done a pretty good job of defending ourselves, and when we've chosen to do that, basically we have a pretty good rate of winning. It's just not like that in every other country around the world. Like if other governments decide that they're going to go after you, you don't shake at kind of if the U.S. tech industry is going to continue being really strong. I do think that the U.S. government has a role in basically defending it abroad, and that's one of the things that I'm optimistic about will happen in this administration.
Well, I think this administration uniquely has felt the impact of not being able to have free speech, because this is the administration where Trump was famously kicked off of Twitter. That was a huge issue. Like after January 6th, like they removed at the time the sitting president. It was kind of crazy to remove that person from social media.
So he said twice there that he has a lot of faith in this administration actually defending him and the social media companies, when there's absolute, like, all other evidence would lead you to the opposite conclusion. Obviously, it was the Republicans who were going after Facebook much harder than anybody else because of the stuff with COVID, where they were like Jim Jordan's was literally threatening him with contempt and crap like that. And so that's so yeah, anyways, like they Trump and Zuckerberg had numerous meetings together, and it was very public. Like, yeah, everybody knew about it. So when you want to talk about when they had time, like apparently he had a lot of time, because he met with him numerous times.
January 27th, the NLRB is rendered powerlessness. 3 days later, on January 30th, Trump awards more than $800,000 worth of stock to several of the board members of the Trump Media and Technology Group. This is the publicly traded company behind his social media platforms. So now his cabinet members, people like Kash Patel and Linda McMahon, are owning equity in Trump's media platform, equity that can be cashed out, sold to people who want to buy them out of their interest at any time.
Yeah, this is like a really important thing that like people who are in government, and especially in high positions like this, they are supposed to sell off their their stakes in other things, right? And so when a lot of people keep doing this thing where they're like, oh, Trump has no reason to do this. He's rich. He's a billionaire. He could just live the rest of his life without doing any of this, but he does it because he cares about the American people. Like, this is obviously bullshit, because if that was the case, he would have given up like his stakes in his company. You want to act like this is a just purely a selfless act. Okay, well that would require him to actually do something selfless here, but instead, every time he's in office, his companies end up making way more money in government funds, government contracts, government engagements. Like, it's just again, this stuff is like out in the open. Like, we went over some FOIA requests the other day where they went over all of the money that Mar-a-Lago made off of White House visits and even like foreign leader visits and crap like that, and that they kept keeping everybody at Mar-a-Lago, and then it got billed to the White House every single time. That Trump stayed the majority of his time in his first term. He spent the majority of his time, instead of staying in the White House that we all pay, the fucking mansion we all pay for him to stay in, instead of him staying there, he stayed the majority of his time in Mar-a-Lago. And so, yes, and build it to the American people. So the White House administration had to pay for Donald Trump to stay in his own fucking home. He went and stayed in a suite in Mar-a-Lago and built it to the White House, to where we had to pay for him to stay in his own house. Like, this is insane. This is his own fucking home. And he's charging the American government, the American people, the American taxpayers for him to stay at his own house. Imagine, dude. Imagine Biden doing this. Imagine the fucking hellstorm that would break loose if Biden ever did something like this. And just imagine, bro. Like, all fucking hell would break loose if they ever did something half as corrupt as this. And then instead, you get like, and again, these are things that are like proven, they're not disputed, nobody even like questions them. Nobody's ever said that's not true. Nobody's ever said like, oh no, you're missing context here, here's more evidence, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. This has never been questioned. Everybody is well aware that Donald Trump just funneled millions of dollars to his own companies the entire time he was in the presidency. Everybody is well aware of this. It was out in the open. This is what they're talking about here, is that Donald Trump does everything out in the open to where people just don't even question it, because it's, it just seems a lot less shady that way. And so now they feel a lot more comfortable with it. But it doesn't change corruption. Like, it changes absolutely nothing. It makes it even worse at that point, because that's why we would start turning around and saying, okay, well, this is a fascist regime. Because if everybody else is behind this and they're like, oh yeah, no, Donald Trump, yeah, no, he's super corrupt. Yeah, no, I'm totally on board with that. Like, then yeah, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, I'm gonna keep calling those people fucking fascists then, if they're totally on board with Donald Trump stealing Americans' money. Like, if they're totally on board with him fucking stealing taxpayer dollars and sending it to his fucking rich, wealthy friends, yeah, I'm gonna keep calling this fascism for sure. That's what this is.
Those people who might want to buy them out, cabinet members, could be individuals with issues before the Department of Education, before the FBI. Yet another avenue in which people who have influence, who want to gain influence inside the Trump administration, have a conduit to be able to move cash from their pocketbooks. Well,
and that's this guy's entire point. He's saying that, like, because all of this is happening out in the open, everybody feels like a little weird calling it out, because it's like, it's on the news. Like, yeah, Trump signed this executive order today saying that he's sending $10 billion to his own bank account. And everyone's like, oh, well, I mean, I guess he followed the correct procedures to do it. So, like, it's not illegal, right? So, like, who cares? Like, yeah, they are taking all of the steps to go through legal corruption to where, yeah, there's not laws against any of this shit. There should be. There should be, but there's not.
From their treasury, from their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of Trump cabinet members. Shortly thereafter, we start to see the weaponization of the DOJ. On February 23rd, a civil complaint from DOJ that had been pending against SpaceX, Elon Musk's signature company, is dropped. 8 days later, the DOJ drops a case against a Republican congressman. On February 19th, 2 or 3 weeks later, the DOJ opens up something called Operation Whirlwind, which seeks to target anyone who dares try to obstruct or criticize the work of Elon Musk and Doge.
I feel like I want to take all of this and just put it into a full video, like contextualizing all of this stuff, like putting faces to everything, like making it like a entertaining like video that that'll be like easier to pay attention to than a presentation with a chart in front of you, right? Like, I would love to take all of this and just contextualize everything and put it into like a full video essay.
Over the course of the first few weeks, the DOJ is turned into an entity that drops cases against those who are loyal to Donald Trump and pursues aggressively investigations against those who are trying to criticize Donald Trump. On February 1st, Trump fires the director of the CFPB and announces plans to shutter the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Again, very much like the NLRB, this is an agency that was, at the moment that it was rendered powerless, investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once again, those that have access to Donald Trump, the billionaires that are close to him, now don't have to worry about labor violations being investigated by the NLRB. Now,
like and this is something that like Trump is always against, is like consumer protections. Anytime you hear him say like, we're going to deregulate X, we're going to get rid of regulations on Y, it's always stuff that is like consumer protections. It's stuff that helps consumers like be safe and make sure that they're like making purchases that are not going to be dangerous and where they're not going to get robbed or they're not going to get you know, they're not going to get bamboozled. Like this is all of the stuff when and anytime Trump says, "Oh yes, we're going to deregulate that." He's just saying, "Yeah, we're going to get rid of the stuff that helps keep you guys safe against people like me." That's every single time. That's what he's doing.
Now they don't have to worry about consumer protection actions being taken against them by the CFPB. On February 4th, there is the first of two extraordinary meetings in the White House in which Donald Trump convenes his business partners, the Saudi Golf League and the PGA, to try to negotiate a solution to the dispute between those two golf leagues. Why? Because Trump has a business interest in that dispute being resolved. The Saudi Golf League plays tournaments at Trump's courses in the United States. And so if the White House, using its official power, can try to negotiate.
Also, I'd like to go back to this real quick. Some of you may remember about a month ago, we watched a TikTok from a guy, I forget his name, like Trucker Man or, you know, Mad Trucker or Conservative Trucker or some shit like that, where he did an entire video about the fact that the Trump, what was it? The Trump appeals in front of the Supreme Court for his New York consumer violation case, the fraud case. So you remember this guy like mischaracterized everything and like said that they like, you know, they were gonna get censured and they almost found this lawyer in contempt and blah blah blah. And then we went and watched, and it turned out that not only did they never come anywhere close to finding the lawyer in contempt, but they were actually talking about Donald Trump's lawyers being found in contempt. Do you guys remember this? It was like we spent an entire night just going over the entire Supreme Court hearing because this guy just had like 50 lies in one video that Phil KOE posted on Twitter. And so then I went back and like just like a fact checked all of it and just like explained all of the lies that were in that video on Twitter. And I said at the time where they were all celebrating, saying that, you know, Trump definitely won this one. See, another L for you guys, another W for MAGA. Like, this is definitely a win. They know that this case is corrupt, blah, blah, blah. That got upheld by the Supreme Court. They did not give them that appeal. That got upheld. They lost their appeal. So, as I said over and over, there's not a shot in hell they will win this appeal. There's not a shot in hell they win this appeal. They came off so bad this entire time. I want to go back and find that video, dude. I want to go back and find that video now and like show everything that I said during that, because I kept saying, I was like, this is all lies, dude. This is all pure lies. They are all just lying out their fucking mouths because this is there's no way that they rule in favor of him on this appeal. And the main reason was because I kept up with the fucking court case and he was guilty as fuck. Like, that's the main reason I knew that they were not going to give him this appeal, is that he was so guilty, dude. Like, he was so fucking guilty. There was no shot this was going to happen. Like, not a shot. No way. And so, yeah, the New York appeals court did not rule in their favor. And obviously, I'm just now thinking of this. Like, I'm just now remembering that, oh, yeah, that's right. Trump got charged. He got sentenced for this. I totally forgot about this. So, yeah, so this was upheld. I think, or actually, no, maybe I'm thinking of the hush money case. I keep getting these two cases mixed up because they were both in New York and they both had to do with like fraud. So, maybe it did. I don't know. Okay, Google. Did Trump win an appeal for the New York federal case?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm trying to remember the... Okay, Google. Did the Supreme Court rule in favor of Donald Trump for the bank fraud case?
Sorry, I don't understand. But I found something else. Do you want to know, did Trump get his money back?
Yes.
According to Wikipedia, he was eventually refunded the $70.1 million plus over $2.7 million in interest. As of 2020, auditors were still considering the matter. If he is asked to return that federal refund, then, considering added interest and penalty, he may owe over $100 million to the federal government.
What the fuck? That makes it sound like he won the appeal. Tom Fuller Show, you should do a deep dive into Michael Cohen. Their story is crazy. I mean, I've done like a ton of research into Michael Cohen, because his story is what led to that court case from Letitia James, because she heard Michael Cohen testifying in front of Congress about the Buffalo Bills deal, and she was like, "Oh shit!" Like he overvalued all of his shit just to try to buy the Buffalo Bills football team. That's illegal. Like, you can't do that. And the Michael Cohen is like testifying to all of this shit in front of Congress. So she was like, okay, well, if he did it there, I'm sure he did it in a bunch of other cases too. And so then she so yeah, then she went and did her investigation and found out that he did do it in a bunch of other cases too. But Tom, you look like Emperor Ming from Flash Gordon. Huh. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Yeah, can somebody look it up and tell me? Like, did he win his appeal on that? Thank you, Danavo.
Negotiate a settlement between those two groups. Trump stands to make money. On February 6th, something absolutely stunning happens. Pam Bondi, the AG, issues a memorandum in which she proposes to dull the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are representing a foreign government before the United States, you have to register so that we know if you are acting on behalf of American interests or you are acting on behalf of foreign interests.
Oh, crazy. So they were trying to get rid of all the laws that they were accusing Hunter Biden of breaking. Wow, that's nuts. That's fucking crazy that they tried to get rid of the entire thing that they soyed out about with Hunter Biden. That was like the whole thing, was that they thought that he was lobbying on behalf of the Ukrainian gas company. Huh. Interesting.
In the prior Trump administration, Trump officials got in big trouble for secretly working for and getting paid by foreign governments without registering. Well, what does Trump announce? That they are going to limit the applicability of the enforcement of that statute, making it much easier for Trump's friends, for his MAGA crowd, for the people who show up to Mar-a-Lago, to get paid quietly by foreign governments in order to...
That's right. That was one of the things he got in trouble for, was giving like free service and stuff to people at Mar-a-Lago who were like foreign politicians and like foreign investors and crap like that. And that was against the law, because it's like, yeah, giving bribes and shit. And it was Pam Bondi, I believe, who dropped the charges. She was the Florida AG at the time, and she dropped all the charges. Okay, Google. Did Pam Bondi drop charges against Trump in Florida?
I don't understand.
Influence Donald Trump. On February 10th, maybe aside from the meme coin, the most stunning act of corruption, the Eric Adams quid pro quo, in which Eric Adams, indicted for corruption, is let off the hook. His charges are dismissed in exchange for the mayor's pledge of political loyalty to Donald Trump. They literally went on TV and announced the deal. That we're getting rid of the charges against Eric Adams as long as the mayor pledges political loyalty to the president. That was so corrupt that 6 or 7 DOJ.
And they said they're going to keep it open too. They're keeping the case open. So they didn't drop the charges completely. They're keeping it open just to make sure that he follows through with his end. So they're literally holding it over his head. Insane, dude. Insane, bro. And like tons of like AGs just like quit over this. A ton of AGs and people in the DOJ just straight up quit after this happened. Like imagine working years on a case, doing tons of investigations, and really like you got the motherfucker, dude. You got him dead to rights. He is fucked. You caught him red-handed in a dozen different cases, and he is screwed. There is no way out of this for him. You have the case of a fucking lifetime. You've got a career maker right here. You just got the mayor of New York. You got the mayor of the biggest city in America on massive corruption charges with other foreign governments. And then Donald Trump comes in and is like, yeah, nah, let's just, never mind. Like, what the fuck? Decision's still pending? What the fuck? Damn. Okay. That's fucking weird. Well, all right then.
Officials resigned because they refused to withdraw those charges. But the deal went through because the 7th or the 8th or the 9th official finally filed the withdrawal. And now in America, it is 100% clear that if you want to get away with corruption, if you want to steal from your constituents and you're an elected official in this country, all you have to do is just sign up for political loyalty with Donald Trump, and he will instruct the Department of Justice to let you go.
Bro, quiet. You can't tell. Don't tell everybody. What, did Trump pay this guy for a fucking ad? What did Trump paid him? He's like, hey, just go tell everybody. They can just pay me. And I'll do whatever they want. They got charges? Yeah, we'll get rid of those. Just tell them to say Trump is the king forever. Say long live the king. Long live King Trump. And then I'll give it to I'll drop everything. Their mom's got tax evasion charges. Done. Gone. No problemo.
Get away with it. On February 10th, Donald Trump directs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies from paying bribes overseas.
Remember, so when Donald Trump, or everybody made a big deal about Joe Biden pardoning his son, right? I made a big deal about the fact that nobody seemed to care when Trump pardoned his family members, right? Nobody cared when Trump pardoned his family members. Nobody said shit. And the family member that he pardoned was his father-in-law, or his, I guess it's father-in-law, or I don't know how to say that, but it's his daughter's husband's dad. So, is it Bianca Trump? Her husband, yes, Jared Kushner's dad, he, and mind you, he was convicted on this, okay? He was convicted. So this is not like up for Ivanka. Okay. Bianca, same thing. He was convicted on this. Jared Kushner's dad was convicted. He had I think it was corruption charges. I think that's what it was. It was like some sort of corruption charges or some sort of scandal. And his brother-in-law, okay? It's going to get confusing. But his brother-in-law, so his sister's husband, was one of the people who was testifying against him, okay? And so his sister's husband, he sent a private investigator after his sister's husband. And that private investigator recorded his sister's husband having sex with another woman. So they privately, secretly recorded his sister's husband having sex with another woman, cheating on his sister. Whose sister? Okay. I knew this was gonna get fucking confusing. Here we go. So we got Jared Kushner. Okay. And then we have Jared Kushner's dad. All right. Now, Jared Kushner is married to Ivanka Trump. Okay. So these two are married to each other. So this is Daddy Trump's daughter. All right. So Jared, his dad, got in like some sort of corruption charges. Okay. His dad has a sister. His sister's husband was having sex with another woman. Okay? So, Jared Kushner's dad sends a private investigator to go spy on these two having sex. And he records these two having sex with each other. Okay? When the private investigator records these two having sex, his sister's husband was supposed to testify against Jared's dad. Fuck. I hate this so much. So because he hired this private investigator, he recorded him having sex with this woman, okay? While he's married to this woman. Once they recorded him, this guy was testifying against Jared Kushner's dad in a corruption case. So they took the video of him having sex with another woman that they privately recorded and used it to blackmail him, to make it to where he would not testify against him in court. So he spied on his brother-in-law, secretly recorded him having sex with another woman, cheating on his wife, and then used that video to blackmail him, to stop him from testifying against him in court. Donald Trump gave him a pardon for this. In 2005, Kushner was convicted of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering, and was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, which he served in the federal prison camp. Montgomery has convicted felon, prison camp Montgomery. As a convicted felon, he was also disbarred in 3 states. It says on Wednesday, Trump pardoned Kushner as part of a late-hour clemency spree during the final days of his presidency that has included a slew of campaign aides and allies, among them 4 of the 6 Trump associates convicted in the Mueller investigation. So again, not only did Trump pardon his own family members, but he pardoned people who were involved in crimes where they lied to the FBI to cover things up for Trump. He pardoned those people who covered things up for him. It says, so Chris Christie was the person who also convicted Charles Kushner. And Chris Christie, after he convicted him, when he went to go work for Donald Trump, Jared Kushner fired Chris Christie. And Chris Christie said afterwards, he said he was always a dick to me. He was always talking down to me. And I know it's because I'm the one who convicted his father. I don't think anyone cares presidents pardon people. No, you guys did care. You guys threw fucking fits over the fact that he pardoned his own son. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Chris Christie did not respond to a request for comment on Trump's decision to pardon a man he'd sent to prison. But Christie, who headed Trump's transition and informally advised the president for years, has made clear that he believes the senior Kushner deserved it. Mr. Kushner pled guilty. He admitted to crimes, Christie told PBS last year as he promoted a book that blamed the younger Kushner for his firing from Trump's transition team. And so what am I supposed to do as a prosecutor? I mean, if a guy hires a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law. Okay, so he hired the fucking prostitute. So it wasn't even just like him cheating on somebody. He hired an actual prostitute to have sex with this guy so that he could record this. Hires a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law and videotapes it, and then sends the videotape to his sister to attempt to intimidate her from testifying before a grand jury. Do I really need any more justification than that? So he sent the video to his own sister. It was his own sister who was testifying against him. He added, I mean, it's one of the most loathsome, disgusting crimes that I prosecuted when I was a U.S. attorney, and I was U.S. attorney in New Jersey. Kushner eventually pleaded guilty to 18 counts, including Kushner eventually pleaded guilty to 18 counts, including tax evasion and witness tampering. He was sentenced in 2005 to 2 years in prison. the most he could receive under the plea deal, but less than Christie had sought. Kushner also agreed to pay $508,900 to the FEC for violating contribution regulations by filing to obtain an OK for partners to whom more than $500,000 in contributions were credited. I wonder if we're going to get to that they're like getting rid of these regulations as well. He has since resumed his career in real estate, including purchasing the famed Watchtower complex along the Brooklyn Bridge, the former headquarters of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Come on. Like, come on. He instructs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies to pay bribes overseas. Here's an example. Goldman Sachs was engaged in outright bribery. They were paying bribes to Malaysian officials so that they could get a contract to manage the resources of the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund. American companies should not be overseas bribing foreign governments. That compromises America's reputation and America's national security. But now we are going to pause enforcement of the laws that stop American companies from bribing foreign governments because corruption is now being normalized. This is what you do if you want to normalize corruption, is that you make it legal for American companies to engage in corruption overseas. That makes it easier for Trump to get away with corruption here. 2 days later, on February 12th, the announcement comes out that the State Department is going to buy $400 million of armored Teslas. Okay, so now it's getting even more blatant. It's getting even more brazen. The State Department is just going to buy a whole bunch of product from Elon Musk, product that they were not previously scheduled to buy. It is true that the Biden administration had a blueprint that was going to buy some electric vehicles, but it was around $483,000 worth of vehicles. Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas from Elon Musk.
Whoa! Whoa! Yo! Everybody, MAGA got so mad about this, dude. MAGA got so mad about this, bro. What the hell, dude? They got so mad about this because Rachel Maddow said that the Trump administration had given Elon a big deal to buy a bunch of armored Teslas. And the Trump administration said, no, that's actually untrue. We actually, the Biden administration made that deal. We cut it off because we didn't want to have like any looks of impropriety here. So we went ahead and just got rid of that entire deal. And now they actually did it again just for like 10 times the amount. They're still buying the fucking armored Teslas. And just for way more? What the fuck, dude?
$183,000 worth of vehicles. Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas from Elon Musk. Let's see. That's February 12th. That same day, Elon Musk.
Okay, Google. Is the government buying armored Teslas from Elon Musk?
Sorry, I don't understand.
People infiltrate the Department of Labor, and reporting suggests that during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's...
What was he just doing?
That during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's companies. And by the way, SpaceX...
Is Google retarded? Bro, I don't know what happened to my Nest. Like, it used to answer every question. It was so good. It was fucking great. And now it's, like... I don't remember when it happened. I want to say it was about a year ago. It just stopped answering questions. Like, and even when it does answer questions, it won't answer them outright. It'll say, sorry, I couldn't find that. But I did find something else. Would you like to hear that? And then lots of times, the thing that is the something else is exactly what I asked. Like, almost every time, the something else is exactly what I asked the first time. Like, why the fuck did you act like you didn't understand me? Why are you playing stupid? You heard me. You knew what I said. But fucking women, dude. They always want to play these games. It's like some kind of test or something. I don't know.
Has an employee injury rate that is 9 times higher than the industry average, but also workplace safety violations against Elon Musk's competitors. Here's the message. If you are close to Donald Trump personally, if you support him politically, you can get secret access to enforcement data against your country, against your companies, and your company's competitors. That's what happens on February 12th. 3 days later, there's some suspicious firings at the FDA, again related to Elon Musk's personal financial interests. Elon Musk owns a medical device company called Neuralink. It is currently being reviewed by the FDA, and guess what? On February 15th and 16th, all over a weekend, there are 20 people fired from the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine.
Damn, they haven't even gotten to the FAA yet, because Elon Musk, when it comes to SpaceX, has had a lot of fucking violations with the FAA, and he also went and fired the people, or the head of the FAA. They said they were going to fire the FAA, and then the head of the FAA just resigned like a month before Trump even took office. Because, yeah, they had already said that they were going to fire him, so.
Devices. Fired by Doge, run by Elon Musk. Clear message, you're going to get fired if you aren't on the right side of Elon Musk's application. Now, whether that was explicit or not, if the guy who is firing you has a pending application before your department, aren't you going to think twice? Aren't you going to think twice about ruling against his interests? This is why this is all unprecedented. This feels normal because it's been happening every day, but never before in American history have we allowed someone who has a pending application for approval of a medicine or a medical device to be able to personally decide who gets hired and who gets fired at the regulatory agency making the decision over that medical device. But now this stuff is happening every day, because on February 15th as well, that same weekend, there's an announcement that the FDA cuts are going to be even deeper, perhaps as big as 50%. That means that hundreds of drugs and devices won't get approved at the FDA. And you know who benefits from that? The folks that are selling the snake oil products. And guess who's selling the snake oil products? The people who work for Donald Trump, selling Vita gummy scams. The director of the FBI is selling vaccine reversal pills. When the FDA gets gutted, it's the people who sell those unregulated products who stand to gain.
They're selling vaccine reversal scams? What? I heard about this, dude. I heard about this. I think I was on Joe Rogan, where he was like, yeah, this stuff's just like in your body forever. And somebody's like, no, actually, they're working on that. Yeah, they got some stuff that now, yeah, you can just kind of flush it out. You just drink a drink and it'll just flush it right out of there. Who was that? Was that Brett Weinstein who said that?
On February 19th, 4 days later, we find out that the IRS is going to be cut by 7,000 people. And the biggest chunk of the folks who are going to be laid off are the people who do the audits of the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. And so once again, Elon Musk and the people standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day are going to get off because the IRS just had its enforcement powers, its audit powers, absolutely gutted. That same day, on February 19th, you start to receive word that advertising on Elon Musk's platform is starting to grow again. And the reporting on February 19th indicates that American companies have come to the collective decision that they need to keep advertising on Elon Musk's platform because Elon Musk has so much regulatory power inside the federal government. That they need to make sure that they're paying Musk through Twitter and through X so that if they ultimately need something from the federal government, they can get it. This, again, is why we have never, ever in the history of this country allowed for the richest man in the world, somebody who controls major companies, to also have an official position inside the government. Because of course, it opens up these clear avenues where people are going to do business with him privately to try to curry favor with him publicly. I'm not done. It just keeps going. The next day, on February 20th, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices monthly meeting is canceled and not rescheduled. And so we were very worried that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who makes money off of his attacks on vaccines would continue those attacks when he took over HHS. Because if faith in vaccines continues to plummet, it's very likely that RFK Jr. will make money. Why? Because the not-for-profit that he will likely return to, the company that he will return to after he leaves, makes money as vaccine misinformation spreads. And he also continues to collect fees for referring cases to a company that handles claims of personal injury due to vaccines. And so when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is canceled, it is a clear indication that, yes, this campaign of assault on vaccines is going to continue, which, not surprisingly, is likely to make RFK Jr. even more money. On February 26th, we see Trump's MAGA hats that are for sale on his website displayed in the Oval Office. And it's just a reminder that so many people inside Trump's universe continue to sell merchandise on the side in order to make money. Donald Trump is always...
You think he's gonna tariff hats, guys? You think when it comes to China, since all of his hats are made in China, you think he's gonna tariff hats? What do you think?
Always done this, and we've just kind of accepted it, even though it is a kind of corruption in and of itself. But Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is still selling cash-branded merchandise, even while he's going to run the FBI. Elon Musk and others are selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government. On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink for selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government.
No way, dude. No way. Okay, Google. Did Elon Musk replace a team or a Verizon contract with Starlink?
On the website NBCnews.com, they say, the FAA has been close to canceling its existing Verizon contract, the Washington Post reported. On Wednesday, SpaceX said media reports were false and that it was not trying to take over existing government contracts at the FAA. Starlink is a possible partial fix to an aging system, SpaceX said in a post on X.
I don't feel like I got an answer there. I feel like she actually heard me that time and seemed to understand and was on the right topic. I just didn't really get an answer there.
On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink for Verizon. Just extraordinary that this is happening in plain view of everybody. Elon Musk takes his private company, uses his access to government to just shove out of the way his competitors and instead insert himself and his company. Again, we've never seen this ever before in American history. Now it's happening on a daily basis. And now we get to this week. This week, Wired reports that guests are paying millions of dollars to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and business leaders are being targeted with advertisements that sell access to a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for $5 million. Come on.
Bro, this is like, what's that app where you can like go and get like a celebrity to like give a message for you? So if you want them to do like your voicemail, or I could go and like pay for them to do like a you know, a thing for my Cameo. That's right. Yep. Cameo. Yes, it's like Trump is doing Cameo, bro. Like, imagine seeing your fucking president of the United States like doing Cameo, dude. Like, Cameo is like for like people who have kind of fallen off and are like in a rough spot and really need money. Let's see. FAA awarded a $2.4 billion contract to Verizon in 2023. And although the contract is due to run for 15 years, Musk posted on X that he wants to pivot to a rival Starlink system. He said on X that Starlink was sending terminals at no cost to the taxpayer. According to a person that worked for GSA last month and is familiar with its network operations, the agency had installed Starlink by mid-February. The service was being used by staff members of Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, this person said. NBC News also saw internal correspondence confirming it had been installed at the GSA's offices in Washington at 1800 F Street, Northwest. Starlink was installed within days of Doge team's request, the person said, while a more typical process would take weeks or months for reviews concerning security, procurement, business needs, and more. A separate person working at GSA showed NBC News documentation indicating that a Starlink network was available for use at the facility. The GSA did not immediately correspond to a request for comment. None. This is so fucking sweet. This is too sweet that it's actually like, it's just making my mouth water so much. I don't know. My mouth isn't dry at all. It's actually the opposite. I have way too much spit. One of the agencies deliberating a contract with Starlink burst into public debate last week. The Federal Aviation Administration, which for years has been looking to upgrade the infrastructure underlying its communication system. The FAA awarded a $2.4 billion contract to Verizon in 2023. Dude, only in 2023. They just signed this contract a year ago, 2 years ago, and and now it was supposed to be for 15 years. You're 2 years into a 50. You got 13 years left. And they went ahead and cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. That's what we need to get that song. We need to get that song with like Elon Musk, like walking in slow motion. We get the, those taxes way too high. You need to cut it. The FAA awarded a $2.4 billion contract to Verizon in 2023, and although the contract is due to run for 15 years, Musk posted on X that he wants to pivot to a rival Starlink system. He said on X that Starlink was sending terminals at no cost to the taxpayer. It's not clear exactly when the FAA began considering to use Starlink. Musk approved a shipment of 4,000 Starlink terminals to the FAA last month, Bloomberg News reported. A second agency is Customs and Border Protection, which has issued internal paperwork to authorize an elevation of Starlink to help monitor the U.S. border, a spokesperson told FedScoop, a news site that covers the federal government. It's funny. I was literally just about to say, I bet my mic goes out now that I'm reading an article. I was just going to say that. Like I was, as soon as I read it, I kept looking over, kept going. Because I was thinking, I was like, I know it always happens when I'm reading an article. It always does. Because that's the time when I'm looking over here and not at the chat. So it started to clear on its own for a sec. But yeah, so the second agency is Customs and Border Protection, which has issued internal paperwork to authorize an evaluation of Starlink to help monitor the U.S. border, a spokesperson told FedScoop, a news site that covers the federal government. CBP's interest in Starlink goes back at least to 2023, before Trump returned to office, according to a Department of Homeland Security document reported by FedScoop. CBP and DHS did not immediately respond to requests for comment. And officials at a third federal agency are comparing Starlink to Verizon as a tool for communicating during a catastrophe, according to one person involved in the discussions who asked that their agency not be named in order to avoid reprisal. That process was initiated in February and appears to be under consideration as part of a normal process, the person said. Oh, finally, they're going through a normal process. That's crazy. It fixed itself, as you noticed. No, I reset it. I might have reset it after it fixed itself, but I did reset it. So I heard last week that, and I forget who said this. I think it was we were watching. I think it was a Ukrainian girl do a video essay on all the stuff that like Candace Owens and all of these different people, like all this misinformation that people have been putting out about Ukraine and all of the like kind of lies that they've been telling about Ukraine. And I think that she was the one who said that Elon Musk sent Starlink to Ukrainians, and then one day when they were in the middle of an operation that needed it, he cut it off. I don't know if that's true. Like, I had never heard that. That is, if that's true. In 2022, Elon Musk denied a Ukrainian request to extend Starlink's coverage up to Crimea during an attack on a Crimean port. Doing so would have violated U.S. sanctions on Russia. Oh, okay. This event was widely reported in 2023, erroneously characterizing it as Musk turning off Starlink coverage in Crimea. Okay. Yeah, that's very different. That is very different. Stop with the erroneous reporting, guys. You guys are way too erroneous with this reporting.
On.
All right, we're almost done.
Seriously, there's advertisements that say if you're a business CEO and you pay $5 million to Donald Trump, you can get a meeting with him. Like, this isn't okay. And yet, because it happens every single day, they're asking for us to pretend that this is normal.
Yeah, this is Cody. This is kind of like what a bunch of cable companies do, where they'll make it sound like their service is free. And so they'll say, yes, we will come and we'll install cable boxes at your house totally free. No charge. Seriously, totally free. We'll give it to you. No problem. We'll come today. You want us to come today? There's a bunch of guys standing in the middle of Walmart and in the middle of the mall, like with clipboards and, little short sleeve dress shirts. And they're like, hey, yes, free, dude. Free. For a year. You want it free for a year? They never actually say what it is. Like they're purposely being general with it. I did that job? Okay, yeah. So they're purposely being general with it. What they're trying to do is make it sound like I was at Costco. They're trying to make it sound like you're getting cable for free. You're getting free cable. You get there's no charge, dude. It's seriously, it's too good to be true. I know, but really, I'm for reals. You get this for free, bro. I'm for real. We'll come today. We'll hook it up right now, dude. This is serious. We'll really do this. And you're like, okay, yeah, okay, cool. Sign me up. They're like, okay, can you first I'll need your credit card number, and you're like, wait, why do you need my credit card? You just said it was free. I'm like, yeah, the cable box is free. Yes, it is. You're like, okay. So you just need it. Like, it's free for a year, though, right? It's free for a year. You'll have to start paying after a year. So, okay. All right. Okay, so here's my card information. I guess I'll try to remember to cancel it before the year's up. Okay. Yeah, here's my card information. Okay. All right. So just sign right here, and they like hand you the thing. And you're like, why does it say $250? Like, well, you have to sign up for a plan for the whole thing, right? This one comes with like HBO, Showtime, Cinemax. Like, this is the best plan we have. This is the best plan we have. Like, this is good. This is great. Like, hold on. You said it was free. Yeah, the cable box is free. Yes, it is. Normally, people pay $10, $20 a month for cable boxes. It's free. We're not even going to charge you for it. Not the installation either. We'll let the guys come and install it for free too. Great deal. But like, they want you to get like so far into the process and feel like you're getting so much that by the time you get to the point where you're paying, now you're like, oh, shit, I already came like this fucking far. And I've been like this whole time sitting here thinking about how dope it's going to be to like have cable and be able to watch all this shit. And they made it sound so great, and all the fucking cool remote. I get to talk into the remote and tell it what I want to watch, and it just pulls it up. And but I don't want to pay that. I don't want to pay that much. Fuck. And like, you're just kind of standing there just like, oh yeah, they do it like you're stupid. They say it like you're stupid, like that was obvious the whole time. Yeah, well, of course. I mean, obviously the cable still costs money. The cable box is totally free. That's what I said. I said the cable box is free. But obviously you don't get free cable, right? Like, nobody gets free. Nothing's free in life, right? Nothing's free. Everybody knows that, right? They're like, yeah, of course not. Of course nothing's free in life. You're saying, like, what the fuck? But they said it was free. They said it was. So it sounds like what Starlink's doing. Sounds like what Starlink's doing. Where yeah, they're like, yeah, dude, we'll come install it for free, bro. No cost, no charge, dude. It's free. We'll give it to you for real. Now that'll be $10,000 a month. We're sign right here. Obviously, we said it was gonna be. Tom has been suckered a lot, it seems. No. No, I'm the one who designed the system. I invented it, actually.
Normal. This is just 6 weeks. It's just 6 weeks. And the last thing on the list is an offer to meet with the president for $1 million or $5 million. If any previous president had sent out an advertisement suggesting that you could meet with them for a payment to them of $1 million to $5 million, in and of itself, we would deem that to be unacceptable. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk believe that because they have arranged this dizzying pace of corruption in which not a day goes by in which something doesn't happen inside our government, in which Elon Musk or Donald Trump use their power in order to rig the rules to enrich themselves, that we are all going to feel that it's normal. This is how democracies die. Democracies die when the very powerful people steal from us so regularly, so openly, so unapologetically that we come to believe that it's normal. And listen, I understand that many Americans may think that all of this stuff just used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open. And I'm not saying that there haven't been instances of corruption. Democrats and Republicans in this body have been accused of and convicted of acts of corruption. It has been a fact of life in American politics for a long time, but never before has the corruption happened this openly or this frequently. And so I lay it all out for you this afternoon in the hopes that it is not too late for us to decide to stand up as a body and as a nation to say that this isn't okay. The Trump meme coin is not okay. It's not okay for people who have interest before the federal government to be able to anonymously funnel money to the President of the United States. It's not okay for Elon Musk to have access to
Katmere posted this in general with the caption, "Now I understand why you're all so brain dead retarded. Even CNN, while still 100% negative Trump, has other issues like conflicts in Syria, attacks in Ukraine, etc., but still very biased." What? RFK Jr.'s embrace of junk science, like cod liver oil, is putting children's lives in danger. I'm a pediatrician. Here's the truth about RFK Jr.'s vitamin A recommendation. Speaker Mike Johnson unveils funding bill to avert government shutdown, the utter hypocrisy of Trump's citizenship offer to white South Africans. Have you guys heard this? This is literally like neo-Nazi talking points. Like, we've gone over this a couple of times. This is straight like Nazi talking points. We've gone over the stuff that like Trump is doing with South Africans. It's crazy. Okay, here I just realized we are short on time, and I don't think I'm gonna do another round after this, so I'm gonna finish up in just a little bit, and then yeah, we're gonna get through some of this because the AOC's talk is an hour. Bernie Sanders' talk is 22 minutes. And his other talk is an hour. So yeah, we're not getting through shit. Okay.
Hey everyone, how's it going? We've got some post-State of the Union chat. Someone said, glad you stayed away. Me too. You know, I watched it from home. I paid attention to what the president was saying. I watched it, so you didn't have to. So if you didn't, you know, that's okay. I watched the whole thing, but I watched it from home. Everybody makes different decisions. I just felt like I couldn't. I didn't feel like I could legitimize his presence. That being said, you know, I know different people had different takes on it. In terms of the House of Representatives, you know, I'll give you an alternative perspective. In terms of the House of Representatives, you know, some people feel, and it is true, that the State of the Union occurs in the House of Representatives, known as the people's house. And technically, in terms of the proceedings of the State of the Union, an interesting thing about the House is that it is different from almost every other chamber in that only House members are typically allowed in the House of Representatives. So anybody else,
unless you're a January 6er wearing a buffalo hat,
that is brought into the House, that walks into the House, has to be invited. And so Trump actually has to be formally invited to the House floor in order to be allowed into the House floor. Same thing with all the senators and the cabinet members, etc. So, you know, I think other people had a certain logic, which is that this is the people's house, and Trump showing up should not kind of force the duly elected representatives of that chamber, especially those who disagree with him, out. So, you know, that's some of the perspective there. Anyways, I watched from home, and if you did, if you didn't, honestly, this is like,
I think that's a dumb piece of logic. Like that's a dumb thought process. Like, you know, one person says, oh, well, I think we should protest this by just not showing up. Let's just not even be there. Let's just let the entire Democrat side just be empty. And then the other side's like, well, we can't allow him to dictate what we do and don't do. He can't force us out. This is the people's house, and we are the people's representatives. So if we allow him to force us out, then whose house is it really? It's his house. Okay, but what kind of protest is that? What the fuck? What is that? You didn't do anything. You just went and did exactly what everybody expects you to do. That's not a protest. What the fuck? I'm going to protest by going and showing up and doing exactly what everybody thinks I'm going to do. That'll show.
I listen to Trump. I do, because he has won 2 presidential elections. Now, the first one was not by popular vote, and the second vote, he has not won more than 50% of the U.S. electorate, but he has won these elections nevertheless. So I listen to him. I listen to what he says as an observer, and I have to tell you, I mean, I feel like even if you're like a big Trump fan,
if you're literally a fucking congresswoman, like, yeah, you have to listen to Trump. If you're not listening to Trump, you're not doing your fucking job. You're not doing your job. Like, if you are elected into the House and you're not even listening, you're not even like keeping up with his plans, what it is he's doing, what it is that his plans are, and what his agenda is, like, your entire job is to keep up with this shit. Like, yeah, of course you listen to him. Yeah.
His speech was not his best. He rambled a lot. He was reading a lot.
Her job is to listen to constituents. Yeah, sure, that as well. But like, if we're saying like, oh, you know, Donald Trump, he's doing X, Y, and Z, like he's got his whole plan, and she's like, oh, I don't know, I don't really listen to him. Like, well, no, you have to stop. You guys have to do something about this. You guys gotta. He said, like, in his speech the other day, he was doing all these different things. Yeah, I don't really like him. I'm not a fan of the guy, so I just don't really pay attention to him. Like, yeah, I don't think you're doing your job, homie. I don't think you're doing your job. I think that we all expect you guys to be keeping up with everything that he's doing and kind of combating this in some sort of way. And if you're not, yeah, I don't think you're doing your job.
A lot of lists. He was reading a lot of wrong information on lists, and you know, to be honest, to me it was giving word minimum for a school essay, and you just kind of start typing things
like Trump,
so that you get to the word minimum. That's what it was giving, except for the fact that this was the longest State of the Union speech in American, I think it was the longest or the second longest speech, or a joint address / State of the Union speech in history. I think it was like him and like a Bill Clinton speech, I think they were saying on television shortly after. And so he talked a lot, but he didn't say much. And I want to tell you why that is.
Because he wasn't there to actually address any like real legislative things. He was just there to say Democrats bad, we're winning, we did good, and then also look at this black kid. Doesn't it make you sad? It's kind of like when you look at those puppy commercials and you hear Sarah McLachlan going, "In the arms of the angels." It's kind of like that. Look how sad. Look at the black kid. So yeah, of course. Yeah, they didn't say anything. Yep.
Why get up there? And even if you disagree with it, why get up there and not give the most compelling story that you can give? Why get up there and just like read number after number after number in these cuts, which are not real, by the way? Why rattle off and make all these claims that about you found all these 140-year-olds who are taking checks from Social Security, which is not real, by the way? Why do that? And I'm going to tell you why. Because just like I said in our last live, we have to remain focused, because our focus is the same thing as their focus. They keep talking about all this waste, which, by the way, like almost all these numbers that Doge has been putting out ends up being fake. Mm-hmm. They say, they'll come up with some initial number and Doge themselves has to revise it down. And so they get the headline saying oh, we got so much. But then they all end up revising it down. And so why are they doing this? Like I said before, it's all about Medicaid. It's all about what they're not saying. Don't you find it interesting that Donald Trump, if you listen to that speech, Donald Trump said a lot of things. He said a lot of random things about studies and waste and all this other stuff. He did not talk about Medicaid. Not once. And as a certain right-wing operative likes to say, MAGA's on Medicaid. And MAGA, Trump is coming for your Medicaid. MAGA, Republicans are coming for your Medicaid. And the reason they are rattling off all of these things, because listen, where there is waste, we should address it. Where there is corruption, we should address it. Where there's fraud and abuse, we should address it. But don't you think that if you found a bunch of money in the couch cushions, that you would put that to expanding Medicaid, improving schools, fixing our roads, right? But that's not what they're planning on doing. The reason they're shaking all these couch cushions and the reason that they are rattling off all these numbers is because...
Well, they all, MAGA believes that they're all going to save a bunch of money on their taxes, even though if we take all the money that they've added up and said that they're saving, it still wouldn't make a difference to anybody's taxes. You'd end up saving maybe a couple of cents a month. You're not saving anything. But that's what they think. They think it's all about saving on taxes, cutting taxes.
All those numbers they are trying to add up into one of the most massive tax cuts for billionaires and the 1%, probably in modern American history. And do not forget that. Don't forget that. It's not just about what Trump is saying. It's about the big, obvious things that he is ignoring, y'all, okay? Medicaid. Don't you find it interesting that he did not mention Medicaid once? The largest source of health insurance, one of the largest insurers in the United States that impacts most Americans. And by the way, 30% of Medicaid money goes to Medicare recipients too. So he's doing that for a reason, because he's scared. If he was confident about his attacks on Medicaid, he would have said something, wouldn't he? He's confident about his attacks on immigrants. He's confident about his attacks on federal workers. He's confident about all those things. Why won't he own up, and Republicans own up to their attacks on Medicaid? And if you are a Donald Trump supporter and you believe him when he says we're not going to touch Medicaid, why wouldn't he say that in his speech? I mean, it's one of the most vulnerable points that Republicans have right now is this attack on Medicaid. They know it's sinking them. In fact, the NRCC, this is an organization that's like kind of in charge of electing Republicans across the country. They came in.
I'm not fully convinced that they are like full on going after Medicaid in the way that Democrats are just yet. Like I'm not totally convinced. I feel like it feels like some of it is a little bit what do you call it? It's like it's put on, like they're pushing for this to be like something that everybody starts to worry about, so that they start like stressing about what Trump and Elon are doing in general. That this is like a strategy to get it to get people to fearmonger. No, it's not like yes, that, but that's not really what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think of like what is it that Brittany Simon kept saying about the whole like, you know, sassafras drama and the like JSTLK drama. She kept saying it's manufactured. It seems like it's a bit manufactured. All of the like fearmongering about the Medicare and Medicaid, it just feels a little manufactured to me. It never, like when she's like, why didn't he mention this? Well, why would he mention it? They're not even saying shit about it. So like, it's not like they had like some big plan attached to it. So even if he did like address a bunch of policy points, which he didn't, but even if he did, he was making his speech about policy and actually addressing things that people actually cared about and actually wanted to know about. Even that would not have like been on my list of things that he would talk about. But why isn't anyone talking about how Trump is clearly unhealthy and deteriorating? I've been asking this question for a long time. Trust me, I've been asking this question for a long time. Earlier, I don't know if you were here, but we were going over his speech, and he was like slurring the whole time and had like spit all in his mouth, like was like talking like this the whole time, and it was very like off-putting and strange sounding. But yeah. What are you talking about? I don't know. As I said, I have not heard this actually be like a big deal to anybody except for Democrats. And every time, I haven't actually heard them ever give like good reasoning for why they're like always making everything about Medicaid and Medicare. They're just kind of talking about it over and over. But obviously, like I think that that's going to have a lot more to do with like Mike Johnson and what he's doing. And I'm going to pay like a lot more attention to him and what Congress is doing, but not as much Trump and Elon. I feel like when it comes to the budget that's coming up soon, where they're saying like, oh yeah, we're trying to stop another government shutdown, like, you know, that crap, that seems like that's where it's gonna happen. So yeah, Mike Johnson is somebody that I'm more so paying attention to. Wait, you don't think they're gonna cut Medicare? I don't know. I'm saying I'm not saying that they are or aren't. I'm saying so far it doesn't I don't ever hear like good evidence for why everybody thinks they are. It seems like that's their goal. Huh. Yeah, that's what she's saying. I don't see it. Every time anything happens, I just hear Democrats coming out going, well, this is all about Medicaid and Medicare. And I'm like, where are you getting this from? But I haven't heard like reasoning behind any of it yet. So where they always say that's the goal, like, you know, even Kyle Kalinske and like all these, that's what they're all saying over and over. But I don't ever see anything to where I know why that's their thought process.
In this week, and they told every Republican in the House of Representatives to stop doing town halls. To stop doing town halls. Why? Because they're getting too much heat over Medicaid, and personally, I think they are trying to bully Republicans to get in line to try to line up to vote to gut Medicaid. And so they want to extract Republicans out of their communities, out of their districts, so they don't feel as connected, so they isolate them so they can be more easily manipulated and bullied into cutting Medicaid. And if Donald Trump were so proud about it, he would own it. And if it wasn't true, this is a massive political vulnerability. He could have ended tonight a lot of the speculation and a lot of the vulnerability that Republicans were experiencing right now if he went up on that podium and said, we're not going to touch Medicaid. But he didn't say that, did he? He didn't say that. Mark my words. They're coming after it. And all of that rattling off on Social Security and trying to frame Social Security as largely wasteful, this idea that there's like checks going out, tons of Social Security checks going out to dead people. No. Social Security monitors who passes away and processes who passes away. That doesn't mean they're cutting a check to people who pass away. Mm-hmm. And they are setting all of this up. They are trying to...
Yeah, is what I've said. That they're literally just like bringing up who's in the system. And that's it. They're just talking about people who are in the system. But they just stop cutting them checks. And then that's it. They're just people who are just still in the system. That's all. But after everybody's debunked this 1,000 times, Trump and them just keep coming out and repeating it anyways, over and over and over and over. And then when everybody comes and asks them, hey, where are you getting this from? Like, can you give us like any evidence for this like 180-year-old person who's getting a check? Reached out to the White House for a source, and they have not gotten back to us at the time of writing this article.
Trick you. They're trying to trick your grandparents. They're trying to trick young people into thinking that it's all wasteful so that they can get away with cutting it to pieces. It's the same thing with Medicaid. Mike Johnson is going on television talking about how people who are on Medicaid are just all able-bodied 29-year-old young men who are playing video games. Medicaid, let me tell you all, Republicans have attacked Medicaid so often for decades that any little sliver of fat that you can possibly gut from it has largely all been trimmed away. This is not the first time that Republicans have gone up, and frankly, anybody has gone up to talk about efficiency. And so understand, and I'm talking directly to Republicans right now, because I know some of y'all love to be on my feeds. So welcome, and I'm happy that you're here. To all the Republicans who are on Medicare, who are on Medicaid, who maybe you're on children's health insurance. And by the way, a lot of states name these insurance programs different things. Like, New York has a different children's health insurance program, and so on and so forth. So if you have like a little state healthcare program, it's probably public funded, or it might have some sort of public connection to it. And I want you to ask your representative if they're going to touch any Medicaid dollars at all. And if they try to tell you, oh yeah, there's a ton of waste, ask them, how much? How much waste? Like, ask for the receipt. Ask for the receipt. If they want to say there's waste, ask for the receipt. Because what they are trying to cut from Medicaid, I'm going to tell you, is somewhere to the tune of $880 billion from Medicaid. Okay? $880 billion. And I sit on the committee that Medicaid goes through. And the math ain't mathin'. There's, even when you talk to Republicans, their wildest dream fantasy of the amount of so-called waste that they have identified, if you believe absolutely everything, which like they include long-term care as waste, like they include actual certain kinds of health care as wasteful. In their wildest fantasies, their number is still $50 billion. So where's the other $830 billion coming from? It's coming from grandma. It's coming from your prescriptions. It's coming from your care. It's coming from your insulin. It's coming from your kids' copay. They are setting up to rob you. And that is the moral of the story of this State of the Union tonight. He was yammering and he was blabbering and he was reading off listicles like this was the longest BuzzFeed right-wing compilation of all time.
I know him.
It was
listicles.
It was unsettling, very dangerous in terms of how he is tearing apart U.S. alliances, tearing apart, at our allies, attacking our allies. It's not to undermine the seriousness of what he is doing, but it is to really communicate that he was trying to dance around their number one priority, which is to rob and gut Medicaid, Medicare, and all of our public systems, Social Security, etc., in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And let me tell you something. As far as taxes go, he only actually talked about what was it? No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security benefits, and no tax on overtime. That is, I can talk about those specific things, but let me tell you something. Those tax cuts are a little tiny line in terms of the entire tax bill. It is like 90%, well, maybe not 90. It is like, but it is overwhelmingly tax cuts for billionaires, corporations. It's the write-offs on the yachts. It's the write-offs on the private jets. It's the rich getting richer. This bill is the rich getting richer. And then they put, as little lipstick on a pig, these little crumbs of no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security benefits, and no tax on overtime. Let's talk about a couple of these things. In terms of no tax on tips, obviously you all know, I was a waitress for many years. I was a bartender on many years. Someone said your sweater. Guys, I made it. Thank you. It's all, my hair's covering all the holes up here, so. But in terms of no tax on tips, listen, I was a waitress. I was a bartender. I get it. And if you live off of tips, I get it. The one thing that I want people to think about is, even as a waitress, if any of you all...
If AOC admits to 20 million in wealth, it must be 200 million. Damn. She's not worth even $1 million. So that's crazy. A waitress that accumulated $20 million in tips. AOC is worth $20 million? Bro, come on. Come on. Get serious for a second. She's not worth $20 million, bro. Come on. Read? I have read. I've read a lot on it. I've read a bunch. Somebody had made it up, then they admitted to making it up, and then people like you continue running around repeating it anyways. You don't know much, do you, Tom? No, I do. You go look it up. You haven't looked into it. You have not looked into it, I guess, since day one when first person posted it on Instagram. You haven't looked at it again since, but tell me about me. You're an expert. No, don't pivot. Let's stay on AOC's salary. Let's stay on AOC being worth $20 million. Why'd you get scared so quick? Why'd you get scared so quick? Why are you... Nobody gives a fuck who you are. Who gives a fuck? Why are you... yeah, why did you get scared? Yeah. Ocasio-Cortez's most recent financial disclosure filed in 2021 shows she had between $303,000 and $45,000 in assets, including her 401k pension plan, and owed at least $15,000 in student debts. Huh. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sheesh. In 2021. Yeah. You think she got $20 million in 3 years? Is that, you think in 3 years she got 20, she got $20 million in 3 years? Fact check. No evidence that Ocasio-Cortez has a net worth of $29 million. There is no evidence that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has a net worth of $29 million, despite online claims that figure was released by Forbes magazine. Forbes has denied releasing the $29 million figure, and no other reliable source for that claim has been cited. Wow, that's crazy. That's fucking nuts that, like, everybody's claiming that it's like, you know, this thing that exists. And do your research? No, I have done my research. You send me a source that says this. Send me some evidence. I've done the research. It says you're a liar. Have you researched Pelosi's net worth? Yep. You mean her husband's, not really hers, but yeah. I know all about that one as well, that you obviously have not researched either, so
All
moving on.
Else have gone like completely mad with every single job being a tipped job with an iPad screen now, like especially during COVID. I mean, it's even to the point where the freaking self-checkouts at the airport get tip screens. If you are tired of that, I do think it's important for us to recognize.
Why are you pivoting again? You really are fucking terrified of your own claims, aren't you? You know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You are well aware you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That you got fucking bamboozled. You saw the little Instagram post and you were like, oh, that's so true. I've done my research. I saw the Instagram post that said it. I've done my research. I totally saw that Instagram post. It showed a meme that said she was worth that much. I saw that Instagram post hardcore. My fucking 70-year-old aunt sent it to me. She saw it on Facebook. In her Facebook group, Moms for Patriots. She's not a mom. She doesn't have any kids, but she is very involved in this Facebook group. They're going to stop everybody from transing the kids and stop AOC from being worth more than $40,000.
The danger of every job becoming a tip.
My info comes from evidence. Okay, so send me the evidence. Tell me where's the evidence? Why I don't think normally people who have evidence just keep pivoting to other claims over and over like they're fucking terrified of their own claims. That doesn't it's not normally what those people do, but you may be the first person who actually has evidence and refuses to actually share it and instead runs away from it over and over and over.
Tipped job. And all of us then now having to pay each other's wages, not just in waitressing, not just in bartending. I'm talking about everything. Everything. And I think it's just a precipice that we all need to think about, because it's not, there's a very careful and slippery slope here that we just need to pause and consider, because then we can very easily enter a world where no one is paid, where like no one's employer is like actually paying their wages, and we're all just tipping each other and essentially GoFundMeing the entire economy.
Yeah,
And
don't tip people anymore. Make them starve.
That is the one area where I want us to be thoughtful about, okay? Thoughtful about. And because historically we think of tip jobs as waitresses, bartenders, hospitality, but we all have also been experiencing the typification of a lot more jobs outside of that. And if you don't want every single person that you interact with.
Me scared? The guy who's been here for like 5 minutes and still can't answer a question about evidence, but keeps claiming to know exactly where it is and how to find it and that I have it? Me? What? No. What? Huh. Tell me about Nancy Pelosi. Tell me about me. Tell me all about me. I randomly want to make this all about myself. Tell me about me. So why don't we talk about me now? Let's forget about this whole AOC thing. Let's talk about me. I'm not scared.
Starting to turn an iPad screen around, we need to take this very carefully, because employers need to pay their employees a living wage. Employers need to pay their employees a living goddamn wage. And this idea that we are going to
All right. 07's in chat, everybody, to Agent Smith. He really has evidence. He just can't find it right now. It's ask him 10 more times, and maybe then he'll finally figure out where it is. I'm sure it's totally real. He's totally getting it. It's a very real thing. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this? Okay, there.
transfer and disincentivize.
Transfer?
And
they're transing the mice, now they're transing their fur too? What the hell? Agent Smith is all over this one. They're not gonna let them trans the fur. His fucking aunt's Facebook group they knew about this one for a long time. They've been doing research on it. They've been doing some serious research on the transfer.
Prevent or give people an outing, massive corporations an out from paying a living wage to making everyone and incentivizing everyone into becoming a tipped worker. I will be the first to tell you, as a waitress, as a bartender in New York City, the volatility of being a tipped worker is a big deal. Now, we choose it. We have that job, you know, that's a separate issue. But if it gets to a point where no one can get a stable job because everything's become typified, because we've changed and altered the tax code to reward employers for not paying a living wage and for paying sub minimum wages, sub-minimum tip wages, I want us to really think about that. Really think about that, number one. Number two, no taxes on Social Security benefits. Another one, on its face, listen, we can talk about that, but I want to tell you about how Social Security is funded. Because we hear all the time, right? Like, especially if you're a millennial, I don't know if Gen Z, when y'all were in high school, tell me in the comments. But when I was in high school, we would get these little, like, sometimes like right-wing videos that got wheeled into our classrooms that were like, I mean, it happened to me, where it was like, oh, Social Security is gonna run out of money. You guys aren't gonna get Social Security. Just so you know, Social Security is running out of money.
Dude, I said this just the other day. I just said this the other day. I was like, dude, when I was a kid, I remember my parents telling me all the time that there was going to be no Social Security money left for them. By the time they retired, there was going to be nothing left. It wasn't going to be left for any of us. This is funny.
Is running out of money. They have been priming us to give up on the Social Security system for a long time. But let me tell you something, why that is not the case, okay? Social Security there are financial issues with Social Security, but let me tell you why. Because we all get taxed we all pay into Social Security, right? Like if you have a job and you pull up your pay stub, you can look at your pay stub, how much money you pay in Social Security. And it's a lot of money at the end of the year. Like it's a lot of money for us, for a normal person. If you're making 20, 30, if you're making 30, 40, 50, $60,000 a year, you look at the end of the year, how much money you've paid into Social Security, it's a lot of money. But that money, the amount of money that you pay into Social Security stops at $250,000. If your income is $250,000, you have a cap. You don't really pay into it proportionately as much. All you need to do is lift that maximum income cap of $250,000.
Wait, that's not true. They do still pay a disproportionate amount than most people. It's not proportional to like their overall wages, sure, but they still pay. Sorry, I guess yeah, not maybe not. Yeah, it's not proportionate, but it is. They pay more. They still end up paying a lot more into it, to where they're not ever going to get that much out of it because they're going to get the same as everybody else. And so they still end up paying a disproportionate amount compared to everything that they'll get out of it in the end. So like I'm not against like, you know, making it to where they pay more. It's just that's that it makes sense why they would cut it at some point.
On Social Security, and we're good. Social Security you eliminate overnight any sort of solvency issue that the right wing and Republicans want to tell you that Social Security has. So let's revisit why Trump's proposal on not taxing Social Security benefits is a problem. Now, if we want to, like, the idea on its face, I think is something that could potentially be negotiable, right? Because on its face, it's not like on its face, not whatever. But the way that they have structured, the way that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have structured the no tax on Social Security benefits, their proposal is the following. Currently, Social Security, the taxes on Social Security benefits actually go around, the taxes on Social Security benefits go around to help fund Social Security. It goes back into the Social Security fund. Now, when they take away the taxes on Social Security benefits, what Trump is proposing that they do is you take away the tax and then you take away the Social Security funding. So the way that the little wrapper that they've put on it is no tax on Social Security, but the fine print is that they're trying to make Social Security run out of money faster. They're trying to bankrupt Social Security by selling it as a no tax on Social Security benefits. Now, if we wanted to approach that, we would lift the cap on lift the $250,000 income cap on Social Security so that we can fully fund Social Security, not have to worry about a solvency issue at all, and then we can talk about the tax on benefits and see what possibilities there are there. So scam, and then no tax on overtime. Okay, I hear that. Also, just so you know, there are some people and some professions on overtime that also make a lot of money. And so is there going to be any income cap on that? Because I will tell you, Republicans want to means test Medicaid left, right, up, and down. You all know, if anybody here has ever had any experience with Medicaid, they basically floss everything about your life for you to be able to get the tiniest amount of help on your health care. So if we're going to give a huge amount of money for no tax on overtime, are they going to plan on doing the same thing? Or is there going to be any sort of income cap on it? Or can you make an unlimited amount of income and still get the tax benefits? What if you make $250,000 a year? Do you still think that those folks shouldn't pay taxes? Shouldn't contribute? What about people who make most of their, it's not to say that these things are flat out up or down. It's to say those are the only 3 proposals that really have any relevance to working people. And I'm just saying, think about it a little bit more. Just think about it, just a little bit under the surface. And even then, those 3 things, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no benefits, and no tax on overtime, represent this much of a tax package that is this big. And this much of it is give money to Elon Musk, give money to Jeff Bezos, give money to Mark Zuckerberg, give money.
I was just getting ready to move on to the next video. There's just there's a number of things that I wanted to get through today, and so I'm trying to make sure, especially because they were in the title, I want to make sure I at least get through this stuff, some of it. So I'm giving her a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna move on a little bit. But also, I'm fucking killing this this round of papers, so I gotta make sure that I'm, giving it my best, giving it my all. I don't want to let you guys down in this paper game,
to the biggest corporations in America, and this much of that tax package has anything to do with you, and even this part is still kind of scamming you a little bit. So that's in terms of the substance of it. And then, by the way, all of this, the money for all of this is taking out of Medicaid. We're going to take all of this out of Medicaid, and then we're going to move it over here, give this much to billionaires, and then give this much in dubious things, maybe for you, because it sounds good on a podium, but when you actually open the hood, it's kind of crazy. So that's that. And I'm going to see if I can take, so I know people are crying, but listen, I just want to break that down for you. But I don't want to just leave you with that. Okay. I want to, I'm going to dive into some of your questions here. Folks are saying, AOC, we're listening. We hear you. Tell us what to do. So, I think there's a couple of things. There are some folks that are on here that are interested in electoral actions. Some people here who are not interested in electoral actions. I'm going to start electorally. These Republicans, I'm telling you all, they are getting scared. Trump not mentioning Medicaid at the State of the Union is the game. He doesn't talk about what he fears. And
is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. Is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody who is 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of.
Add 1 or hour now or usual next MR streamer.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, I might make it another hour. We'll see. I might make it another hour. Because the thing is that I have a video essay that I really want to make sure that I work on tonight as well. But I also, I want to get through a lot of this shit. So thank you for the dono new stack.
Our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why.
Okay, this is the same thing.
One of the great progressive trade union leaders in America. So brothers and sisters, we got some problems in this country.
We got some problems in this country.
We have an administration that is leading us to oligarchy, and an administration that is leading us to an authoritarian form of society, and an administration that is leading us toward kleptocracy. And what I see happening, and I was just in Kenosha yesterday, we were in Altoona, Wisconsin earlier today, I see this incredible, do you know how many people we have here? We got a bunch of rooms. We got over 6,000 people. So what I see happening all over America is people, not just Democrats or independents, but Republicans as well, saying we fought for too long and too many people died for democracy. We're not going to oligarchy. You know, it's a funny thing that we are right here in Abraham Lincoln High School. And I thank the high school for allowing us to use their facilities. So I want to tell you a little story. In Vermont, on Memorial Day, I usually go to a parade, a beautiful parade, one of the largest in the state, in a town called Vergennes, Vermont, in the northern part of the state. And at the end of the parade, people assemble at the town green and people give speeches. And the organizers always bring up some kids from the high school to say a few words. And what they ask the kids from the high school to say, one of the speeches, is to recite Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. You all remember that?
Remember that?
Let me remind you what he said, because it was really prescient.
I was there, I saw
and
it.
it was really quite extraordinary. Here he was in 1863. I think it was a few days after the terrible Battle of Gettysburg.
Cool story, bro.
Tonight, NASA versus Elon Musk. So NASA's top officials are firing back at Musk. One former senior NASA official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the 2 U.S. astronauts stuck in space. They never got that offer. Now, why were they saying that? Well, because they were responding to Musk's claims that the 2 astronauts had been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up there, and they had to deny this.
We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded.
I mean, they are on the International Space Station having to respond to this. I mean, there's just some moments in all this where you go, this is really insane.
That was odd. Put the timer? I can't put the timer. There, it was at the top of the hour. So it was at 6 a.m. for me. So it'll be at the top of the hour for you too. So it's all 7 a.m. for me. Top of the hour. But that was such a short clip, dude. Why? Why did that clip have to be so short? That was so weird. That was a little strange.
Insane. Multiple astronauts going after Musk after these claims, including Andreas Morgensen, who called Musk's claim a lie on X. Musk responded, and I'm going to just quote what Musk said. He called this astronaut, quote, fully retarded and an idiot. So on that note, let's bring in astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, the author of the new book, Merlin's Tour of the Universe, Traveler's Guide to Blue Moons, Black Holes, Mars, Stars, and Everything Far. It is a prominent place on my bookshelf. I put it in the travel section should I ever get to
just in case.
Travel. You know, when I was organizing, that's what I did. Okay, this topic that, right, Musk says that this was, political, that Biden wouldn't bring them down. They have to be, these astronauts denying it on the space station. NASA denies it. An astronaut.
I want to get a better clip. Like, that was so short, dude.
A reporter.
Elon Musk has said that he made the offer to bring you guys back earlier and that it was denied. My first question is that true? And if so, what would that have looked like? Was he offering to make another flight, push seats on another flight? Could you give us some background there?
I'm surprised Elon Musk even believes they're in space. Like, I'm surprised he's not over here circling all the... Do you see that? Do you see that little dot there? Do you see that? Do you see how it's floating up? That's how you know that they're in water. That's how you can tell. They're in water right now. This is not outer space. The outer space is fake. It doesn't even exist. We don't have a flat Earth. We don't have a round Earth. everything is literally just Earth. There is nothing outside of Earth.
I can only say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual. We have no information on that, though, whatsoever. What was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to, how that process went. That's information that we simply don't have.
Wait, what?
I can only say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual. I have
So this says, stranded astronaut confirms Musk could have rescued them earlier, but Biden refused. That is not what this other chick said. That is not what she said. That is not what she said, bro. It's absolutely factual that he made an offer to save them.
Tonight, NASA versus Elon Musk. So NASA's top officials firing back at Musk. One former senior NASA official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the 2 U.S. astronauts.
They never received an offer. It could be that NASA said they never received an offer, but Biden did.
Stuck in space. They never got that offer. Now, why were they saying that? Well, because they were responding to Musk's claims that the 2 astronauts had been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up there, and they had to deny this.
We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded.
See, that is such a short clip that I have trouble believing that clip. Now, obviously, this is a different video. So this guy was not there in the first one, and they were wearing completely different gear.
We have no information on that. I can only say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual.
That's why no one trusts the media. Well, so the difference is this came out 2 days ago. What she said came out 12 days ago. So it could be that there's updated information on this since, because there's a 10-day difference in between. But we'll find out. Hold on.
We have no information on that, though, whatsoever. What was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to, how that process went. That's information that we simply don't have. So I believe him. I don't know all those details, and I don't think any of us really can give you the answer that you would be hoping for.
Wilmore and Sunita Suni Williams were on board Boeing's new Starliner capsule when it launched last June, making its crew debut after years of delay. The pair expected to be gone just a week or so, but the Starliner had so many problems getting to the space station that NASA ruled it too dangerous to carry anyone, and it flew back empty. Their homecoming was further delayed by extra completion time needed for the brand new SpaceX capsule that was supposed to deliver their replacements.
Elon Musk's SpaceX launched a Crew Dragon capsule to rescue the pair last September, but after it docked at the space station, NASA opted.
So even they're making it sound like they are stranded.
I don't know all those details, and I don't think any of us.
Suni Williams were on board Boeing's new Starliner capsule when it launched last June, making its crew debut after years of delay. The pair expected to be gone just a week or so, but the Starliner had so many problems getting to the space station that NASA ruled it too dangerous to carry anyone, and it flew back empty. Their homecoming was further delayed by extra completion time needed for the brand new SpaceX capsule that was supposed to deliver their replacements.
Elon Musk's SpaceX launched a Crew Dragon capsule to rescue the pair last September, but after it docked at the space station, NASA opted to stall its return. Now, many on the right are blasting the Biden administration on social media. Independent journalist Kyle Becker wrote on X, what Elon Musk says is absolutely factual, quoting what the astronaut said. Astronauts confirm Biden stranded them in space because of a political dispute with Elon Musk. Libs of TikTok wrote on X, holy astronaut who's stranded in space says it's true that Elon offered to rescue them earlier. Biden didn't accept for political purposes. Straight up evil. Bill Ackman, CEO of Pershing Square, also
I
chimed
feel
in,
like
quote,
we got.
not only did Biden
I feel
not
like
invite
we.
Elon Musk to the White House EV summit.
I feel like we got another shoe getting ready to drop. Hold on.
Biden
Hold
let
on.
Elon retrieve the astronauts from the space station. When a president puts our astronauts at risk for his own political benefit, we have reached a new low point in presidential history. And if that is indeed the case, the reason Elon was not allowed to bring them home, I bet the astronauts are not so happy about that. They got to be getting bored up there, even if they really get along with each other. Have to be sick of the same person after 9 months. I hope. Now, I know they're on the space station. They have plenty of provisions. I hope they have board games or something. You could become a master Scrabble player in that time. Elon has suggested that this plan was sabotaged because of the personal animosity that Biden holds for Elon, given that he's gotten all in on Trump. And when asked about it, the astronaut. So I didn't read him as exactly confirming that that was the case.
Right, he didn't say anything political.
He said Musk is absolutely factual, and then said, but I don't know anything about this. So I wonder. It kind of sounded to me like he's just saying, well, I trust what Musk has to say in general. So if that's his characterization, I agree with.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering as well, but I'm not sure.
But I don't have any independent verification of it. So who knows? We need more good reporting probably to get to the bottom of that.
Right. And what we do know is that no matter what was offered, not offered, that it is a significant undertaking to go into space. And who knows what sort of.
They didn't mention. So again, this one came 2 days ago, where the first one came 12 days ago. The first one says NASA has denied this. NASA said this never happened.
Astronauts have been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up. Official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the.
Okay. Three days ago, Elon Musk's offer to bring home stranded astronauts never reached the space station, say NASA astronauts who are still in orbit after 9 months. SpaceX will bring 2 NASA astronauts back from International Space Station this month after a damaged spacecraft extended their 8-day journey into a 9-month commission. SpaceX's CEO Elon Musk said he believes the 2 astronauts were stuck in space for political reasons, and he could have rescued them sooner. The astronauts say they believe Musk and have been left in the dark about what really happened. World's richest man, Elon Musk, will help bring 2 NASA astronauts back to Earth after a Boeing spacecraft suffered technical issues, leaving the 2 aboard the International Space Station, ISS, for 9 months. He claims it could have been done sooner. On June 5th, 2024, Barry Wilmore, Sunita Williams embarked for the ISS on the Boeing Starliner. The longtime NASA astronauts were set to stay for 8 days, but the spacecraft suffered multiple technical issues en route to space. NASA deemed the Starliner too risky to carry astronauts back to Earth and sent the spacecraft home without its crew in September, leaving the 2 without a ride home. Now, NASA astronauts are set to return in March 19th or 20th, but they will make their return to Earth with SpaceX aboard its Crew 9 return flight. Last year, Musk offered to bring the 2 astronauts home sooner than planned, but he claims he was rejected by the Biden administration. They were left up there for political reasons, which is not good, Musk said in an interview alongside President Donald Trump with Fox News host Sean Hannity. I remember that. We watched that. In a separate interview last week with Joe Rogan, Musk said the Biden administration intentionally pushed the return date past the inauguration date in an effort to downplay Trump and his allies' success. What does that have to, how does that make sense? How does leaving them in space downplay Trump and his allies? That doesn't make sense. I don't understand what one has to do with the other. There's no way that they are going to make anyone who's supporting Trump look good, Musk told Rogan. In a Tuesday press conference, William and Wilmore. Oh, it's because because they didn't want to allow Musk to do it before the inauguration, because if Musk did it, then they would make Musk and Trump look good. Okay. Wilmore said it is absolutely factual while still choosing his words carefully so as not to pick sides. Obviously, we've heard some of these different things that have been said, Wilmore said. I can tell you at the outset, all of us have the utmost respect for Mr. Musk and, obviously, respect and admiration for our President of the United States, Donald Trump. The words they've said, politics, that's part of life. We understand that. And there's an important reason why we have a political system, and the political system that we do have and we're behind it 100%. Wilmore added he and Williams were left in the dark with no information whatsoever on what actually went down behind closed doors. That's information that we simply don't have, so I believe him, Wilmore said. Although it's unclear whether NASA controlled the information that Wilmore and Williams received during their extended stay in space, the ISS does have internet access on board according to NASA's website, which means there's a possibility they could have heard about Musk's intentions to bring the two astronauts home. While NASA did not initially respond to Fortune's request for comment, the Federal Space Agency has previously denied any claims of political involvement impacting the timeline of the astronauts' return. I can tell you unequivocally, from a personal standpoint, that politics has not played any part in this decision, then NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said on August 24th. It absolutely has nothing to do with it. As the astronauts await their trip back to Earth, morale is strong aboard the ISS. We're doing pretty darn good, actually. You know, we've got food, we've got clothes, we have great crew members up here, Williams told CNN in February. We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded. SpaceX did not return Fortune's request for comment. This story was originally featured on Fortune.com. Okay. All right, So it seems like this one, they did include all of those comments, and it does sound like NASA did tell CNN that they did not leave them stranded. This one's from Futurism. It says, NASA astronauts puzzled by Elon Musk's outburst. What is Elon talking about? Elon Musk attempted to blame the Biden administration for why the pair of astronauts aboard the International Space Station have had to stay even longer in orbit is blowing up in his face again. In a Fox News interview alongside President Donald Trump last month, Musk boldly claimed that Joe Biden opted to leave the NASA astronaut Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore in space for political reasons, rather than bring them home sooner. Williams and Wilmore have been aboard the ISS for 8 months after the spacecraft that ferried them there, Boeing Starliner, malfunctioned badly. Following the interview, a European astronaut and ISS veteran called Musk's claim a lie. In response to the billionaire's special government employee threw a tantrum, calling the astronaut a slur and doubling down on his previous claims about Biden's decision. SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago, Musk fumed. I offered this directly to the Biden administration and they refused. Now the stranded astronauts themselves have weighed in. Albeit while trying to stay as apolitical as possible, they say they've never heard any such plans, the Washington Post reports. In a press conference broadcasted from the ISS, Wilmore told reporters that Williams received no information about Musk's supposed offer of an earlier return. What was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to, how that process went, that's information that we simply don't have, Wilmore said, as quoted by WAPO. Even Bill Nelson, who served as NASA administrator under Biden, says it's the first he's hearing of Musk's plan, he told the newspaper in an interview. It certainly did not come to my attention, Nelson told WAPO. There was no discussion of that whatsoever. Maybe he, Elon Musk, sent a message to some lower-level person. Nelson said the agency's discussion was to use SpaceX Crew Dragon instead of Boeing Starliner to return Williams and Wilmore. A Dragon capsule is currently docked at the ISS, but will not depart until another one of SpaceX's vehicles brings our 4 fresh crew members to replace the outgoing astronauts. That mission okay, so that answers the question, because earlier they were saying, yes, they already sent a fucking Dragon out there, and then they told them that they weren't allowed to use it and that they couldn't come back home. Like, this doesn't make sense. Why won't they let them come back home? But this one actually says, they have to have somebody replace them. They can't just leave without the they can't just leave without somebody there. The dude contradicted himself, and the right is running with one half of the quote and the left is running with the other. Yeah. Well, I think from what they said, like if you put it into context, when he says Musk is totally correct or whatever, but then afterwards says, I have no idea what he said or what happened. I don't know anything about the process, and I don't know whether or not there was an offer or not. Like, okay, well, now we know he doesn't, like, when he says Musk is totally correct on this, that he has no idea what he's talking about, and he's just assuming Musk is correct, or he's just trying to say something that'll, make Musk feel good about himself, but that there's, like, no information that he has that would actually say that Musk is correct. So we do know that he doesn't know whether or not Musk is correct. And the quote that the right is running with is that he said Musk is correct, while he also said he has no way of knowing if Musk is correct. While NASA says that this never happened. None of us ever heard of this. We don't know where the fuck he's getting this from. Musk has not said who he talked to or who he sent it to, and so it could be that he sent it to somebody that just there's just nobody knows who it is. But I feel like if that was the case, he either would have said who it is by now, because if he says, yes, I definitely offered all blah blah, he would have he said he believes Musk. No, he said Elon Musk is absolutely correct on this. That's what he said. He didn't say, I believe him. He said, Elon Musk is absolutely correct on this. I can play it again.
Elon Musk has said that he made the offer to bring you guys back earlier and that it was denied. My first question is that true? And if so, what would that have looked like? Was he offering to make another flight, push seats on another flight? Could you give us some background there?
I can only say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual. We have no information on that.
Yeah, see, absolutely factual. But then he says we have no information on it. And so, yes, where one side is taking a clip, this one, I would say, is the one that's out of context. The other one doesn't seem like it's out of context because saying that they don't feel stranded is what matters. And then NASA saying they didn't... we don't have any information on this. Now, again, Caviar, so Musk is lying, right? The fact that we already know for a fact that he's lied about tons of things with Doge already, I have no reason to believe that that he wouldn't lie about this as well. We already know for a fact he's lied about hundreds of things at this point. So yeah, I have no problem believing that he lied about this too.
Though whatsoever, what was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to, how that process went, that's information that we simply don't have. So I believe him. I don't know all those details, and I don't think any of us really can give you a...
So he just says that he believes him. Yeah, so this one is the one that's taken out of context. The other ones, where they're saying they don't feel stranded, that doesn't seem to be taken out of context because it was quoted in multiple places. And then the other one with, because it was I forget the magazine, but they were the one who were... No, never mind. Yes, they said the same thing to the magazine. But on top of that, the NASA also has had people come out saying that they never got this request. And so nobody knows who the request went to. If there was more information, that would just be on Musk to tell us who the request went to, right? Musk could just easily just make it known who the request went to, and that would be that. Okay, well, then we just talk to that person, and they'll be able to give us the full story. But the fact that Musk hasn't come out and said who he talked to means that he just sounds like he's lying now too. He just sounds like he's There's not that there's not reasons why you wouldn't say that. There could totally be reasons as to why you wouldn't say like who you spoke to. That's totally possible. But I would expect that as well. I would expect like I'm not allowed to release this information because, or I don't want to release this information because I don't want to get that person in trouble, or I don't, whatever. Like I don't know what it is, but like we would expect some sort of answer there. We would expect some sort of information here that would like make his statements make sense with all of this other context. That mission, Crew 10, was originally slated for February, but was pushed back to this month to buy engineers additional time to prepare the vehicle. This plan is now to use SpaceX capsule that has already flown instead of preparing brand new ones. Conflicting accounts aside, Musk's mythical plan to rescue astronauts sooner wouldn't have worked in NASA's logistical and financial position at the time. Yeah, see, so this is even saying that, like, it doesn't even make sense because, yes, they would not have had the ability to get other astronauts to ISS to replace them. So, like, this is the one that's actually giving us all of the context that we need to know that this literally makes absolutely no sense. I'm looking now, and the only real repeated source from NASA appears to be a Danish astronaut. Is that who you're quoting? Wait, source. No, there was one person from the White House. So it says Bill Nelson, who served as NASA's administrator under Biden, says it's first he's hearing of Musk's plan. That's one of them. And then there was another person. Let's see.
Tonight, NASA versus Elon Musk. So NASA's top officials...
Is this the same person?
One former senior NASA official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the 2 U.S. astronauts stuck in space. They never got that offer. Now, why were they saying that? Well, because they were responding to Musk's claims that the 2 astronauts had been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up there.
I mean, look at this guy. Does he look like somebody who would lie to you? Just look at him. But yeah, so this is giving us like the full context that we need for this story. Let's see. So yeah, conflicting accounts aside, Musk's mythical plan to rescue astronauts sooner wouldn't have worked in NASA's logistical and financial position at the time. We didn't have the money to bring an additional Dragon to go up just for them, but we had another rotation coming up fairly soon, Nelson told WAPO. Shocker, but it's sure sounding like Musk was fibbing about this whole saga. It can't be overlooked that the world's richest man has an ugly history of throwing a fit when he doesn't get to be the hero. He once baselessly slandered a British driver who helped rescue children trapped in a flooded cave in Thailand, a pedo, after the driver's courageous acts foiled Musk's harebrained proposal to use mini submarines to save the day. Okay.
Been left in space for, quote, political reasons. The astronauts themselves, they're up there. Ask X. Musk responded, and I'm going to just quote, called Musk's claim a lie on it.
So yeah, this is Andreas Mogensen, and that's, I think, the person from Denmark that you were talking about, right? Yeah, Danish. Yes. So this guy's from Denmark. And that's Andreas Mogensen. And he said, what a lie. And from someone who complains about lack of honesty from the mainstream media. So yeah, this is... That's a totally separate person. So yeah, so those are different people. But the other one is the guy who was the person who would have not only had the information, but been the one to tell Biden about it as well. It seems like.
Ask X. Musk responded, and I'm going to just quote what Musk said. He called this astronaut, quote, fully retarded and an idiot. So on that note, let's bring in astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, the author of the new book, Merlin's Tour of the Universe, Traveler's Guide to Blue Moons, Black Holes, Mars, Stars, and Everything Far. It is a prominent place on my bookshelf. I put it in the travel section should I ever get to
Just in case.
travel.
Yeah.
You know, when I was organizing, that's what I did. Okay, this topic that, right, Musk says that this was, you know, political, that Biden wouldn't bring them down. They have to be, these astronauts denying it on the space station. NASA denies it. An astronaut says it's not true, and Musk, you know, uses those horrible words to respond to the person. I mean, what is your response to all of this?
Well, let's go to the beginning of it all. The two astronauts were never stranded in any normal way we would use that term. And they were joining a half a dozen other astronauts on the International Space Station. There's plenty of food. Maybe they didn't bring enough changes of underwear. I don't know. But that would be like the worst case scenario. They're both experienced astronauts. And while I don't remember whether this is the longest time they spent in zero G in their astronaut career, but it's a while, and so they have to adjust to that, but they're professionals. So they're not stranded. Second, what a luxury it is to have a conversation about he said, she said, and who said what, when, I mean, think about it. We have options to bring them back from space. One of them is SpaceX.
Right.
And that's evidence to me that we are living in the future, that no one is worried about whether there exists a ship to bring them back. The Starliner for Boeing, that had some risk factors. NASA was not going to take that risk. So you push that aside. Who's up next? There's SpaceX. I'm good with that. And the rest of this is just distraction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is unfortunate. I say, you know, you read it and you think about people reading it and people using such words, especially people who have achieved so much and have, you run SpaceX, you have all of the things that someone has to speak like that. At best, it's deeply unfortunate. Let me ask you, Neil, also, the other context here is these asteroids, right? So then the city killer asteroid, I guess it's called.
Well, yeah, meanwhile, there's like asteroids bearing down on Earth.
So,
maybe
so
somebody
in
should.
case.
Yeah, I haven't really heard about this. Like, I've seen a couple of people mention it, like in passing, where they're like, "Oh, we have asteroids coming towards Earth, and there's this, and there's that." Like, I haven't, but I haven't really heard anything about this in any sort of like real way. Yeah, this is the first I'll actually like hear somebody talk about it.
We don't destroy it ourselves. There's something else to do it for us. Okay, so you know it was kind of up and it was down. It was vacillating all over the place, and now they're downplaying that particular asteroid that they say now is more unlikely to hit a city.
It's not so much downplaying. There's better evidence available to tighten the uncertainty circle such that Earth is basically no longer at risk.
All right. So,
by the way, that circle still encloses the moon, so the moon's risk. The moon
so Seven Eves becomes a reality. The Neil Stephenson book I enjoyed, where you break up the moon and the pieces start coming down.
Yeah.
But I know asteroids are a very serious thing, and there's only so much ability, and I think this is what this brought to bear, to see them within the time frame that one could do anything about it.
Yes, that's a perfectly stated concern. And so we have some telescopes coming online very shortly that specialize in the discovery of very dim asteroids. And these are the ones that can sneak up on us and not give us much time to react, either to deflect it, which NASA has been building that kind of technology. They had a mission, the DART mission, Double Asteroid Redirect Test, just a couple of years ago, successfully.
Yeah, we talked about this a little while ago because I was asking. I was like, don't we have like technology to like blow this shit out the sky, like, or in space? I feel like we have to have something like this now. I think everybody said like we technically have it, but it's like not precise enough, and it's dangerous, and it's just it's likely to cause an even bigger problem with like all the pieces being all over the place. But I feel like we should be able to like explode something in a way to where it blows up into such small pieces that we don't have to worry about it. I feel like we should have that technology now. it feels really weird that this isn't like something that has been prioritized like long ago. But yeah, weird.
Altered the path of an asteroid. This was not known whether that would work because the structural integrity
It's
of
because
asteroids
of the
is not
wealthy,
well understood.
the
You can push on
uber
one
wealthy
piece that might break off
who
and leave
don't
the rest in
want to
place.
put
We don't know
your
this.
tax
So-
dollars
so the more
to
of these
use
kinds
in
of
the
missions
right
that we
place,
launch, the safer we might feel going
because
forward
they're
when one of these
billionaires
gets discovered that could
getting
be better
tax cuts.
Yeah. All right. So now let me ask you also about these executive orders, the DEI orders that are now, at first I think people felt maybe in
Light pollution sucks. Yeah, it's causing global warming. Killing off all the whales.
some of the government agencies, okay, it's just rhetoric. Call it whatever you want to call it, continue with it. It now appears that that's not the case, right? This is not rhetoric, this is reality. Look at NASA, for example, the web pages that would talk about the diversity of the space program. Just to say, look at how diverse our program is. This is something that we are proud of. Look at the 404 warning you get now. It's gone. Programs promoting diversity and inclusion, even, Black History Month, or Black astronauts, women astronauts, minority astronauts, just things, again, that the space program that NASA was proud of appear at this point to have been shut down. You sit here as a Black astrophysicist. What's your, how are you processing this?
Yeah, so when I grew up, people said, oh, did you want to be an astronaut when you were a kid? I'm old enough to have lived through the 60s,
Yep.
the moon landing and the rest. And I said, no, because it was clear they were not interested in me by who they were sending into space.
Ooh.
So you saw the
yeah,
lack of color.
as a child.
They were willing to send you, just not with other humans. They had a different type of mission. Fuck, I can't. I wanted to do a monkey joke, but I couldn't. I couldn't. It was yeah, it was a little too much.
I knew this.
Mm-hmm.
And but it was more than that. Everyone was wearing like crew cuts at a time when the Broadway musical Hair was number one.
Right.
So there was some mismatches between who we were sending in space and what culture was doing. I still valued that we were going into space, but I didn't feel like I was a part of that. And with DEI, so I always viewed that as a way to encourage agencies to look in places you hadn't looked before for talent that you've been missing. Yeah. And so if we're going to stop that, and you think every person who's the right, who's correct for a job is white male, that's I don't know what that means. Yeah. And to fire a 4-star Air Force general with an advanced degree in aerospace engineering.
Yeah.
As President Trump walks back tariffs on most products from Mexico and Canada. As President Trump walks back tariffs on most products from Mexico and Canada again, Canada says retaliatory tariffs will stay in place until that pause is permanent. CNN's John King went to visit our northern neighbors as part of his All Over the Map series to hear what the Canadians think about the president and his tariffs.
This is American steel in Western Canada for custom finishes. One belt is to burn a few notches and drill a few holes. Another to weld some angled braces. Soon back on a rail car and back across the border for an office project in Alaska. It is a partnership that supports 100 jobs here at AI.
This tariff bullshit is ridiculous. Do it or fucking don't. Yeah, it really is dumb. It is dumb from top to bottom. The whole thing is fucking retarded. And even the best excuses for this are like, oh, well, it's just negotiation tactics. We just have to This is why he's such a great negotiator. He's a good deal maker. This is why, again, that like running the country like it's a fucking business is not good. This is another just proven area where we can show that running the country or being a politician and trying to run, trying to be a politician, but do it as a businessman. This is another area where it just shows that, yes, this is not a good way to run a country. Because in the meantime, while he's, let's just pretend that's actually what's going on. And it's just, it's just negotiation tactics, guys. That's all it is. I don't, we have fucking stock markets like dropping at ridiculous rates and people losing money and people trying to make like life decisions based on this this information. And like think about the amount of people who are probably getting ready to go get like a job at one of these companies and then thought, oh, I don't even know if this company is going to be around much longer, so I guess I'll go take like the lower paying job over here because I need something with a little bit more security. Like, people are making hardcore life decisions based on what it is that Trump is doing. Those are like just some of the more like simple aspects of it. There's obviously way more like severe decisions that people are making off these, but that this is part of why, like, yes, you negotiating by telling the whole world a bunch of this crap. This is not good. Like, you don't have to do negotiations through the press. You can do negotiations by just calling each other. You can be like a normal president where everything isn't about you getting attention and you can just call and talk to these people. We have phones with we may not have shit to take out asteroids in the sky, but we do have phones. That much I'm pretty sure of. We do have that much technology so far. And so I think him over and over saying all of this stuff publicly to where it's obviously going to cause a lot of panic with everybody else is just so stupid. And I don't care what the reason is. It could be negotiations. It could be anything. It doesn't matter. This is a fucking insane thing for him to do, is to keep going back and forth on this shit. Like, there is not a justifiable reason for this. There is not a single way that you can justify handling it this way. It's disgusting from top to bottom.
Industries in Surrey, British Columbia. This just one piece of nearly $800 billion a year in trade between the United States and Canada. Now, though, a partnership in peril because of President Trump's insistence on new tariffs.
He wants to show that U.S. is strong, and because I'm bigger than you are, I can bully you around, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Trump paused the tariffs Thursday, just 2 days after imposing them.
Bro, I'm sorry, but that guy looks a little bit too Armenian to be talking like that. That's like their whole game plan. That's like the whole Armenian game plan, bro. Is just to bully everybody. Just kind of get them in a coercive position and then just... I don't know.
He wants to show that U.S. is strong, and because I'm bigger than you are, I can bully you around, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Trump paused the tariffs Thursday, just 2 days after imposing them. Another about face. Yes, Walgie prefers no tariffs, but he says weeks of threats and contradictions from Trump make it impossible to plan and are already hurting both economies.
Even with the threat of tariffs, prices have gone through the roof and they've gone higher. So we're seeing right now, when we're bidding a job today versus we're bidding it 3 months ago, our cost has gone up almost 15%.
British Columbia.
Like, and it's not just to them. It's like causing major havoc to our markets as well, and like hurting Americans as well. This isn't just their market. This is ours too. So this is there isn't a way to make this make sense. Like, it is just childishness one way or the other. There's no way you could justify this much fucking retardation.
is a living postcard, scenic mountains and gorgeous waters. The importance of trade is everywhere you look. Canadian lumber waiting at river's edge, rail cars to carry Canadian crude oil, crops, and more. The bustling Pacific Rim port of Vancouver.
You'll watch it for 8 hours. You'll see on average we've got 10 ships arriving and 10 ships leaving. We did about 160 million tons of cargo last year. 75% of that is those bulk commodities, grain, coal, potash, sulfur, and other agricultural products outbound.
Peter Exotta is the port CEO. He says shippers who normally plan 6 or 9 months out are now taking things a few weeks at a time because Trump is so unpredictable. And he says Trump's threats and his tone leave Canada no choice but to find new markets, new partners.
It's been a wake-up call, right? It's been a wake-up call for Canadians that we need to figure out a way to not be as dependent.
This rift goes beyond what Canadians see as Trump's bad math.
Yeah, it's a big wake-up call to not trust Americans, to not expect them to honor their words and honor their deals. And after we just signed, trade agreements, it's kind of makes it pretty clear that if Americans are going to keep voting for a guy like this, then we have to stop thinking of Americans as the good guys.
They are furious at his bad manners, his constant insults, calling Canada the 51st state and its prime minister governor.
We've been in this together for a long time. We fought wars together. We went to Afghanistan. We did all this stuff together. Why? What are you doing here?
Darrell Lamb is the brand manager at Legacy Liquors. Yes, this too is a front in the new trade war.
There's yellow rose right there from Texas right there. So,
bro, that's rough, dude. That is, ooh, bro, dude. That is quite the move, dude. Sheesh. Did it F for a minute? Oh, it looks like it's back now. Wait, did you guys not hear that last part? Oh my goodness. They're not just going to like take American things off the shelf. They're specifically going after like states that have like businesses where there's Republican governors and states that elected Donald Trump. They are going to hurt businesses that are coming from Republican or MAGA states. So any businesses that are coming from their states, they're going to make sure that they're going to hurt economically and that their businesses are going to lose a lot of business. That is fucking wild, dude. That is a huge, like, punch in the fucking gut. That, like, they're, like, mandating it, dude. That is insane, bro. That is a fucking move right there, dude. That is a fucking move right there, dude. Oh, my goodness.
Also from Texas.
Diagram of a trade war?
The Premier of British Columbia says if Trump imposes tariffs, he will ban sales of alcohol from states that Trump won that also have a Republican governor.
We've gone through this before with the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
States with a Republican governor or states that Trump won. Oh my goodness. I live in Ohio, so rip. Yep, I'm in Georgia. Yep. We get punished because of all the dumbos that live around us.
We were asked to remove all Russian products from our shelves.
Lamb says some customers rushed to stockpile American favorites, but others want all American products off the shelves.
So mad at Trump for what he's saying about Canada, that they're saying, get it out of here?
No, 100%. Absolutely. I'm just worried about this eternal relationship that we've had for 200 plus years being soured for 4.
Vikram Vinayak is a short-haul truck driver, carrying berries destined for the United States on this run.
What are other loads that are pretty typical?
Nursery, trees, auto parts, and produce. Sometimes we pick frozen fish.
How much of your work or products that you know are going to end up in the United States?
More than 80-90% of our loads are going to U.S.
As many as 5 runs a day, 40 to 50 hours a week. But tariffs will cut shipments to the United States and cut Vinayak's hours.
You have a wife and 2 daughters?
Yes.
And so what does that mean about planning? Thinking maybe we won't make a vacation or maybe we won't buy something? What is it?
No, just planning is nothing. The main thing is how to get out of this situation by finding another job.
Does that make you mad? You might have to find another job. Do you like this job?
Yeah, I love this job.
One of many jobs now at risk because of a U.S.-Canada relationship Trump just shifted into reverse. John King, CNN. Sorry, British Columbia.
A whiplash in trade policy here at the White House has sent the stock market reeling for the last several days. President Trump adjusting course on the Canada and Mexico tariffs specifically, offering on Thursday yet another month-long reprieve, a day after he offered automakers a similar reprieve. Now, there is no question the financial markets have been wondering what exactly this White House is up to as the stocks have fallen, the dollar has weakened, and there's been an inconsistent pattern across many of these decisions. But the president on Thursday insisting the market had nothing to do with it.
No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here.
Of course, that is very much an open question. The president has long used the stock market and the financial markets as a whole as a metric for how he guides his success. He certainly did so during the first term in office, and he has throughout the course of much of his life. But there is no doubt the president is also still in favor of imposing some type of tariffs. He believes, and he said again Thursday at the White House, the United States is being ripped off, in his words, by some of these countries. He's also insisting that reciprocal tariffs will go into effect on April 2nd. And that would really cover the gamut of goods from autos to alcohol to so many other things, and not just Canada and Mexico. It's all reciprocal tariffs any country the United States does business with. So the bottom line to all of this, the questions here now is the president has delivered a series of threats over tariffs, but taken many of them back. Is he serious about the next round? Of course, we'll have to wait and see on that as the markets still wonder what this White House is up to. Jeff Zeleny, CNN.
Well, I don't feel like the whole idea of like, oh, Trump says it, they know he's serious. Like, that shit's gone out the window, bro. That shit has gone out the window. Like, whether or not people, like, already people just don't take Trump seriously, like, as a person. But now, like, even his threats are not taken seriously. So this is all of this like king negotiator bullshit gone. He can't get a ceasefire. He can't get his, mind made up. He's like a fucking woman when it comes to tariffs. I think we would have been ever better off with Hillary Clinton making this decision.
And the White House.
And President Trump's latest trade move applies to goods covered by the existing free trade deal between the 3 nations. That's the U.S., Mexico, and Canada agreement. It was proposed by President Trump during his first term and officially replaced the North American Free Trade Agreement in 2020. Now, amid the tariff threats, the leaders of Mexico and Canada have been in talks with Trump.
I can confirm that it was a colorful call. I've been having conversations and working with Donald for over 8 years now, and a lot of it is rolling with it.
So I said to him, we are getting results. President Trump, now that you put in the tariffs, how are we going to continue cooperating and collaborating with something that hurts the people of Mexico?
Meanwhile, the president has been imposing fresh tariffs on China while expressing hope of building good relations. But now, China says that such a, quote, two-faced approach would fail. On Friday, Beijing warned against...
One part I don't understand, like, he's calling a lot of these things reciprocal tariffs, whereas I haven't heard anybody really talk about whether or not these are actually reciprocal, because I don't know that any of these, like, if Mexico actually already had tariffs on it, I don't think they did, right? But Trump kept saying that Mexico and Canada already had tariffs on the United States, and that he was just doing like reciprocal tariffs at first. But yeah, but then Canada said that they were doing reciprocal tariffs on us after Trump said that he was going to tariff Canada. So I don't understand. Like, a lot of this just doesn't seem to make sense from what it is that Trump's saying and then what it is that's actually happening afterwards. But because yeah, like if he actually is just like doing reciprocal tariffs, they can't fucking complain afterwards and be like, I thought we were friends. Like, okay, well, it's like you're the person who like goes and like has sex with your friend's boyfriend, and then when she goes and has sex with your boyfriend, like you're like, whoa, what? I thought we were friends. Why would you do this to me? Like, well, apparently not. Like, you don't get to complain when I do the same thing to you that you did to me, bitch. But yeah, it's just that doesn't seem to be the case, so I haven't really like heard much about that part of this very much.
World powers prioritizing their own interests.
There are more than 190 countries in the world. Should everyone stress my country first and obsess over a position of strength, the law of the jungle would reign again. Smaller and weaker countries would bear the brunt first, and international norms and order would take a body blow.
For more now, let me welcome...
I keep losing control, dude. Yeah, that is very true. Like, again, the United States was the country that kind of like made it to where the bigger countries weren't going to bully the smaller countries, and they weren't going to hold everything over their heads, and they weren't going to do this whole like might makes right. We're able to kind of hold everything above your head, and so you're just kind of fucked now. Like, the United States was always the one who kind of held everybody else accountable to keep them from doing that. And then now that the United States is the one who's doing it, it's kind of can't we watch AOC again? What's wrong with this chick? She looks like one of the Tia and Tamara chicks, bro. Come on.
Kadia Goba in Washington. She is a politics reporter for Semaphore. Kadia, great to have you this morning. So far in the president's term, we haven't seen a lot of public GOP dissent on Trump's plans, but on this issue of tariffs, you are hearing GOP leaders raise concerns. Listen.
Almost every industry in Kentucky has come to me and said it will hurt our industry and push up prices of homes, cars, and so I'm going to continue to argue against tariffs.
Should he back off of it if it starts to hurt the constituents?
When we start losing, you back off. You know, there's such a thing as a strategic retreat. At the end of the day, I think we have more leverage than any other nation, but we got to be smart, and we don't have all the leverage.
So, Kadia, what do we know about the why of it all? I mean, is this a strategic retreat, or what's the strategy here?
So this isn't new. My colleagues and I have reported this out before the president took office. There were major concerns about tariffs, whether lawmakers said it openly or just talked about him using it just as a threat or a form of negotiation. Now we see it being more openly, them being more openly criticizing the president. And it's because, one, I would say his polling is not looking great, but also some of these tariffs are impacting lawmakers' constituents already, and they have to receive the phone calls from their constituents.
Yeah, and just staying on the issue of the economy, in about 3.5 hours, a little less than 3.5 hours, we get the latest jobs numbers. It's the first one under his presidency. Now, Kadia, it might be too early to see the impact from the Doge cuts in this report, but how does Trump play this today? I mean, if you come out and you celebrate these strong numbers today, you might be forced to own them next month if they're lower because of Doge or concerns about tariffs, and they start to show up in the data. So how does he play this later today?
Yeah, this was very, it's interesting how this will play out. I'm not really clear. I had the same question during the joint address the other day. When you come to Washington, D.C., and you talk to members of Congress who have constituents and who, excuse me, and who talk about and you talk about all the layoffs that you have, especially for members representing Virginia and Maryland. How does that look on television when they're cheering? It's not a great situation. And I would imagine the markets are even going to dictate some of the decisions coming out of the White House.
All right, let's see. Get a... I could have sworn there was like a skit where Shane Gillis wore a Trump hat. Maybe not. Where's the... Yeah, no, I don't want him dressed as Trump. I mean... What's like a good like redneck name? Like Why doesn't it look like a post? What am I doing wrong? Why doesn't it look like a post? Are the texts justified on both sides? Yes, I made sure. Maybe it's the font? That looks a bit more like a post. I just checked Twitter. Wow. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, not on both sides. No, I have it. It's just everything's pushed left, just like on Twitter. The name is too big. Yeah, that's good. That looks pretty good. That looks better. Use a different check mark? Well, I wanted to use one where it just wouldn't actually look like a real check mark at all. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that it looks at least a bit fake. Like, it looks real enough and fake enough at the same time, you know? Gotta be both. How real do we need it to look? I think it's pretty much there. I think that's real enough. There's no red check marks, right? Okay, Google. What is a red check mark on Twitter?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to help.truthsocial.com, red checks are reserved for well-known, highly searched notable accounts in the following categories: government, brands, companies.
Oh, okay. Wait. Twitter doesn't use red check marks for verification. Instead, Twitter uses colored check marks to indicate the authenticity of the account. Okay, so yeah, red is not one of them. Okay, cool. I think we got it. Why are you trying to make it look fake? Because I'm probably gonna post it on Twitter. So probably gonna go post it on Twitter, so I figured make sure it looks fake. Oh, I know what it is. There we go. There we go. Much better. Would it get removed if it's too real? Oh, I don't know. I don't want yeah, I don't want it to like get shared all over the place. You know, and then people be like, "Wait, he lied." All right. Well, I'm way too tired to work on the fucking video essay now, so. There you go. All right. I'm going to sleep. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I put the link to the tweet in the chat. Oh, wait. I always forget to do that. You know, I heard. Shut up. All right. Probably be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Make sure you guys hang out for a minute to leave a comment if you would.
I got in trouble when I was younger for using my right to remain silent. Misdemeanor marijuana charge. I was like 15, 16 at the time. I go to court and the judge asks me, she says, if you cooperate, we'll give you a lesser sentence. I said, okay, I'll cooperate. She says, okay, who did you get the drugs from? And I just stood there. I didn't say anything. She's like, sir, are you okay? Who did you get the drugs from? And I was like, I plead the fifth. And she's like, you can't plead the fifth. You can only plead the fifth to protect yourself. You cannot plead the fifth to protect somebody else. So, who did you get the drugs from? I plead the fifth. She's like, all right, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. I fucking grew the weed myself. What the fuck? What was I supposed to do?
One, you guys said all the same shit about Biden. You guys said all the same shit about Obama. You guys said all the same shit about Hillary, yet none of them actually tried doing any of this stuff. Yet you use the same exact rhetoric and the same exact problems and the same exact boogeymen every single year. No. Yet the problems that we have with Trump are not things that we're afraid he's going to do. He already did them. And that's why we have problems with him. That's why we're voting against him.
What is it that Trump did?
There's no one thing. So there's the fact that like he seems to be against like our checks and balances in our Constitution. He's willing to commit a ton of crimes as president in the White House. He was attempted to commit a coup to stay in power.
No, he didn't.
It's already proven that he did this. He's admitted to it. So you can't deny that he did this. His entire lawyer team has already admitted to this. John Eastman, the lawyer who helped him do this, has already been disbarred. He's already had tons of people testify under oath. People have been convicted for this. There is no like, maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. I don't know. No, he did it. We know he did it. Women used to do everything, and they lived in harmony, and they were big and strong, and they didn't need men. And they opened up their own pickle jars, and they did everything. And then one day the patriarchy showed up, and the women tried to fight back, but they were just as strong as the patriarchy, but they lost anyways. And so the patriarchy said, you have to have babies and have periods now. And now you have to watch soap operas and eat lunch. And the men get to do all the fun things. They get to go have fun at work, and you don't. And so then the patriarchy made women shave their legs and have big boobs and big butts and put unrealistic beauty standards on them, and that's why we have hot tubs.